1. The Last Light. The Tokyo Dome breathed like a sleeping animal, 60,000 chests rising and falling beneath a field of phones, every tiny screen a captive star. Marina Vale stood in a single circle of white, hands quiet at her sides, the kind of stillness a person earns only after a lifetime of noise. Just one more, she said, her voice sliding through the sound system like a warm knife. And then I'm going to let you all go home and pretend you're not going to cry on the train. A ripple of laughter rolled through the vast bowl, gentle, grateful, the sound of a crowd that felt seen. She glanced toward the wings where her crew lined the curtain's edge, old friends, coffee conspirators, people who had handed her water and second chances. A tiny nod from her meant thank you for catching me every time I jumped. The piano waited center stage, black lacquer reflecting the halo above her. She crossed it, running her fingertips along the lid as though soothing a faithful dog. All right, she murmured. Be polite. The piano, as always, obeyed. Her fingers found the first chord, and 60,000 hearts stopped to listen. Proper silence. The kind that feels like leaning over a balcony. She sang. I've sung in the dark where the stars forget their names. Held my breath between the echoes and the flame. The screens stopped being screens and became faces. A girl in the front row pressed both palms to her mouth, eyes spilling. A man in a faded tour tee from 15 years ago clutched his chest as if the lyric might knock him over. Even the security guards along the barricade pretended not to listen, and failed. So if the night takes me, let it be slow. Let the last light find me where soft winds go. It wasn't her hardest song, no skyscraper notes, no pyrotechnics, just a melody you could fold into a pocket, and it would keep its warmth. She had written it alone in a hotel bathroom at 3 a.m., whispering to the hum of the vent fan. It smelled like of lemon cleaner and endings. Don't cry for the singer, the song will remain. I was never the music, only the refrain. A tremor moved through the crowd, like wheat answering wind. She let the bridge breathe a half-beat longer than usual, a private rebellion. Somewhere backstage her tour manager would be shaking her head, counting another time Marina ignored the click track and got away with it. She closed her eyes on the final line. Thank you for listening. The chord hung. The dome held its breath, a perfect, impossible moment when 60,000 people agreed without words. Then the sound came, tidal, bright, unending applause that seemed to lift and never touch ground. Marina took it like rain. She didn't bow much anymore. Bows felt like periods, and tonight she preferred commas. A white carnation waited on the piano lid. Someone always left one, no one ever confessed. You again, she whispered, tucking it behind her ear. We're really doing this, huh? Flowers, being discreet creatures, said nothing. At the edge of the stage she waved once. No encores, she told the mic, gentle but firm. The crowd booed affectionately, the way friends boo when you can't stay for dessert. Go home safe, she added. Tell someone you love them. Or at least tell your dog. Dogs are very understanding. Laughter, wet-eyed, grateful, followed her off stage. Backstage smelled of bus exhaust and warm light. Techs hugged her one by one, careful of the in-ears and the tender bones time had given her. Someone pressed water into her hand, someone else said, you did it, as though she hadn't 1,000 times before and still meant it. In the dressing room she sat and let silence expand. The mirror threw halos around a woman who had learned how to stand still in storms. Her hands trembled. She told them kindly to stop, and they obeyed. Hands, unlike crowds, can be reasoned with. On the table lay a flight packet, boarding pass, passport, a mint she didn't remember taking. Connect in Reykjavik, red eye over the Atlantic, home by morning if the wind behaved. She smiled at her reflection, small and private. No encores, she said to the woman in the glass. We meant it this time. The woman smiled back, unconvinced, as old friends often are. Marina touched the carnation once more, slipped on her coat, and stepped into a corridor that smelled of electrical cords and goodbye. All right, she whispered. Let's go home. The hotel corridor reeked faintly of lilies and electricity, flowers from fans, ozone from stage lights. Marina walked it barefoot, heels hooked by 2 fingers, body still vibrating as if the applause were trapped under her skin. Downstairs the cruise shuttle waited, headlights spilling across marble. Someone had tied a silver ribbon to the handle, a good luck ribbon, they said. It looked more like a leash. She smiled anyway, climbed in, and watched Tokyo unspool through rain-streaked glass. Neon puddles, vending machines humming lullabies, a billboard replaying her own face like a ghost waving farewell. No one spoke much. The drummer snored against his guitar case. Her manager, Karen, typed her final report, the soft clicks like distant rain. Marina sipped bottled water, throat clean and dry from the last song. You ever notice, she murmured, how applause feels like oxygen but leaves you dizzy? Karen looked up, smiling. It's supposed to. Keeps you humble. Then I'm practically a saint. The driver chuckled. The van merged onto the highway, and Tokyo's skyline folded away behind them like a stage set being struck for the next show. At the airport, security lines, autographs on napkins, polite bows. A child in a hoodie whispered her name and held out a notebook. Marina drew a treble clef and wrote "Keep listening." The girl's eyes widened as if she'd been given a relic. In the VIP lounge, Karen handed her an envelope of settlements and a tiny box. From the band, she said. You always gave everyone else gifts. Inside lay a small metronome pendant on a silver chain, ticking softly without a spring. Marina closed her fingers around it. The beat matched her pulse. Tell them I'll start counting again soon, she said, meaning rest, maybe peace. See you stateside. Karen hugged her tight. Sleep on the plane, okay? I'll try, but I'll probably dream in 4 quarters. Seat 14A, window view. The cabin hummed with the gentle intimacy of a red eye. She tucked the carnation from the concert program into her book and slipped in earbuds. The playlist was empty. She liked silence after music. Outside, wing lights winked over a quilt of cloud. Somewhere behind her a man argued on a phone in another language. 2 rows up, a toddler gurgled in sleep, normal, mortal sounds. The kind she'd missed while the world screamed her name. She traced a circle of condensation on the window. The reflection stared back. Silver hair under a scarf, lines earned honestly, eyes still awake when everything else wanted rest. I've had enough stage lights, she thought. Let the sky have the next verse. Seatbelt sign on. Engines surged. Runway lights blurred to streaks as the plane lifted, Tokyo shrinking, night swallowing the horizon whole. 3 hours later, turbulence. A dull thud beneath the floor, then the sound of alarms. Oxygen masks dropped like frightened fruit. Marina reached for hers, calm as if waiting for her cue. The cabin shook, glass exploded into light. Her last sound was not a scream but a perfect harmonic as the fuselage tore open, the air itself singing her farewell. Darkness. Not fearful darkness, but padded and still, the space between notes. No cold, no pain. Only the faint aftertaste of applause fading from her bones. All right, she murmured. Guess that's the encore. A low chuckle rippled through the void. Oh no, Miss Vale, a voice said. The encore's just beginning. She frowned into nothing. If this is another record executive, I'm suing. Not quite. Think bigger. Light bloomed, bright, impossible, fizzy as champagne. Took you long enough, said the voice. You singers always make an entrance. Hello? Marina squinted. Am I in customs? Because if this is heaven, the queue system sucks. Customs, yes. Declaring one soul, slightly overperformed, value incalculable. Who are you? Call me Rob. It stands for Random Omnipotent Being. I'm a massive fan. Of what? You of course. Duh. I own every vinyl. Even the bootleg Live in Rio where you dropped your mic. That was humidity. He smirked. Sure it was. If this is the afterlife, I'd like a refund. No refunds. But you died early, and I'm still mad. You're mad? I waited 40 years for that world tour sequel and you just, boom, credits roll? She sighed. Planes tend to do that. Unacceptable. You're getting a reboot. Hard pass. Come on, you can sing again, write again. I'll even throw in upgrades. Like? He grinned and waggled his eyebrows. Wings. Voice magic. Cool lighting effects. You're bribing me with stage gear? And flight. Actual flight? With wings and stuff. Marina frowned. You can't just stuff wings. Watch me. You're ridiculous. I'm omnipotent. Same thing. Look, you don't get a refund, but you do get a redo with benefits. You get a quiet world, teenage body, parents who love you, and no paparazzi. You can try again. Fine. But if you turn me into a vampire. Cough cough, relax, everyone else is. You'll be fine, I'm sure, well, almost sure. Think of them as very pale roadies. Vampires, for real? Technically, yes. They need better playlists though. She groaned. Fine. Wings, sparkle, new set list. Anything else? Your gift, upgraded. Siren Resonance 2.0. Sing and the world listens. That sounds dangerously close to mind control. Depends on the key. She rolled her eyes. Of course it does. He clapped. Thunder applauded itself. Break a leg, superstar. Light surged, flooding through her like music reversed. Wait. Who am I supposed to be? Already handled. Parents, school records, promising GPA. Oh, and you're allergic to sunlight. You'll fit right in. Rob. But the light collapsed. Velvet fizz became rain. Gravity remembered her. The first thing she felt was rhythm. Rain on shingles, kettle whistle, someone humming out of tune. She floated between worlds, counting beats before the downstroke. Coffee and maple syrup reached her first. She opened her eyes to a ceiling painted eggshell white, not hotel beige. Posters covered the walls, half composers, half indie bands. A violin case leaned against a dresser she knew and didn't. The room was hers, brand new and familiar. Downstairs a woman's voice called brightly, Marina. You'll be late for rehearsal. She sat up fast as memory poured in. 17 years of images, Forks high corridors, rain fog recitals, bonfires at La Push, her mother's voice scolding practice times, spooling backward and forward until it all fit. She pressed both palms to her head and laughed once, breathless. Rob, you maniac. No answer, only rain. On the nightstand lay a small metronome pendant, the same one, new and shining. It ticked once when she touched it, sinking to her heartbeat. Beside it, a photo. Parents smiling on the porch, the family dog wedged between them. She could name it, recall its bark, its smell. The knowledge felt lived, not borrowed. Her reflection in the dresser mirror looked 17 again. Long dark hair, skin sun-touched from summers on the reservation. Eyes human yet deep as sheet music waiting for notes. Okay, she told the reflection. New verse, same melody. The Vale's kitchen smelled of pancakes and morning paper. Lydia Vale flipped a griddle cake with a pencil holding up her hair. Morning, superstar. Big day, school's doing senior showcase sign-ups. Ethan Vale, grading papers at the table, looked up with a grin. His mug read music is math you can dance to. You were composing in your sleep again, he said. We could hear you. Marina blinked. Was I good? Haunting. But next time maybe in a key the dog likes. Warmth spread through her confusion. Everything felt absurdly natural, as though rehearsed. Lydia slid a plate toward her. Eat, then warm up. Mrs. Weber wants you at the church. Ben's fixing the soundboard. Angela Weber. Ben. The names fit perfectly into place, Fork's mosaic arranging itself. Marina cut into her pancake. It tasted solid, real. Her parents talked about groceries and new piano strings, so ordinary it hurt. She caught herself memorizing the way light touched them. Lydia noticed. What's that look? Planning to write another song about us? Always, Marina said softly. Later, on the porch, she breathed in air heavy with cedar. Clouds pressed low. Drizzle carried its own rhythm. Forks hummed, a small town in D minor. She hummed back. The sound slid through the rain like silk, and for an instant the droplets froze midair, glittering before gravity remembered its work. Her heart stumbled. Oh, she whispered, half thrilled, half afraid. That's new. The rain resumed as if embarrassed. Somewhere a dog barked on beat. She touched the metronome pendant, feeling its tick match her pulse. 17 years old, fresh start, a hidden miracle in her throat. All right, Forks, she said into the mist. Let's try a quieter kind of fame. Forks High looked exactly as her memories promised. Brown bricks sweating under drizzle, banners drooping with moss. The parking lot glittered with puddles and bad decisions. She pulled her hood tighter, hoods felt safe. Inside, the heater wheezed like an old harmonica. Lockers slammed, chatter rippled, everyone smelled of wet wool and coffee. Marina let the noise wash over her, it felt like applause after silence. Angela Weber spotted her. Marina, you're early, are you sick? Just enthusiastic, Marina said. Trying a new lifestyle until lunch. Angela laughed, kind as ever. They dodged backpacks down the hall past showcase posters, her name printed large. Senior Showcase, Solo Vocals, Marina Vale. Someone had doodled a halo and the words are siren. She snorted. Foreshadowing, she muttered. What? Angela asked. Nothing. British humor. Cafeteria. The air smelled of pizza and existential dread. Marina balanced her tray, found Angela, Ben, and Jessica Stanley mid-gossip about Bella Swan, the new girl from Phoenix. She looked up just as the Cullens entered. They moved like choreography, silent, balanced, too graceful for linoleum. Edward led, eyes remote. Alice sparkled behind him with a grin that could start a cult. Jasper followed like he was listening for thunder. Then Rosalie. Even in memory she'd been bright. In person the light bent around her, gold finding gold. For half a second Rosalie's gaze met Marina's, and the air shimmered, almost audible, two tuning forks meeting in sympathy. Rosalie blinked, frowned, looked away. Marina's pulse skipped. Stage fright, she told herself. Jessica caught it. Don't bother, she doesn't talk to anyone. I wasn't, Marina smiled. Right. Of course. She turned conversation back to Bella, alone at a distant table. Poor girl looked like she'd wandered into the wrong novel. Marina made a mental note to say hello later. The choir room smelled of dust and sheet music. Mrs. Weber fluttered near the piano, hoarse. Marina, could you warm them up? My voice is shot. Sure. Marina struck a middle C and sang. The tone rippled through the room like silk. For a heartbeat everyone forgot to breathe, then they exhaled together. Good heavens, Mrs. Weber whispered. Perfect resonance. Marina smiled, pretending not to notice the fluorescent lights dimming overhead. Rain again at dismissal. She crossed the lot beneath her hood. The Cullens waited beside gleaming cars. Alice waved. Edward ignored it. Jasper looked politely pained. Rosalie leaned against a red convertible, with arms folded. She looked ticked. Not surprising with a convertible in rainy Forks. Marina would be pissed too. When Marina passed, Rosalie's nostrils flared, a breath, a listening, and her head tilted as if catching a melody only she could hear. Their eyes met again. A hum slipped from Marina's throat before she could stop it. The air trembled. Rosalie's expression shifted from irritation to something startled, unguarded. She turned away sharply, sliding into her seat without a word. Marina exhaled, fog curling from her lips. Well, she murmured, that was electric. Angela called from her car. You need a ride? I'll walk. She needed the rhythm of footsteps, the hiss of rain against asphalt, to steady her pulse. The drizzle thickened, and the town's gray light folded around her like gauze. Somewhere inside her chest the metronome pendant ticked faster than it should have, as if keeping tempo for something unseen. That evening, the house smelled of cinnamon tea and wet cedar. Marina sat at her desk, notebook open, pen tapping the margin. At the top of the page she wrote. Title: Sympathy Frequency. Notes: two hearts vibrating at the same pitch. She smiled at the idea. Maybe a duet. Outside, rain kept time on the roof, steady and hypnotic. Somewhere beyond the trees, something, or someone, was listening. Night settled over Forks like damp velvet. The world glowed faintly under streetlights, and the forest breathed its endless rhythm. Inside the Vale house, the upright piano waited in its corner, one leg propped on a folded math textbook. Marina slid onto the bench, fingers hovering above keys worn by years that technically belonged to another version of her. Her parents were in the living room, Ethan marking essays, Lydia knitting a red scarf that would never dry in this weather. The television murmured low, dishes clinked softly in the sink. Ordinary sounds, sacred in their smallness. She struck a chord, D minor, the rain key. The note trembled, then steadied, and warmth rippled through the air. The illusion shimmered gently, the faint sparkle of her skin dulled, her pulse slowed to human rhythm. Her parents saw only their daughter framed by lamplight. That one's new, Lydia called. Does it have words yet? Marina looked over her shoulder with a smile. Working title, Sympathy Frequency. But I might change it if it turns out contagious. Ethan chuckled. Play it contagious. We could use something to lift the weather. She played, slow heartbeat in the bass, melody like a hand unsure if it would be held. The resonance wrapped the room, soft and golden. Lydia set down her knitting, eyes unfocused, peaceful in that half-dream state Marina remembered from her concerts. When the final chord faded, silence lingered like a held breath. Ethan exhaled first. You've still got it, kiddo. Still? She teased. You make me sound ancient. Old soul, he said, kissing her hair on his way to refill his mug. Old soul, she echoed under her breath, smiling. Later, in her room, the notebook waited open again. Sympathy frequency grew line by line. Two strings stretched across distance, same pitch, same pain. One trembles, the other answers. She hummed softly, almost unconsciously. The window pane quivered with the sound. Outside, the forest answered, the steady hush of rain on fir needles, the low hum of the river. The world itself seemed to breathe in time with her. Across town, in the Cullen house garage, Rosalie sat on the steps pretending to help Emmett and Maeve swap brake pads. Oil and iron hung in the air. Beneath it, she caught something strange, a faint, human hum carried on the rain. She froze mid-sentence. Maeve straightened, wiping grease from her wrist. You hearing that too, Rosie, or is the storm flirting with you? Rosalie didn't reply. She stood, eyes distant, listening. The note vibrated faintly through her chest, familiar and impossible. It faded, leaving only drizzle. It's music I think, she said at last. From town. Emmett grinned. Forks High choir practice? You planning to file a noise complaint? Rosalie ignored him. She was remembering the girl from the cafeteria, the one who smelled of cedar and stage lights. The human who hadn't flinched. Who? Alice called from the doorway, her tone pure mischief. The pretty one who made you blink twice? Rosalie glared. She sang, she said simply. And for a second everything went quiet. Alice's smile softened. That's never happened before, has it? No. Rosalie's voice was low, almost wonder. It shouldn't. Midnight. Rain whispered against the roof of the Vale house. Marina closed her notebook and whispered into the dark. When two hearts hum, even silence listens. The words hung in the air, then melted away. She lay back, the ticking of the metronome pendant matching the rhythm of the rain. 2 streets away, in a garage full of sleeping cars, a vampire sat motionless, still hearing that impossible note. And for the first time in either of their long, uneven lives, the world seemed to hold its breath, waiting for her next song. 2. Forks in the Rain. Rain had a rhythm in Forks that never quite ended. It tapped at shingles, whispered against glass, stitched the world together in gray thread. Marina woke to it without surprise, the sound settling into her like something familiar. The metronome pendant on her nightstand ticked softly beside the rain, steady and patient. For a moment she lay still, letting the two rhythms overlap. You're here, she told herself. Not Tokyo, not smoke, not sky. Here. Her room smelled faintly of fresh paint and cedar. The walls were pale, almost white, but not quite, Lydia had insisted on a hint of lilac beneath the surface. Concert posters covered the space above her piano. Her old face smiled down at her from glossy paper, frozen in stage light. She rose and crossed the room barefoot, pressing a single key. Middle C clear. No ache in it. Downstairs, a kettle began to whistle. Marina, Lydia called. Pancakes before they collapse. Marina dressed quickly, sweater and jeans, fingers brushing the pendant as she fastened it. The metal was warm against her skin. She paused only once, catching her reflection in the mirror. The girl looking back at her was 17 and alive. No ash in her eyes. No firelight flickering behind her pupils. Coming, she called, and went downstairs. Lydia stood at the stove with theatrical authority, spatula raised like a baton. Early. I should mark this day. Creative anxiety, Marina replied lightly. I dreamt I missed rehearsal. Ethan lowered his newspaper. You rehearse too much. Even the dog hums in 4/4 now. Marina laughed and slipped into her chair. The kitchen felt small and warm, steam rising from coffee, syrup pooling on plates. She watched the way her parents moved around each other, unthinking, comfortable. The ease of it tightened something in her chest. They had never buried her. They had never stood in a hospital corridor waiting for news that would not come. Showcase this week, Ethan said, sliding her a mug. Mrs. Weber says you're the anchor. I guess, Marina answered, stirring her coffee. It feels different. Different how? She hesitated, searching for a word that would not frighten them. Real. Lydia only smiled. Music's always real for you. Marina nodded, but she knew the difference. Once, music had been ambition. Now it felt like gravity. While her parents debated potholes and council meetings, she let herself settle inward. No visible shimmer. No stray vibration in the air. Just breath, steady and warm. Whatever quiet hum lived beneath her skin softened, folded back into something that belonged to ordinary girls at breakfast tables. When Lydia glanced at her again, she saw nothing unusual. Eat, her mother ordered. You look pale. Marina nearly laughed. If you only knew. She chose to walk to school despite the rain. The drizzle felt forgiving, more like breath than weather. Cedars loomed overhead, their bark dark and fragrant. Water slid from needles in silver threads. She closed her eyes for a moment and listened. Not music. Not yet. Just the world existing. Forks High rose out of mist like damp brick toast, parking lot shining with shallow mirrors. Students clustered beneath umbrellas, voices bright with exaggerated complaint. Angela spotted her immediately. You're early again. Should I be worried? Always, Marina said. But today I brought sheet music, so it's productive anxiety. Angela looped her arm through hers. Mrs. Weber's still raving about yesterday. She says you could make a tuning fork cry. Maybe it had a rough childhood. Angela snorted. Inside, lockers slammed and fluorescent lights hummed. Marina moved through the noise easily. She kept her thoughts small and practical. Chemistry quiz. Whether Lydia remembered to buy coffee filters. If she'd overcommitted to the showcase. People liked her. They leaned toward her voice without realizing they were doing it. She had learned to keep it soft, to let warmth sit naturally in her tone instead of pushing. By lunch the cafeteria roared. Jessica Stanley's voice carried over trays and chatter. Bella Swan sat with the Cullens. Actually sat. Edward looked like he was in pain, someone added. Marina hid a smile. Maybe he alphabetizes his emotions. Ben nearly choked. Alphabetizes? Angst. Brooding. Contemplative despair. They were still laughing when the room shifted. The Cullens entered as one. It wasn't theatrical. They didn't try to command attention. But attention bent toward them anyway. Edward walked first, pale and composed. Alice shimmered with restless energy. Jasper lingered at the edges, quiet as a storm held back. Emmett laughed at something Maeve said. And Rosalie. Rosalie was light made solid. Their eyes met across the room. The contact lasted barely a heartbeat, but something tightened in Marina's chest, low and steady. Not panic. Not performance. Recognition. She looked away first. Angela leaned closer. What was that? Feedback, Marina replied, though her pulse disagreed. The Cullens took their usual table. Conversation around her resumed in uneven waves, but Marina felt the air differently now, like a string drawn closer to pitch. She focused on her tray, on the scrape of plastic against metal. After school the drizzle returned in earnest. The Cullens crossed the parking lot with effortless grace. Rosalie paused beside her red convertible, hand resting lightly on the door. Marina told herself not to react. A hum escaped her anyway. Soft. Barely formed. More breath than sound. Rosalie froze. The note died instantly, swallowed by rain. Marina flushed. Sorry, she muttered to no one. Didn't mean to. Rosalie did not answer. But she did not move either. She lingered, listening, rain purling against her jacket without soaking in. Then Emmett called her name, and the moment broke. Under the covered bridge halfway home, Marina leaned against damp wood and stared at the river below. Her thoughts were messy now, unstructured. Why her? Why that reaction? Why did that glance feel like a held chord waiting for resolution? Sympathetic frequency, she murmured to herself. 2 strings, same pitch. The pendant ticked against her collarbone. The next day at school she felt the awareness again, faint but present. Not intrusive, not loud. Just there. At lunch she caught Rosalie's reflection in the cafeteria window. Gold against gray, stillness against chaos. Jessica smirked. Crush much? Academic curiosity, Marina replied. But she made a decision. If he's listening, she thought, let's see. She let the noise of the cafeteria blur at the edges of her awareness and chose a melody. No humming, no outward sound, just memory, a simple piano progression from her last concert. She built it carefully behind her eyes, placing each note with intention, holding the pauses a fraction longer than instinct required. Not accident, not mood. Deliberate. Across the room, Edward went still. The surrounding minds continued as they always did, cluttered and loud. But hers shifted. Not constant music. Not background noise. Structure. The melody unfolded steadily, measured, offered. If you're eavesdropping, she thought clearly, letting the words ride along the rhythm, at least enjoy the playlist. She didn't look at him. She didn't need to. The melody continued for a few measures longer, then dissolved back into ordinary thought. Homework. Rain. Whether she'd left her notebook in her locker. The bell rang. Outside, drizzle softened the edges of everything again. Marina touched the pendant at her throat. Fine, she whispered to the rain. If you're listening, Edward, at least appreciate the arrangement. Across the lot, Rosalie watched her without moving. And somewhere between them, faint and steady as breath, a single note waited for answer. That night, Forks felt smaller than the stage she'd once stood upon, but somehow louder. Rain tapped steadily against her bedroom window, a thin, patient rhythm that almost sounded like brushes on a snare. Marina lay on her back, staring at a ceiling she had apparently known all her life. Posters she didn't remember choosing hung above a desk she didn't remember using. A wardrobe held clothes that fit her perfectly. The life was seamless. That was what unsettled her. She turned onto her side and pressed her cheek into the pillow. It smelled faintly of detergent and something warmer. Home. Or at least, a version of it. Her throat felt tight in a way that had nothing to do with fear. Without thinking about it, she let her breath fall into tempo with the rain. Inhale for 4. Hold. Exhale for 6. The old discipline returned easily. Breath before note. Always breath before note. She hummed. Softly. Barely more than vibration against cotton. The first line came without permission. I left the door half open. Her voice was different now. Younger. Clearer. Less weathered. The timbre startled her, and she almost stopped, but the melody held steady, as if it had been waiting. You said the wind would bite. The rain seemed to lean closer to listen. She didn't sing the chorus. Not yet. That part still belonged to another life. To a kitchen with creaking floorboards and a kettle that never quite stopped rattling. Instead, she adjusted the line beneath her breath, testing it against the present. If I shine too bright, close your eyes, pretend. Her mouth curved faintly. No, that wouldn't do, not anymore. She shifted the lyric, quietly, experimentally. If I shine too bright, stand beside me instead. The words settled into her chest like something placed carefully back on a shelf. She sang the chorus then, barely audible, the sound meant for walls and wood and the pulse under her own ribs. When you see me laughing, see the girl you know. The shimmer she'd felt all day did not surge. No air thickened, no light bent. There was only warmth, gentle and contained, spreading through her like blood returning to cold fingers. By the time she reached the final line, her breathing had steadied. I'm home still. The rain kept time. The room stayed ordinary. The world did not tremble. And for the first time since she'd opened her eyes in this borrowed body, she felt something anchor. Not power. Not destiny. Just herself. 3. A song in his head. Fork's mornings didn't arrive, they unmuted. The rain lowered itself from steady percussion to a soft, persistent hiss, as if the sky were clearing its throat. Marina walked toward school with one earbud in, not playing anything, just wearing it like a shield. If anyone asked, she could say she was listening to something. It was easier than explaining that most days, her head was loud enough on its own. Today, she kept it ordinary on purpose. Homework. A quiz in chemistry. Whether her mother would remember to buy more coffee filters. She let her thoughts scatter the way human thoughts were supposed to, messy, inconsistent, half-finished. No structure. No deliberate rhythm. The metronome pendant rested against her collarbone, warm from her skin. It ticked faintly in a way that wasn't sound so much as sensation, steady as a second pulse. Behave, she muttered to it. It continued, unimpressed. The parking lot shimmered under mist and exhaust. Students drifted between cars in damp clusters. The Cullens were already there. They were hard to miss, not because they were loud, but because they weren't. Space adjusted around them. Movement thinned. The world seemed to step half a pace aside. Edward leaned against the Volvo, hands loose at his sides, posture deceptively relaxed. He wasn't scanning the crowd the way he sometimes did. He was looking nowhere in particular. Until Marina stepped into the lot. His head turned. Not sharply, not dramatically, just immediately. She felt it, not his thoughts, not words, but attention. Focused and precise, like a beam narrowing. Angela appeared at her elbow. You're staring. I'm not. You are. Marina didn't look away from Edward. I'm assessing. Angela followed her gaze. He does look like he alphabetizes his emotions. That almost made Marina laugh. Angst. Brooding. Contemplative despair. Stop, Angela said, grinning. Now I can't unsee it. They headed inside before the bell rang. Marina didn't look back again. She didn't need to. The awareness lingered like pressure between her shoulder blades. By third period, she was in her mother's art classroom, the air thick with pencil shavings and damp canvas. Lydia Vale moved between easels with brisk warmth, correcting perspective, adjusting angles. Alice Cullen sat 3 stools away, immaculate even in an oversized sweater that looked like it had been stolen from a vintage catalog. Morning, Alice said brightly. Morning, Marina replied. Lydia glanced between them. Marina, try not to distract my students. Mom. Alice laughed, eyes sparkling. Relax. I've been around forever. It landed exactly the way it was meant to, dramatic, exaggerated, teenage. No one in the room took it seriously. Marina sketched the curve of an apple and kept her breathing even. Alice leaned closer, lowering her voice. Edward's been weird. That's not new. Different weird, Alice insisted. Quiet weird. He keeps staring at nothing, and Jasper keeps staring at him. Marina shaded the apple darker than necessary. Family hobby. Alice studied her for a moment, then smiled as if she decided something. You're interesting, Marina Vale. Occupational hazard. The bell rang before Alice could elaborate. Lunch arrived in a wash of noise and damp jackets. Marina sat with Angela and Ben and let Jessica narrate the Cullens' existence like it was a wildlife documentary. They're so intense, Jessica whispered. They're just quiet, Angela said. Quiet like a cathedral, Jessica corrected. Marina's gaze drifted to the corner by the windows. The Cullens were in their usual configuration. Edward's posture was still, but something about him felt narrower. Focused. On her. Fine. She wasn't going to pretend she didn't know. She let her attention settle on the condensation crawling down the cafeteria window. She didn't hum, didn't move, she simply began to arrange a melody in her head, slow, deliberate, a private line of piano from a song she'd written in another lifetime. No lyrics, no spectacle, just structure. She built it carefully, measure by measure, letting it rest behind her eyes like furniture placed with intention. Across the room, Edward stilled. His fingers tightened slightly against the edge of the table. His gaze lifted, searching without appearing to. Marina didn't look at him. She kept her eyes on her tray. The melody continued. Then, lightly, almost playfully, she threaded a sentence through it. If you're listening, at least try not to look so obvious. She didn't push it. She didn't shout it. She just placed it inside the rhythm and let it exist. For a moment, nothing happened. Then Edward's eyes closed for the briefest fraction of a second. When they opened again, something in his face had shifted. The tension in his jaw eased. His shoulders dropped a fraction. He didn't smile, but he looked, impossibly, relieved. Like he'd been drowning in noise and had finally stepped into a quiet room. Marina's pulse stumbled. So it's real. She let the melody dissolve. Let her thoughts scatter into cafeteria static, homework, rain, Angela's commentary about fries. Edward remained still for a moment longer, as if listening for something that had already ended. Jessica nudged her. You're doing it again. Doing what? That thing, where you look like you're in another universe. Marina snorted. I'm thinking about dessert. Liar, Ben said cheerfully. The bell saved her from further interrogation. Outside, drizzle brushed her hair and coat. The Cullens gathered near their cars. Edward's gaze found her instantly this time, then slid away as if he'd forced it to. Alice watched both of them with bright curiosity. Jasper's attention touched the air around Marina, not invasive, not sharp, just a subtle pressure, like someone testing the weather. Maeve leaned against Emmett's truck, amused by something only she found funny. Rosalie stood by her convertible, luminous even under gray skies. When Marina's eyes met Rosalie's, that thread tightened again. Not hunger, not hostility, recognition, like two strings tuned too close to the same pitch. Rosalie didn't smile. But she didn't look away. Emmett said something loud and ridiculous. The moment fractured. Rain resumed its steady rhythm. Marina turned first and started walking home. The road through the trees felt quieter than the school. The farther she moved from the building, the more the world returned to simple things. Wet cedar, river rush, the muted grind of tires on gravel. She exhaled slowly. That was reckless, she murmured. The pendant ticked against her throat, steady as ever. She wasn't supposed to be pushing this. She didn't have a manual. She had instincts and a gift that felt like an instrument with no volume control. Edward had heard her. Worse, he'd understood enough to respond, even without words. That look on his face had not been fear. It had been gratitude. And Rosalie? Rosalie had felt like an unanswered chord. Marina stopped at the covered bridge and leaned against the railing, watching rain dimple the river below. Great, she muttered. Now I'm making friends with the weirdest family in Forks. The words sounded safer than what she really meant. She pressed her fingers to the pendant. We are not escalating today, she warned it. It ticked, unbothered. Behind her, the forest remained only forest. No shifting air, no mythic tremor, just wind in branches and the steady applause of rain. Marina straightened and pulled her hood up. All right, she said softly to the empty road. If you're going to listen, then listen carefully. Then she walked home, her thoughts deliberately ordinary, the melody bank low and quiet, and somewhere across town, Edward Cullen stood in the gray afternoon and realized that for the first time in a century, silence was no longer the only relief he could find. 4. Acoustics and alibis. Forks woke gray and undecided, the sky hanging low enough to brush the treetops. Marina sat cross-legged on her bedroom floor with her laptop open, free notebooks spread around her like a paper barricade. Rain tapped the window in an offbeat rhythm that wanted to become a song. She didn't let it. Not yet. On the screen was something far less romantic than melody. A draft email to a copyright attorney in Seattle. She'd rewritten it twice already, trimming the enthusiasm, sharpening the questions. Hello. I'm preparing to register original compositions prior to public performance. I'd like clarification on provisional filings versus full registration and whether demo recordings are required for protection at this stage. It felt strange, planning protection before anyone even knew she existed. But she remembered the first time around, handshakes that meant nothing, contracts that meant less, producers who promised exposure instead of payment. She hadn't clawed her way back into 17 years old just to repeat those mistakes. Her phone buzzed. Angela. Angela, you walking today or hitching a ride with the fashion gods? Marina. Walking. I trust my legs more than divine intervention. Angela. Suit yourself. It's basically Noah's Ark out here. Marina smiled and closed the message. Walking meant thinking, and thinking meant control. She slipped the laptop into her bag, double-checked the flash drive where she'd backed up 3 finished songs, and paused with her hand on the zipper. No demos online yet, no sharing beyond small circles. File first, perform later, build slow. That was the plan. Forks High buzzed the way it always did on wet mornings, damp coats, coffee breath, lockers slamming in minor key. Marina moved through it with practiced ease, offering smiles that didn't invite follow-up. She saw the Cullens before they saw her, or at least before they acknowledged it. Edward leaned back in his chair at their usual table, pale and unreadable, like a statue someone had accidentally given a pulse. She adjusted her path half an inch to the left. Not dramatic, not obvious, just enough. Her mind, however, took more effort. She could feel him there, that quiet pressure like a second metronome ticking somewhere behind her shoulder. So she thought deliberately, stacking her thoughts like sheet music. Eggs, milk, algebra homework, bridge needs rewriting in second verse. Don't forget to call mom about Thursday rehearsal. Nothing lyrical, nothing shimmering, just scaffolding. If he noticed, he didn't show it. His gaze slid past her as if she were another gray morning. Marina resisted the urge to glance back. That would be poking the tiger, and she had no interest in that particular hobby. She set her tray down at Angela's table and forced herself to focus on something solid. College brochures folded inside her bag. A list of local venues within driving distance of Seattle. A reminder to research publishing splits before she ever let a producer near her work. Her life was here. Music, parents, school, a future that didn't include supernatural civil wars. She took a bite of toast and kept her thoughts steady, almost boring, even when she felt that faint flicker of attention from across the cafeteria. Let him wonder. She didn't owe anyone her inner orchestra. Outside, rain streaked down the windows in clean vertical lines, as if the world itself were practicing restraint. Rain didn't let up by the final bell. It thickened instead, turning the parking lot into a blurred watercolor of taillights and puddles. Marina lingered by her locker longer than necessary, rearranging sheet music that didn't need rearranging. Walking home in this would mean soaked jeans and a violin case she'd have to dry with a hairdryer for an hour. She weighed the inconvenience against the alternative. A flash of red pulled up to the curb outside the doors. Low, polished, unapologetically bright against the gray. The engine purred like it knew it was being watched. Rosalie Hale leaned across the passenger seat and pushed the door open without stepping out. You planning to grow gills, or do you need a ride? Marina blinked at the car, then at Rosalie. Is that thing even waterproof? It's a Porsche. That's not what I asked. Rosalie's mouth curved despite herself. Get in before your sheet music dissolves. Marina hesitated on the threshold. Sensible people avoided climbing into cars with predators, even beautifully dressed ones with perfect posture and dry hair. Sensible people also didn't freeze in doorways while half the school watched. She adjusted her violin case on her shoulder and made a decision that felt practical rather than reckless. Your pocket rocket is very red, she said as she slid into the seat. What made you think a convertible in Forks, the rainiest place in the world, was a good idea? Rosalie shut the door with a smooth click and shifted into gear. It looks better with the top down. In theory, Marina muttered, fastening her seatbelt. In practice, we live in a rainforest. The car eased into traffic with predatory grace, tires slicing through standing water without a shudder. Inside, it smelled faintly of leather and something clean and metallic. Marina kept her hands folded over her case, resisting the urge to stare at Rosalie's profile. Up close, she was even more precise than from a distance, every movement measured, economical, controlled. You always walk? Rosalie asked, eyes on the road. Usually. It gives me time to think. And today? Today I didn't want mildew to become a lifestyle choice. A soft sound escaped Rosalie, almost a laugh. You're not what I expected. That makes two of us. They drove in silence for a moment, rain streaking sideways across the windshield. Marina kept her thoughts ordinary on purpose. Homework, grocery list, the bridge of the new song that still refused to settle. She wasn't about to hum. Not here, not now. Rosalie glanced at her once, quick and unreadable. You avoid us. Direct. No accusation, just observation. Marina considered her answer carefully. Forks is small. It's healthier to rotate social circles. That's a diplomatic way of saying yes. I like my life uncomplicated. Rosalie's hands tightened slightly on the wheel, though her expression didn't change. We're not complicated. Marina looked out at the trees sliding past in a blur of wet green. That's debatable. The corner of Rosalie's mouth lifted again, this time slower. Fair. When they reached Marina's street, the car slowed with unnatural smoothness. Rosalie pulled up precisely at the curb, engine idling like it didn't need to breathe. For a second neither of them moved. Thanks, Marina said, reaching for the handle. Rosalie's voice stopped her. You don't have to avoid the rain every time. I don't avoid rain, Marina replied lightly. Just storms. Something flickered in Rosalie's gaze, interest, maybe, or challenge, but it passed before Marina could name it. She stepped out into the drizzle, violin case tucked securely under her arm. The Porsche pulled away in a clean sweep of red against gray, leaving Marina standing on the curb with the faintest awareness that she'd just crossed a line she hadn't meant to approach. Not a dangerous one, not yet, just a thin, quiet line between distance and involvement. She exhaled slowly and walked toward her house, reminding herself that accepting a ride in the rain didn't mean inviting a hurricane. Rehearsal started late because Mrs. Weber couldn't find the spare cable for the main microphone, which meant everyone stood around pretending not to check their phones. Marina used the delay to retune her violin, drawing the bow lightly across each string until the pitch settled where it belonged. The room smelled of old wood and damp coats, the windows fogged from too many bodies breathing the same recycled air. Okay, Mrs. Weber said at last, flustered but determined. From the top, please. And let's not pop the microphones again. A few students groaned in mock offense. Jason lifted both hands from the soundboard. Wasn't me. Marina adjusted her shoulder rest and lifted her instrument into place. Nothing dramatic. Just rehearsal. Just school. The first run-through was clean. Harmonies slightly flat in the second row, altos a touch ahead of tempo, but nothing unusual. Marina kept her voice measured, smaller than instinct wanted. She'd learned that not every note needed to prove itself. On the second pass, she let herself relax into a sustained line, not pushing it, just allowing the breath to sit lower in her ribs. The microphone answered with a sharp crackle, a brittle snap of feedback that made everyone flinch. Jason swore under his breath and reached for the dials. Levels didn't change. Mrs. Weber frowned at the speaker stack. Old wiring. Again. Marina lowered her bow slowly. She hadn't moved closer. She hadn't raised her volume. If anything, she'd softened it. They reset. Once more, Mrs. Weber said, more cautious now. Keep it gentle. Marina nodded and began again, this time consciously pulling the sound back, shaping it inward instead of outward. The note felt contained, almost folded into itself. The speakers behaved. The harmonies stacked neatly. No crackle. No squeal. Halfway through the chorus, one of the fluorescent lights above the back row flickered once, twice, then steadied. Angela glanced up. This place is haunted. It's damp, someone answered. Everything's damp. Marina didn't look at the light. She kept singing, heart steady, expression neutral. Forks buildings were older than half the staff. Rain did strange things to circuits. That was the explanation. That was the reasonable one. When rehearsal ended, she stayed behind to coil cables, careful not to let her fingers brush the mic head directly. Mrs. Weber hovered nearby, studying the board. "You're not straining, are you?" she asked gently. "Sometimes when you settle into a note, the equipment peaks. We may need to adjust your channel." "I'm not trying to break anything," Marina said, keeping her tone light. "I know you're not." Mrs. Weber smiled. "You just carry more presence than most. That's a good problem to have." "Presence." Marina nodded and packed her violin away. In the hallway, the air felt thinner, quieter after the layered sound of rehearsal. She walked past the trophy case and paused when the digital clock above the drinking fountain blinked. The numbers disappeared for half a second, replaced by a blank green glow, then returned. 3:42. No one else reacted. A pair of freshmen hurried past without even glancing up. She stood there longer than necessary, pulse ticking steady in her ears. Damp wiring. Voltage dip. Coincidence. She adjusted the strap of her case and forced herself to move. "I need to keep this contained," she murmured under her breath. This time, nothing crackled in response. Alice didn't mean to look. She'd learned, over the decades, that curiosity was a dangerous habit. Visions came whether she invited them or not, and the more she tugged at the threads, the more tangled they became. So she'd been careful around the new human with the careful eyes and the deliberate mind. Marina Vale was not their concern. Not their problem. Not their future. Except she kept appearing. Alice stood near the windows at home, rain blurring the forest into streaks of green and silver. She wasn't thinking about Marina at all. She was thinking about a jacket she wanted Rosalie to stop pretending she didn't like. Then, without warning, the world snapped sideways. Marina, standing in the parking lot, walking away from a red car. Gone. Marina again, only this time she was at the edge of the woods, violin case in hand, looking not frightened but focused. Gone. Marina in the garage at the house, not dazzled, not overwhelmed, simply present, as though she belonged there in a way that didn't disturb the furniture. Gone. Alice blinked, steadying herself against the back of the sofa. The rain outside hadn't changed. The house hadn't moved, but the futures had. She tried not to reach for it, but the instinct won. She thought of Marina deliberately. The visions fractured. In one, Marina was nowhere near them at all, stepping onto a stage far from Forks, lights bright and impersonal, her name printed large above her head. In another, she stood ahead of them in the forest, not running from anything but moving with purpose, the Cullens following rather than leading. In a third, Rosalie's posture was softer, something in her expression rewritten, though Alice couldn't see what had done it. Each future shifted when Marina shifted. Each one dissolved the moment a decision changed. Alice exhaled slowly. That wasn't normal. Humans brushed their edges all the time, teachers, classmates, strangers at the hospital. Most of them faded from her sight the moment they left the room. Marina didn't fade. She recalibrated. Footsteps sounded behind her. Edward paused at the doorway, watching her carefully. "You saw something." Alice didn't look at him. "Maybe. Is she a threat?" The question hung there, heavier than it should have. "No," Alice said after a moment. "That's the strange part. She didn't see blood. She didn't see chaos. She didn't see Volturi cloaks cutting through rain. She saw choice after choice after choice, each one bending toward the same human girl who was trying very hard not to bend at all." Alice finally turned toward the window again, where the trees swayed in patient rhythm. "She keeps showing up," she murmured. Edward's silence was thoughtful. Alice folded her arms lightly, expression unreadable. "And she's not even trying." 5. Afterimage. The house felt too small. Marina noticed it the moment she stepped through the front door after school, rain slick on her jacket and damp clinging to her jeans. Nothing had changed. The hallway still smelled faintly of cedar and her mother's paint supplies. The kitchen clock still ticked in patient, domestic rhythm. The world hadn't shifted. She had. The itch had been manageable this morning. Annoying, like a song stuck half-written in her throat. Now it pressed harder, not painful but insistent, a tightness beneath her ribs that made breathing feel slightly misaligned. She dropped her bag by the stairs and rolled her shoulders, as if the sensation were just muscle tension. Overreacting, she muttered to herself. You sang too hard. That's all. She headed for the kitchen and opened the fridge with more force than necessary. Cold air washed over her face, grounding and ordinary. She grabbed leftover pasta, didn't bother reheating it, and ate standing at the counter. The fork clinked softly against ceramic. The house hummed with its small, safe noises. The itch didn't move. She chewed slower, swallowed deliberately, waited. Nothing. It wasn't hunger in her stomach. That part of her felt satisfied enough. This was somewhere else, higher, centered in her chest like a coiled wire that refused to unwind. She pressed her palm flat against her sternum, just under the metronome pendant. The metal ticked steadily against her skin, calm and unbothered. You're not helping, she told it under her breath. She tried tea next. Heat usually softened everything. Steam curled up past her face as she wrapped both hands around the mug and leaned back against the counter. Rain streaked down the kitchen window in clean vertical lines. Forks looked washed and muted and entirely uninterested in her internal crisis. The first tremor caught her off guard. A faint vibration, not in the floor or the glass, but inside her throat. It was the shape of a note that hadn't been sung. Her breath hitched. She swallowed hard and the sensation settled, but it didn't disappear. It lingered like a held chord waiting for resolution. Don't, she whispered to herself, though she wasn't sure what she was forbidding. She set the mug down and forced herself upstairs, determined to drown the restlessness in homework. Algebra first. Numbers were obedient. They didn't hum back. She spread her books across the desk and bent over the page, pencil moving in neat, controlled strokes. Halfway through a problem, she realized she was counting in measures instead of integers. 4 beats. Pause. 4 beats. The pressure in her chest tightened. Not sharp, just fuller, like something expanding behind her ribs. She pushed her chair back abruptly and stood. The room felt wrong, too quiet and too loud at the same time. The fan on her ceiling spun lazily, blades cutting the air with soft repetition. She stared at it, trying to sync her breathing with its rhythm. Inhale, exhale, inhale. The itch spiked. It wasn't pain. It was absence, a hollow space that wanted to be filled. She'd felt something like it once before, years ago in another life, when she'd stepped off stage after an encore and the roar of the crowd had dropped to nothing. That crash, that sudden vacuum where applause had been. She'd thought it was ego then. Adrenaline withdrawal. Fame detox. This didn't feel like ego. This felt like suffocation. Marina pressed both hands flat against her chest, as if she could physically hold herself together. It's just nerves, she insisted softly. You're fine. The pendant ticked on, steady and indifferent. Her gaze drifted to the violin case propped in the corner of the room. The sight of it made the pressure shift, not easing but sharpening, like a compass needle snapping toward north. That's not fair, she said quietly, eyes still on the case. You don't get to solve everything. The itch answered with silence that felt heavy. Marina closed her eyes and tried one last time to will it away. She thought about groceries, about copyright filings, about algebra tests and district showcases and all the sensible scaffolding she'd built around this new life. She forced her thoughts into straight lines, into prose instead of melody. The hollow space remained. And beneath it, faint but undeniable, was the sense that if she didn't let something out soon, something would break. She didn't reach for the violin right away. She paced first. From desk to window, from window to door, back again. The room felt smaller with every turn, like the walls were inching closer in polite, well-meaning increments. She told herself it was ridiculous. Houses didn't contract. Air didn't thicken. Pendants didn't tick louder just because you were unsettled. The ticking was louder, though. Not in volume, but in presence. Each click seemed to land directly against the hollow space in her chest, measuring it. Fine, she muttered, stopping in the center of the room. We'll do this properly. She sat cross-legged on the floor and placed the metronome pendant in her palm, letting it rest there like a steady heart. She closed her eyes and counted breaths, long and deliberate. Inhale for 4, hold, exhale for 4. She'd done this before auditions in another lifetime, before stepping into rooms where everything depended on control. Control had always been her strength. The itch pulsed once, sharp and impatient. Her throat tightened. A phantom note pressed upward, subtle but insistent, like the beginning of a yawn she couldn't quite complete. She swallowed it down. The sensation retreated, only to bloom again, wider this time, spreading across her ribs. This is stupid, she whispered. I'm not 5. I can ignore it. She opened her eyes and reached for her phone instead, desperate for distraction. She scrolled through the edited clip from rehearsal again, watching herself sing as if she were a stranger. The microphone pop was barely noticeable in the final cut. The fluorescent flicker looked like bad wiring. Nothing about it screamed supernatural. Nothing about it explained why her chest felt like a held breath. Her pulse began to climb anyway. She stood too quickly, and the room tilted for half a second. Not dizziness. Not exactly. More like her inner ear had shifted key without warning. She braced a hand against the desk until the floor steadied beneath her. Okay, she said softly, tension threading her voice now. That's new. The itch flared, and with it came something else. Not sound. Not light. A pressure in the air itself, faint but unmistakable, like static gathering before a storm. The fan overhead stuttered once. Not a power outage. Just a hiccup. Marina's gaze snapped upward. She hadn't sung. She hadn't even hummed. Her breathing shortened. The hollow space inside her expanded again, wider, deeper. It felt like hunger, but not for food. It felt like standing at the edge of a cliff and realizing you didn't fear the fall so much as the silence at the bottom. Her eyes flicked back to the violin case in the corner. The pull wasn't gentle anymore. It wasn't even subtle. It was directional. Like gravity had shifted in the room and pointed straight at polished wood and tightened strings. No, she said immediately, taking a step back. If I play in here, I'll break something. That wasn't paranoia. She'd already seen what a soft note could do to cheap wiring. She wasn't about to test resonance against drywall and framed photos of her parents smiling on camping trips. The itch sharpened at the thought of containment. Her chest felt too tight, breath scraping on the way in. For a second, genuine panic brushed her nerves. Not fear of monsters. Fear of implosion. She pressed both hands flat against her sternum and bent forward slightly, as if that would physically compress whatever was trying to expand. Let it out. The idea settled with alarming clarity. Not in her bedroom. Not in town. Not near microphones or fluorescent lights or her parents' fragile human things. Space. Wind. Somewhere bigger than her. Her gaze drifted toward the window where rain streaked down the glass in restless lines. Beyond it lay forest and road and, farther still, the cliffs at La Push where the ocean swallowed sound and returned it reshaped. Her pulse steadied, but not from calm. From decision. "I can't sit here," she said quietly, already moving toward the corner. "I can't afford witnesses." She lifted the violin case. The weight felt right in her hand, solid and purposeful. The hollow space inside her didn't vanish, but it shifted, no longer pressing inward. It leaned forward. Toward open air. She didn't bother with a coat. By the time Marina reached the front door, the decision had hardened into momentum, and momentum didn't wait for practicality. She slid her feet into running shoes, shoved the violin case strap across her shoulder, and stepped into the rain before she could overthink it. Cold air hit her face like a slap, clean and bracing. The first breath burned slightly in her lungs, and she welcomed it. The road toward La Push curved through forest that seemed older than thought. Wet cedar and moss thickened the air, the scent grounding in a way her bedroom hadn't been. She started at a jog, careful of the slick pavement, then lengthened her stride once the rhythm settled. The violin case bumped lightly against her back, steady and familiar, like a second spine. The itch shifted with movement. It didn't vanish. It uncoiled. Each footfall sent a pulse through her body that felt almost like alignment, the pressure in her chest stretching instead of compressing. Her breath found cadence with the sound of rain hitting leaves. Inhale for 3 steps. Exhale for 3. The metronome pendant ticked against her collarbone, matching her pace without complaint. "This is better," she murmured, not because it was true yet, but because she needed it to be. Cars passed occasionally, headlights cutting through gray, but no one slowed. Forks was used to strange teenagers running in bad weather. She kept her head down and let the forest swallow her. The farther she moved from town, the quieter the world felt, not silent, but less crowded. No fluorescent buzz. No distant traffic hum. Just wind through branches and the distant, constant breath of the ocean. When the trees thinned and the air sharpened with salt, the mist followed her like breath. It wasn't real rain anymore, just fine silver drifting through branches, barely enough to dampen her sleeves. By the time she climbed the last stretch toward the overlook, the wind coming off the sea had begun to push it back. The ocean revealed itself in layers. Gray water first, then white spray, then, slowly, a seam in the clouds where light pressed through as if testing the world for weakness. She stepped onto the open rock and the mist broke completely. Wind tore the last of it sideways, clearing the air in seconds. The sky remained heavy and overcast, but one pale shaft of sunlight slid through a gap in the cloud bank and struck the waves at an angle. A faint arc formed over the surf. Not bright, not dramatic, just the soft suggestion of a rainbow suspended above relentless motion. Marina stood still, breathing hard, hair whipped back from her face. The pressure in her chest flared once, then steadied, no longer clawing inward. It leaned toward the horizon. "Okay," she whispered. The ocean answered with a crash against stone. She knelt and set the violin case on dry rock, fingers checking the surface instinctively before opening it. The instrument remained pristine, wood gleaming even under cloud-muted light. She lifted it carefully, chin settling into place, bow poised but patient. Wind pressed against her, testing balance. The hollow space inside her expanded again, but this time it didn't feel like suffocation. It felt like scale. She drew the bow across the strings. The first note carried. Not swallowed, not lost. It rode the wind instead, thin at first, then stronger as she adjusted angle and pressure. The ocean's roar didn't drown it. The waves provided rhythm beneath it, a percussive foundation older than memory. She shifted her stance slightly, grounding herself against the gusts, and let the second note rise fuller. The itch in her chest responded immediately. Not with pain. With hunger. It opened like a mouth tasting salt air. Marina closed her eyes and let the melody form without forcing it. Something old and coastal slipped into the line. Minor intervals. Rising phrases that felt like climbing driftwood stairs carved into cliffside rock. The music didn't belong to stadiums or spotlights. It belonged to tide and cedar and stories told beside firelight. The rainbow above the waves brightened faintly as the sun widened its reach. And for the first time since the itch began, the hollow inside her didn't feel empty. It felt answered. The violin carried her further than breath alone could. She let the bow move in steady arcs, allowing the ocean's rhythm to shape her tempo. The melody grew surer, less searching. Minor chords bent towards something ancient, something that felt less written and more remembered. Her fingers moved without conscious planning, sliding into intervals that tasted of salt and cedar smoke. Wind threaded through the notes but didn't steal them. It lifted them. The pressure in her chest rose again, but now it aligned with the music. Not chaotic. Directed. A tide pulling outward instead of pressing inward. And then her voice slipped in. Not planned. Not deliberate. It rose under the violin line like mist under light, soft at first, wordless. A hum. Then a vowel. Then a line that shaped itself before she could question it. Water keeps the names we whisper. The bow never faltered. She sang into the wind, into the roar of surf, letting the melody stretch wide enough to meet the horizon. Stone remembers where we stood. Her voice didn't fight the ocean. It braided with it. The itch inside her opened fully. It wasn't hunger in the brutal sense. It was intake. The moment before applause. The shared breath between performer and audience. Only there was no audience. Just sea and sky and cliff. She finished the phrase and let the last note hover. Silence fell heavy in its wake. Not ocean silence, human silence. Marina's eyes opened slowly. They weren't alone. Along the edge of the overlook and seated on the higher rocks behind her, a semicircle had formed. A dozen figures. Some standing. Some cross-legged. A few children perched on driftwood like quiet birds. They hadn't interrupted. They hadn't approached. They had simply listened. An older man with weathered hands and steady eyes inclined his head first. Not surprise. Recognition. Marina, he said warmly, as if she'd just walked into a family gathering instead of materializing from mist and music. You found your way back to the cliff. Back. The word landed strangely. Marina lowered her violin slowly, pulse steady but elevated. Her first instinct was embarrassment. Second was calculation. Third was something warmer. I didn't know anyone was here, she admitted. We weren't, a woman answered gently. Not until you started. A murmur of agreement passed softly through the group. Not chatter. Approval. The older man smiled slightly. You always sing when the sea turns restless. Always. That borrowed familiarity brushed against the vague inherited memories of this place. Festivals. Stories told beside bonfires. A younger version of her body standing exactly here, playing something simpler. She swallowed. I'm not sure I remember the right ones, she said honestly. A girl of about 12 leaned forward eagerly. You sang about To Like You once. The girl who followed the tide into winter. The name sparked something half-formed in Marina's mind. A fragment of story. A shape of rhythm. The itch in her chest pulsed again. Hungry. Not for the ocean. For them. Marina hesitated only a second before tucking the violin under her arm and setting the bow aside. Wind tugged at her sleeves, but the air felt steadier now, held by quiet expectation. If I get it wrong, she warned lightly, you're correcting me. A ripple of laughter moved through the semicircle. Soft. Warm. She drew in a breath and let her voice fall lower, richer, less polished than the concert version of herself. This wasn't stage singing. This was firelight singing. The melody came first, steady and grounded, built on minor thirds that felt older than English. Taliqua walked where the tide pulled thin. Bare feet marked by the breath of wind. She carried moonlight in cedar grain. And asked the sea to speak her name. The ocean struck the rocks below as if answering her rhythm. She stood where winter swallowed flame. Where driftwood whispered who she became. The waves took fear but left her song. And taught her where her heart belonged. Her voice didn't soar. It settled. It wrapped around the people seated on stone and driftwood, around the children leaning forward, around the elder whose eyes had closed halfway through the second line. As she sang, something shifted. It wasn't visible light. It wasn't spectacle. It was feeling. Pride rose first, quiet and deep. Then memory. Then something like relief, as if the story had been waiting to be heard again. The emotion moved through the semicircle and then toward her. Not forced, not dragged, simply offered. The hollow space inside her responded like dry earth to rain. Warmth flooded her chest. Not sharp. Not consuming. Sustaining. The tight coil beneath her ribs loosened in slow increments with each measure. Her breathing steadied. Her pulse dropped from restless to grounded. She finished the final note softly, letting it dissolve into the wind. Silence followed. Then hands met hands in steady rhythm. Not explosive applause. Recognition. Approval. A murmur in Quileute, low and warm, passed through the group like tide through reeds. Marina stood there, heart clear, lungs open. The itch was gone. Not suppressed. Satisfied. Her brow furrowed. She hadn't eaten. She hadn't rested. She hadn't done anything except sing. And yet the hollow space that had nearly split her open an hour ago now felt completely full. Not bloated. Not overwhelmed. Balanced. Her gaze moved across the faces watching her, across softened eyes and small smiles and the quiet glow of shared belonging. Understanding crept in slowly, cold beneath the warmth. She hadn't just given them something. She'd taken something too. The wind lifted her hair again, but she barely felt it. What, exactly, had she just eaten? 6. Salt and memory. The days after the cliff settled strangely inside her. Not dramatic. Not chaotic. Just shifted. Marina moved through school and home with an awareness that felt new and old at once, like wearing a coat she'd forgotten she owned. Faces at Forks High seemed sharper now. Names came easier. When someone from La Push waved at her in the hallway and called, "You coming down this weekend?" She didn't freeze. She nodded. But the pressure built quietly. They'd known her. They'd known her songs. They'd referenced nights she couldn't remember, jokes she didn't understand, glances weighted with shared history that wasn't hers, yet. She stood in her bedroom on Thursday evening with her desk drawer pulled open, staring at the mess she'd ignored since waking in this body. USB drives, old lyric notebooks, a cheap digital recorder with a cracked screen, printed photos tucked into envelopes. The artifacts of a girl who had lived here before Marina Vale the diva fell from the sky and landed in her bones. She sat slowly and picked up the recorder first. It powered on after a second of hesitation. The first file she opened crackled with wind and distant surf. Then a voice began to sing. Her voice. Younger, softer, not weaker, just unshaped by stadiums and studio acoustics. There was a brightness to it, an earnestness that made something in Marina's throat tighten. The song wasn't polished. It wandered slightly off-tempo in places, breath catching between lines. But it was real. It belonged to this beach, this town, these people. She listened to the whole thing without moving. The girl in the recording laughed at the end, breathless. Okay, that was bad. Don't judge me. Someone off mic had said, "You're impossible." She stopped the playback and stared at the recorder in her hands. That was you, she whispered. Not accusing, not grieving, just stating. The next hour passed in careful excavation. Photo albums from the closet shelf. Beach bonfires, driftwood piled high against twilight. Faces she now half recognized leaning into her shoulder. A boy with wind-tangled hair grinning at the camera as if it had personally offended him. Eli. Memory slid into place more smoothly this time. Summer evenings. Him carrying her violin case without being asked. Him hovering too close while she tuned, pretending he didn't know he was doing it. She didn't feel invaded. She felt layered. The girl who'd lived here hadn't been erased. She'd been paused. Her habits lingered in muscle memory. Her laughter echoed in old recordings. Her friendships were still warm, waiting to be stepped back into. They knew you, she said softly to the empty room. So maybe I should know them. She gathered the USB drives into a small pile and set them beside her laptop. She would listen to all of them. She would relearn the names. Not because she was afraid of being caught out, but because this was her life now. These were her people. Integration wasn't theft. It was responsibility. The following weekend arrived with thin sunlight and a sky that couldn't decide whether it meant it. Marina stood in the kitchen doorway, keys dangling from her mother's fingers. "You're sure?" Lydia asked, eyebrow raised. "You never want the car." "I know," Marina said, trying to sound casual. "But I thought I'd go out to La Push. It's been a while." That wasn't technically a lie. It had been a while. For her. Lydia studied her for a moment, then smiled. "Just don't scratch it. And if you see Mrs. Clearwater, tell her I still owe her that canvas." Got it. Marina caught the keys and felt something strange settle in her chest. Not excitement. Recognition. The weight of them fit her hand the way it always had. The muscle memory was there even if the context wasn't. The car was small and sensible, silver, slightly dented at the rear bumper, smelling faintly of turpentine and old sheet music. A teacher's car. Reliable, unimpressive, entirely invisible. Perfect. The drive out of Forks felt longer than it should have. The trees thinned gradually, evergreens giving way to stretches of sky. The air shifted as she neared the coast, salt threading through the vents before she even rolled the window down. Her body reacted before her thoughts did, shoulders loosening, breath deepening. "You've done this 100 times, she told herself. The road curved, and then the water appeared, slate blue under a pale sky. She slowed without thinking at the turnoff toward the beach, heart kicking once against her ribs. She wasn't running this time. She parked near the edge of the lot, cut the engine, and sat for a second with both hands on the steering wheel. The ocean moved steadily beyond the windshield, patient and unbothered. "They knew you," she murmured to herself. "So maybe I should know them." When she stepped out, the wind tugged at her hair the way it always had. The sand felt familiar under her boots, uneven and soft. Somewhere farther down the beach, laughter carried over the surf. A few heads turned as she approached. Recognition lit their faces instantly, easy and warm. "Marina," someone called. The sound of her name landed differently now. Not accusation, not question. "Welcome." She lifted a hand in greeting and felt the last of the hesitation peel away. This time, she knew where she was going. The sand shifted under her boots as she made her way toward the cluster of driftwood logs near the tree line. A few younger kids were throwing a battered football between them. Farther up, two elders sat wrapped in thick jackets, watching the tide as if it had stories to confess. The laughter she'd heard belonged to a small knot of teenagers she recognized before she meant to. Or rather, her body did. "About time you showed up," a familiar voice called, light and teasing. She turned toward it, and there he was. Tall in that unfinished way boys had at 17, shoulders just starting to broaden, dark hair pushed back from his forehead by wind and impatience. His grin was easy, a little hopeful around the edges. Eli. The name slid into place a heartbeat after she saw his face. Not forced. Not stolen. Recovered. "You planning to stay gone forever?" he added, jogging the last few steps toward her. "Or was Forks holding you hostage?" Marina smiled before she had time to think about it. "I was busy." "Too busy for us?" His tone made it a joke, but the question underneath it wasn't entirely one. She tilted her head, studying him properly now. The memory fragments from the last few days aligned: bonfires, late summer singing, a shared packet of fries at First Beach, him sitting a little too close while she tuned her violin. "I didn't mean to disappear," she said, and meant it more than he could possibly know. Eli's expression softened. "We missed you. Sam was asking if you'd moved away or something." At the mention of Sam, something in her chest shifted. Older, steadier, watchful. Not interest. Authority. She glanced briefly up the beach, half expecting to see him standing there like a sentinel carved from driftwood. He wasn't, but the sense of being noticed lingered anyway. "I'm not moving anywhere," she replied lightly. "You're stuck with me." "That's kind of the goal," Eli said, a little too quick. There it was. The crush. Not subtle, not malicious either. Just open, uncomplicated affection. She felt it brush against her, warmth, anticipation, that hopeful flicker that wanted to turn into something bigger. Her siren side stirred faintly in response, not hungry exactly, but aware. The emotion hummed at the edge of her senses like feedback waiting to be tuned. Careful. She kept her smile gentle, her posture easy. No leaning in. No accidental promises. "So," she said, shifting the focus. "What did I miss?" Eli launched into updates without hesitation. Who'd wiped out surfing last week, whose truck had broken down, which auntie was furious about someone parking on the wrong stretch of sand. The names landed properly now. Faces followed. The web of connections tightened in her mind, no longer foggy but structured, lived in. As he talked, two of the elders from the logs lifted their hands in greeting. She walked over instinctively, Eli falling into step beside her like he'd done it 100 times before. "Good to see you again, child," one of the women said, eyes bright despite the wind. You brought the songs back with you? Marina's breath caught. The songs. I'm working on it, she replied, voice steady. You always were, the elder said with a knowing nod. Always. Eli glanced sideways at her. You still playing up on the cliffs sometimes? She hesitated just long enough to be honest without revealing anything dangerous. Sometimes. You scared my cousin half to death last time, he added, laughing. Said it sounded like the ocean was singing back. Her pulse skipped once. The ocean had been singing back. She tucked that thought away and looked out over the water instead. The tide rolled in and out with measured certainty, indifferent to human speculation. Eli bumped her shoulder lightly. You coming to the fire tonight? We're setting up near the driftwood pile once it gets dark. A bonfire. More music. More emotion. Her siren side stretched subtly at the idea, curious. I'll see, she said. I didn't bring my violin. You don't need it, he replied. You never do. The words settled heavier than he meant them to. Marina looked at him, at the hope he hadn't learned to hide yet, and felt something gentle but firm inside herself. She wouldn't break him. She wouldn't encourage him either. He deserved clarity, even if he didn't get it today. I'm glad you're here, he said quietly. I am too, she answered, and for once that was entirely true. The wind shifted, carrying salt and wood smoke and the faintest trace of something else beneath it, wild, distant, not fully formed. Not yet wolves, but close. And as she stood there among them, familiar and not, remembered and relearned, she realized something important. She wasn't pretending anymore. She was becoming. 7. First upload. Paper came before pixels. Marina sat cross-legged on her bedroom floor with sheets of staff paper fanned around her like a tide that had come in and refused to leave. Afternoon light caught the graphite smudges along her fingers, the eraser shavings gathering near her knee. She'd always loved this part, the translation from sound to symbol, from breath to ink. In another life she'd had assistants for it. Copyists. Lawyers who moved faster than her pen ever could. Here, in Forks, it was just her, a pencil, and rain tapping steadily against the glass. Low tide light, stretched across 3 pages now, melody line clean, chord changes marked with restraint. She paused over the bridge and softened a swell she'd first written too boldly. It wasn't an arena piece. It didn't need to climb. It needed space. On her desk, the old laptop hummed patiently. The U.S. Copyright Office site blinked in a browser tab, half-filled forms waiting. Over the past week she'd typed every lyric cleanly, exported PDFs of her sheet music, archived them on 2 separate USB drives. Redundancy mattered. Ownership mattered more. She typed her name slowly into the claimant field. Marina Vale. Less inherited now, more chosen. When she pressed submit, the confirmation screen appeared bland, bureaucratic, final. The song was hers in more than memory. Uploading would be different. Uploading meant exposure. She opened YouTube and stared at the empty fields. Title. Description. File selection. She didn't click anything. Not yet. The next afternoon she texted Angela. Marina. Cliff. Camera. Minimal drama. You in? Angela. Always drama. I'll bring the tripod. First Beach wore silver that evening. The tide had pulled back, leaving dark sand and driftwood ribs like something ancient surfacing to breathe. The air smelled of salt and cedar and damp stone. It was Forks exactly as it ought to be, restrained, moody, honest. Angela wrestled with the borrowed mini DV camera. If this explodes, I'm blaming you. It won't explode. That's what everyone says before something explodes. Marina stepped into frame, boots sinking slightly into the sand. The wind caught her hair, tugging strands loose. She didn't fix it. Let it move. Rolling, Angela called. Marina let the first chord settle before she sang. The wind tried to steal the opening line, but she leaned into it instead. The tide keeps secrets in its silver hands. Draws my name in a line of sand. If I stay quiet, if I stand still. Low tide light bends to my will. The ocean answered in its own low register beneath her voice. The second verse came softer, steadier. Salt on my skin, breath in the gray. Some things leave but some things stay. If the water pulls and the night falls through, I'll leave the shoreline lit for you. By the time she reached the chorus, the wind had calmed just enough to let it carry. Don't call it gone, don't call it gone. Light only hides when the day moves on. Hold what you can, let the rest be free. Low tide light comes back to me. Angela didn't interrupt this time. They filmed 3 takes. The first collapsed into laughter when a gust shoved the tripod sideways. The second steadied. By the third chorus, the mist caught light along her silhouette in something almost luminous. It was enough. Back home, Marina muted the wind-blown audio and layered the clean vocal track she'd recorded in her room the night before. The polished sound settled over the footage like glass over water, controlled, deliberate, hers. She nudged breaths and consonants into alignment until the illusion felt seamless. A touch of reverb, nothing theatrical. When the export bar reached 100%, she watched the final cut without blinking. Cliffs. Tide. Her voice, steady and unforced. Now she clicked upload. The numbers didn't surge, they accumulated. By morning, it sat at 193 views. She hadn't meant to check before brushing her teeth. She checked twice anyway. By lunch, it was over 1,000. The shift in the hallway atmosphere was subtle but undeniable. A few glances lingered. Someone she barely recognized gave her a thumbs up. 2 freshmen near the vending machines argued about whether the cliffs were green-screened. They're real, Marina said as she walked by. Both girls stared as if she'd materialized from the mist. In the cafeteria, Eli slid into the seat across from her. My cousin in Tacoma sent me your video, he said, eyes wide with something between pride and awe. She thought you were from Portland. I'll try not to take that personally. It's spreading. Spreading. She'd chosen visibility. This was what it looked like, quiet at first, then branching outward through networks she couldn't see. By the end of the week, the video crossed 10,000 views. That was when the tone shifted. People asked where they could download it properly. Others admitted they'd ripped the audio already. Someone re-uploaded the video with boosted brightness and a dramatic title that made her wince. Angela showed her during study hall. You're being pirated. I know. You don't sound mad. I'm not, Marina said carefully. Not yet. 30,000 unofficial downloads, one comment claimed. Exaggerated, probably. Maybe not. Either way, people wanted it badly enough to take it. That mattered. Friday afternoon, she stayed late in the music room, replaying the week in her head. Copyright filed. Masters secured. No distribution live yet. Optimism, she thought. A little naive. The door opened quietly. You look annoyed, a light voice observed. Marina didn't turn. I'm not annoyed. Alice stepped fully into the room, small and composed. You're being pirated. 30,000 unofficial downloads, apparently. Which means your exposure curve is steeper than you planned. Marina closed the piano lid gently. I needed one song to breathe before I boxed it. And now it's breathing without you. There was no judgment in Alice's tone. Just clarity. Marina turned. I need an agent who won't eat me. Alice laughed, quick and bright. I don't know about eating you. Marina arched a brow. But I do know someone who won't screw you over. Oh? Me. It didn't sound like bravado. It sounded like certainty. I've already filed copyright, Marina said. Masters are registered. Publishing's mine. Good. And I don't sign anything I haven't read twice. I wouldn't let you. Marina folded her arms. What's the split? 15% of net, Alice replied calmly. After platform and distributor cuts. I don't replace them. I negotiate them. Marina did the math automatically. Apple takes 30. Yes. Distributor takes around 9. Usually. And then you take 15 of what's left. Yes. So I see roughly 55% before tax. Closer to that than to 60, Alice agreed. Indie math has friction. Silence stretched between them, honest and unpolished. And what do I get for that 15? Marina asked quietly. Contract screening, royalty tracking, distribution timing, Someone who answers the phone before you panic. And someone who says no when you're tempted to say yes. Ownership mattered more than percentage. She knew that better than anyone. And I keep my masters. Always. My publishing. Untouched. And if this dies in 3 months? Then it dies clean, Alice said. And you own it. Marina held her gaze for a long moment. You wouldn't happen to own a studio too, would you? She asked. Alice's smile shifted, amused but not theatrical. Afraid not. Marina nodded once. But I know where to get access to one. Outside the high windows, the fog drifted low across the parking lot, ordinary and unremarkable. For now. 8 white rooms. The Cullen house looked assembled rather than built. Glass held the gray afternoon in hard planes, white walls reflecting it back without warmth. Nothing sagged. Nothing cluttered. Even the air felt measured. When Marina stepped inside, the small sound of her own breath seemed louder than it should have been. Shoes, Alice said brightly, already stepping back to let her in. Rosalie hates scuffs. I don't hate them, Rosalie called from the far end of the room. I prevent them. Marina crouched to unlace her boots, aware of how ordinary the motion felt against the precision around her. No creaking boards, no uneven floor. No domestic noise disguising life. The place felt curated down to the molecules. Edward stood near the piano, one hand resting lightly on the lid as if he'd just stepped away from it. Carlyle approached with easy courtesy, expression calm and open. Thank you for coming, Carlyle said. Alice mentioned you wanted to discuss formal representation. I did, Marina replied, straightening. I brought a pen. Edward's gaze flicked to her briefly. I listened to your recording again, he said. You resolve the bridge on the 4th instead of the expected 5th. Most people wouldn't. It sounded better that way, Marina said. It did, he agreed, and that seemed to satisfy him. Carlyle gave a small nod. I'll leave you to the details. Alice enjoys contracts more than I ever could. He glanced toward Edward. Shall we? Edward followed without hesitation. Good luck, he said lightly to Marina before disappearing down the hall. The room shifted once they were gone. Quieter, somehow, despite having been silent already. Alice moved to the long dining table and opened a slim folder with deliberate care. 15% of net, she said. After platform and distributor cuts. Transparent accounting. I review every contract before you see it, filter licensing offers, negotiate terms, track royalties, manage release timing, and advise on scale. You keep your masters. You keep your publishing. Always. Marina took the seat opposite her and began reading from the first page. Rosalie remained standing near the edge of the table, close enough to observe but not intrude. And you get paid how? Marina asked without looking up. From what you earn, Alice replied. If there's nothing left after fees, I don't get paid. Marina turned a page slowly. I did my research online. Took ages. Most managers bury the termination clause somewhere ugly. Alice smiled faintly. Mine's on page 3. It is, Marina said. If either of us walks, rights revert to me immediately. Yes. And you don't sign anything on my behalf without written consent. Never. Rosalie's eyes followed the movement of Marina's hand as she scanned the final section. You read everything, she observed. I don't sign what I don't understand, Marina replied. Alice leaned forward slightly. We start small. For now, we rent professional studio time in Seattle. Midnight blocks. Minimal staff. Controlled access. If revenue supports it later, we consider building a private studio. Properly insulated. Properly designed. But not yet. Why Seattle? Marina asked. Better equipment, Alice said. Better isolation, Rosalie added evenly. Marina glanced up at her. You've thought about this. I don't like variables, Rosalie said. Alice tapped the final page. You'll have higher fidelity, better layering, and engineers who won't blink at ambition. Bedroom recordings are charming. They're not scalable. Marina let that sit for a moment. And if this doesn't scale? Then you still own everything, Alice replied. The house remained impossibly still. Even the faint shift of Marina's chair sounded deliberate against the polished floor. You're serious about this, Rosalie said quietly. I am, Marina answered. I'd rather build it properly than wonder later if I cut corners. Alice slid the pen across the table. Marina read the final paragraph once more, then signed. The scratch of ink across paper felt definitive, heavier than the sound suggested. Alice closed the folder but didn't move it away yet. You'll need your mum to countersign, she said. You're still 17. I'll need it back before Friday. Okay, Marina replied. Alice aligned the pages neatly and secured them in the folder. All right, she said. We begin. When's the first session? Rosalie asked. I'll confirm tonight, Alice replied. Likely Friday, midnight. I'll drive, Rosalie said without hesitation. Marina looked up. You don't have to. I know. The simplicity of that answer lingered longer than the contract language had. Marina stood, smoothing her sleeves unconsciously. That was less dramatic than I expected. That's the goal, Alice said. Rosalie walked her toward the door. Outside, the gray light felt softer than the white interior behind them. You didn't look nervous, Rosalie said. I was, Marina admitted. I just didn't let it run the room. Rosalie's expression shifted almost imperceptibly. Approval, perhaps. Or recognition. Good, she said. Marina slipped her boots back on and straightened. Friday, then. Friday, Rosalie echoed. Alice watched from the threshold, the folder held carefully in her hands. Marina stepped off the porch into the muted Forks afternoon. The Cullen house remained silent behind her, precise and unmoved, as if nothing had changed at all. But something had. Marina hadn't expected the air outside to feel softer than the interior she'd just left, but it did. The glass and white planes of the house seemed to hold light in strict angles, while the gravel drive gave it back to the sky. She adjusted the strap of her bag on her shoulder and started down the long curve toward the road without looking back. The crunch of tires on gravel came a second later. She didn't turn immediately. The sound was too smooth to be accidental, the engine tuned into something low and controlled. When she did glance over her shoulder, a red convertible Porsche rolled into view from the side of the house, sunlight catching along its polished lines. Rosalie drove one-handed, posture easy, eyes fixed on Marina as if she'd already decided something. The car eased alongside her. You walked? Rosalie asked, lowering her sunglasses just enough to meet Marina's eyes directly. It's not far, Marina replied, keeping her pace steady. You don't have to walk back. I like walking. Rosalie studied her for a moment that stretched longer than necessary. The engine idled, a quiet purr against the muted gray of the afternoon. I'll drive you back, she said. I insist. Marina stopped then, turning fully toward the car. The red paint looked almost defiant against the subdued tones of Forks. You don't have to. I know. The same answer as before, but this time it felt less like simplicity and more like decision. Marina considered refusing again. The road wasn't long, and she genuinely did enjoy the walk. It gave her time to think, to sort the weight of the contract she'd just signed. But Rosalie's expression wasn't pushy. It was steady, intent. Okay, Marina said finally. Rosalie reached across and pushed the passenger door open from the inside. Get in. Marina circled the front of the car, aware of how the polished hood reflected her movement in sharp lines. She slid into the seat, the leather cool beneath her palms. Rosalie waited until the door shut with a clean, decisive click before easing her foot on the accelerator. The Porsche glided down the remainder of the drive, gravel giving way to smooth asphalt. The wind tugged lightly at Marina's hair as Rosalie guided the car toward the main road. You really were going to walk the whole way, Rosalie said after a moment. Yes. Why? Marina looked out at the trees flashing by. It helps me think. About the contract? About everything. Rosalie's mouth curved faintly, though her eyes remained on the road. You don't seem overwhelmed. I am, Marina admitted. I just didn't want it to show in your house. My house, Rosalie repeated quietly. Marina glanced at her. You know what I mean. I do. The car picked up speed, the engine's hum deepening but never rising to anything reckless. Rosalie drove with precise control, hands steady on the wheel, movements economical. There was nothing showy about it despite the car's color. You didn't hesitate, Rosalie said. About signing? About doing it properly. Marina exhaled slowly. If I'm going to build something, I'd rather not half build it. Rosalie nodded once. Good. They reached the edge of town faster than Marina expected. The familiar shape of her street came into view, modest and uneven compared to the immaculate lines she'd just left behind. Rosalie slowed smoothly and pulled to the curb in front of Marina's house. You didn't have to, Marina said again, though softer this time. I know, Rosalie replied. Marina hesitated before opening the door. The wind shifted between them, carrying the faint scent of rain and cedar. Friday, Rosalie said. Friday, Marina echoed. She stepped out, closing the door carefully behind her. The Porsche idled for a second longer than necessary before Rosalie finally shifted gears and pulled away, red paint flashing once between the trees before disappearing down the road. Marina stood on the sidewalk a moment, listening to the fading engine. She had intended to walk home alone. She hadn't expected to be followed. The house felt smaller after the engine noise faded. Marina let herself in quietly, closing the door with care out of habit rather than necessity. The kitchen lights were on. Lydia stood at the counter surrounded by fabric swatches and an open laptop, a half-drunk mug of something dark and ambitious beside her. You're back early, Lydia said without looking up. I signed, Marina replied, dropping her bag onto a chair. That earned her full attention. Signed? Signed. Lydia abandoned the swatches and crossed the room in 3 quick steps, pulling Marina into a hug that smelled faintly of paint and chicory. That's my girl. Marina laughed against her shoulder. It's just paperwork. It's never just paperwork. Lydia stepped back, studying her face. You're steady. I didn't want to look like I wasn't. Lydia smiled knowingly. And were you? Marina leaned against the counter and let out a slow breath. A little. That's normal. Marina nodded, then reached for a glass of water. The coolness grounded her. Signing the contract had felt decisive. Riding home in a red convertible had felt something else. Will she drive you every time? Lydia asked casually, though her tone held interest. Marina paused mid-sip. Who? Lydia raised a brow. Marina rolled her eyes. She insisted. It's not a thing. I didn't say it was. Marina set the glass down carefully. We're renting studio time in Seattle. Midnight blocks. Lydia's eyes lit. Professional studio? Yes. That's a step. It is. And you're okay with it? I think so. Marina leaned her hip against the counter, looking out the window toward the street. It feels real now. Not just me and a microphone in my room. Real can be good. It can also be loud. You handle loud, Lydia said easily. You always have. Marina almost smiled at that. She didn't correct her. Her phone buzzed on the table. Alice. She answered on the second ring. That was fast. I confirmed Friday, Alice said. Midnight to 3. Minimal staff. I've already requested discretion in the booking. Of course you have. And one more thing. Marina shifted slightly, lowering her voice. What? Don't underestimate scale. It attracts attention in ways you can't always predict. That sounds ominous. It's practical, Alice replied. You did well tonight. Marina glanced toward the window again, as if she could still see the red flash of Rosalie's car between the trees. So did you. There was a faint pause. She insisted on driving you, didn't she? Yes. Alice's satisfaction was audible even through silence. Good. Why good? No reason, Alice said brightly. Get some rest. Friday will be louder. The call ended. Marina set the phone down and stared at it for a moment longer than necessary. You're smiling, Lydia observed. I am not. You are. Marina turned away, but she could feel it now. Not the contract. Not the studio. The drive. The insistence. The quiet certainty in Rosalie's voice when she'd said she would drive. Marina picked up her bag and headed for the stairs. I have to practice, she called over her shoulder. For the studio? For Friday, Marina replied. Upstairs, she closed her bedroom door and leaned back against it, exhaling slowly. The house was ordinary again. Soft. Human. A far cry from glass and silence. She crossed to her desk and opened her notebook, flipping to a blank page. For a long moment, she didn't write. She just listened to the quiet hum of the evening. Then she wrote a single line at the top of the page. Midnight sounds different. She tapped the pen once against the paper, thinking about red paint against gray sky, about engines purring low and controlled, about a girl who didn't hesitate. Friday would be louder. Marina intended to be ready. Marina didn't sleep immediately. The house had settled into its usual nighttime rhythm, the faint hum of the refrigerator downstairs, rain beginning again in thin, steady lines against her window. She sat cross-legged on her bedroom floor with the contract spread open in front of her, a desk lamp casting a warm pool of light over the printed pages. She read it again. Not because she didn't trust Alice. Because she trusted herself. A soft knock sounded against her door. Lydia stepped in without waiting, glasses perched low on her nose, hair tied up loosely as if she'd been working. "Show me," Lydia said. Marina handed over the pages. Lydia didn't skim. She read. Slowly. Methodically. Marina watched her mother's expression shift through calculation, approval, mild skepticism, and then something steadier. "They're not taking advantage of you," Lydia said at last. "No. They're not taking ownership." "No. They're organized." "Yes." Lydia tapped the paper lightly. "You realize this means you're officially running a business." "I know." Lydia's eyes softened. "And you're still 17. Technically. Legally," Lydia corrected gently. Marina leaned back on her hands. So I countersign." There was no hesitation in her tone. No grand speech. Lydia moved to Marina's desk, picked up a pen, and signed where the Guardian line waited. The ink settled cleanly into place. "There," Lydia said, sliding the contract back across the floor. "Now it's binding." Marina stared at the signature for a second longer than necessary. It felt different seeing her mother's name there. Less solitary, more anchored. "Thank you," she said quietly. "You're welcome." Lydia rose. "Friday midnight?" "Yes. I'll stay up." "You don't have to." "I know." Marina smiled faintly at the echo. When Lydia left, Marina gathered the pages carefully, sliding them back into the folder Alice had provided. She set it by her bag so she wouldn't forget in the morning. Her phone buzzed again. "Alice." Marina answered immediately. "You're psychic." "I prefer efficient," Alice replied. "Did your mum review it?" "She did." "And?" She countersigned. There was a small exhale on the other end of the line, relief disguised as composure. "Good. Bring it by tomorrow afternoon. I'll scan and archive copies before Friday." "I will." "Sleep," Alice added. "You'll need the energy." Marina ended the call and lay back against the floorboards, staring at the ceiling. The contract was no longer theoretical. It was real, legal, structured. Friday at midnight she would stand in a professional studio in Seattle. The thought thrilled her. It also tightened something beneath her ribs. Not fear. Anticipation. Outside, rain intensified, tapping against the glass in uneven patterns. Marina closed her eyes and listened to it, counting beats instinctively, shaping rhythm from randomness. She wondered, briefly, if Rosalie was awake. If she drove fast when she was restless. If she replayed conversations the way Marina did. The image of the red Porsche flashed across her thoughts again, bright against gray. Marina rolled onto her side and reached for her notebook, adding a second line beneath the first. Red against rain. She underlined it once, then closed the book. Tomorrow she would return the contract. Friday she would begin something new. And somewhere between white glass and midnight soundproofing, a line had shifted. She wasn't walking alone anymore. 9. La Push. The road down to La Push curved through thick forest before opening suddenly toward the wide gray sky and the endless motion of the Pacific. Marina lowered the window of Eli's truck as the trees began to thin. Cold salt air rushed inside, carrying the steady thunder of waves rolling against the shore. The scent was sharp and clean, touched with driftwood smoke and the faint metallic tang of the sea. She breathed in slowly. Even before the ocean came fully into view, the place pressed gently against her senses. Emotion lingered here like mist. Generations of laughter, grief, pride, and memory layered into the land itself. It wasn't loud, but it was deep. Eli glanced over at her while guiding the truck down the final stretch of road. "You look like someone hearing music nobody else can," he said. Marina smiled faintly without looking away from the widening horizon. "Maybe I am." "That doesn't surprise me," Eli replied. "You always were a little strange." The truck rolled into the familiar gravel lot overlooking the beach. Below them the shoreline stretched wide beneath the heavy clouds, dark sand scattered with enormous pieces of driftwood bleached pale by years of tide and wind. The Pacific moved in long slow swells, each wave folding into white foam with a low crashing rhythm that never quite stopped. Eli shut off the engine. "Come on," he said, climbing out. "Jake and the others are already down there." Marina stepped out onto the gravel. The wind caught her hair immediately, tugging it loose across her shoulders. Far below, a small bonfire burned near the edge of the tide line. Several familiar figures stood around it, their voices drifting faintly upward with the wind. As they started down the narrow path toward the beach, one of the boys near the fire looked up. The moment he spotted them he raised both arms and waved energetically. Marina laughed under her breath. "Jacob hasn't changed much." "Not even slightly," Eli muttered. By the time they reached the sand, Jacob Black was already striding toward them with the loose restless energy that always seemed to follow him. He had grown taller since she'd last really spoken to him, but the grin was exactly the same. "Hey, Marina," Jacob called. She met him halfway across the sand, the wind whipping around them and the surf roaring beyond the driftwood. Marina tilted her head with a teasing smile. "Hey Jake, long time no see. Still pining for Bella?" Jacob's face went instantly red. He nearly tripped over his own feet trying to stop. I don't talk nonsense," he protested. Eli folded his arms with visible satisfaction. 5 seconds, he said. "New record." Marina laughed softly as Jacob glared at both of them, the embarrassment written plainly across his face while the others near the fire began to snicker. The ocean wind carried the sound of their laughter out across the beach, blending easily with the endless rhythm of the waves. The laughter around the bonfire spread quickly once Jacob's embarrassment became obvious. The others gathered near the driftwood fire had clearly heard the exchange, and none of them showed any mercy. Quill let out a loud snort of laughter while Embry clapped Jacob on the shoulder hard enough to nearly knock him sideways. "Man, you walked right into that one," Embry said with open amusement. Jacob shook his head furiously, still red in the face. "I did not," he muttered, glaring at Marina as if she had personally betrayed him. Marina lifted both hands in mock innocence as they walked toward the fire. "You're the one who used to follow Bella around the school halls like a lost puppy." "That was one time," Jacob protested. "It was not one time," Eli said calmly as he stepped over a length of driftwood and joined the group. "It was a very consistent phase." The fire crackled low between several large pieces of driftwood arranged as seats. The wind coming off the ocean tugged constantly at the flames, sending sparks twisting upward into the gray afternoon sky. Someone had been roasting something over the fire, and the smell of charred bread and fish hung comfortably in the air. Marina settled onto one of the larger logs near the fire while the others resumed their places around the circle. The warmth of the flames cut through the chill wind that rolled steadily off the Pacific. Quill leaned forward with a curious grin. "So Eli finally convinced you to come down here," he said. "I was starting to think Forks had claimed you permanently." Marina shrugged lightly as she held her hands toward the fire. "Forks keeps people busy. School, work, life." "Life," Jacob repeated suspiciously. "That sounds like adult talk." "Maybe I'm maturing," Marina replied with a small smile. "That's terrifying," Quill said immediately. The group laughed again, the easy sound blending with the distant crash of waves behind them. For a few minutes the conversation drifted through the usual small-town threads. Someone mentioned school gossip. Someone else complained about a broken truck engine. Jacob tried repeatedly to redirect the topic away from Bella, though every attempt only seemed to encourage further teasing. Marina listened more than she spoke, letting the rhythm of the conversation carry itself. The firelight flickered across familiar faces, and for a moment she simply enjoyed the rare feeling of normalcy. The ocean rolled endlessly behind them, the wind tugged at the fire, and the circle of voices around her carried the relaxed warmth of people who had known each other for years. Beneath the laughter, however, Marina felt something quieter moving through the group. Curiosity lingered at the edges of their attention. Not suspicion, not fear. Just awareness. The fire burned lower as the afternoon drifted slowly toward evening. The clouds above the Pacific thickened into long gray layers that reflected the dimming light across the water. Waves continued their endless rhythm against the shore, the sound deep and steady beneath the voices gathered around the driftwood circle. Jacob had recovered enough dignity to resume arguing with Quill about something involving truck engines and whether duct tape counted as a permanent repair solution. Eli leaned back against a broad piece of driftwood, listening with mild amusement while occasionally tossing small pieces of wood into the fire. Marina watched the conversation move around her like a familiar tide. The warmth of the flames against the cold ocean wind created a strange balance that felt almost peaceful. She had spent years around people in crowded rooms and loud stages, yet the quiet companionship of a small group on a windy beach carried its own kind of music. As the talk drifted from trucks to school gossip, Marina noticed movement farther up the beach near the narrow path that led back toward the village. Two older men were walking slowly along the sand, their conversation low and steady as they passed the line of driftwood. Jacob followed her gaze briefly. "That's old Mr. Atiara and my dad," he said. "They walk down here most evenings." Marina nodded, though her attention lingered as the two elders approached the firelight. Billy Black sat in his wheelchair just beyond the edge of the circle where the sand grew firmer, while the other man stood beside him with his hands folded calmly behind his back. Billy's eyes settled on Marina almost immediately. He didn't speak at first. His gaze simply rested on her with the quiet patience of someone who had spent many years watching the world change. Jacob straightened slightly. "Hey Dad," he said with casual warmth. Billy nodded once in greeting before turning his attention fully to Marina. "Marina Vale," he said in a calm, measured voice. "It's been a while since we've seen you down here." Marina rose from the driftwood log and stepped forward respectfully. "It has," she admitted. "Eli finally convinced me to come visit." Billy studied her for a moment longer. The wind stirred the gray hair at his temples while the firelight reflected faintly in his dark eyes. There was no accusation in his expression, only careful observation. "Well," Billy said at last with a small nod. "It's good to see old friends return." Marina smiled gently and returned to the circle near the fire. As the conversation slowly resumed around them, she could still feel Billy's quiet awareness resting somewhere at the edge of the gathering. Not hostile, not alarmed. Simply attentive. The fire settled into a steady glow as evening crept slowly across the coast. The gray sky darkened toward slate, and the wind off the Pacific grew colder as the tide rolled higher against the sand. Someone fed another piece of driftwood into the fire, and the flames rose briefly before settling again into a warm, steady circle of light. Conversation continued easily around the group. Jacob had shifted his attention back to arguing with Quill about the proper way to repair an engine block, while Embry listened with exaggerated seriousness and offered occasional commentary that only made the debate worse. Eli remained relaxed beside the fire, watching the exchange with quiet amusement. Marina leaned back slightly against the driftwood log, letting the warmth of the flames soak into her hands while the ocean moved endlessly behind them. The moment carried a quiet balance she hadn't realized she needed. The world had changed in ways she was still learning to understand, yet here on the beach the familiar rhythm of small-town life continued exactly as it always had. Billy Black remained a short distance from the circle, the large wheels of his chair settled firmly in the sand. Mr. Atiara stood nearby with his hands folded comfortably behind his back while he watched the younger group with calm patience. After a few minutes Billy rolled his chair slightly closer to the fire. The movement was slow but deliberate. His eyes moved briefly across the gathered teenagers before resting again on Marina. "You're welcome here, Marina," Billy said quietly. The words were simple, spoken without ceremony, but the tone carried the quiet authority of someone whose voice mattered. Marina inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement. "Thank you, Billy," she said with genuine warmth. Jacob looked between them with mild confusion before shrugging and returning his attention to Quill. "Good," he said as if settling some minor matter. "Now we can stop Eli from acting like he discovered the beach." "I did not act like that," Eli protested calmly. "You absolutely did," Jacob replied. The firelight flickered across the driftwood and the shifting sand while the ocean continued its deep steady rhythm beyond the edge of the flames. The group gradually drifted back into relaxed conversation as darkness settled fully along the shoreline. Marina watched the waves for a long moment, listening to the quiet harmony of wind, surf, and voices around the fire. Beneath it all she felt something settle gently into place. For the first time since everything had changed, she felt the quiet certainty that she still belonged somewhere. 10. Thunderfield. The storm announced itself long before the Cullens did. Low clouds pressed down over Forks, turning afternoon into something closer to dusk. The air tasted metallic, waiting. Marina stood near the wide glass wall of the Cullen living room and watched the trees beyond the clearing lean under a restless wind. The pressure in her chest answered it, faint but insistent. Alice moved first. "It's perfect," she said, bright as ever. "Thunder tonight." "For baseball," Emmett added, already halfway to the door, grin wide and unapologetic. Bella hovered near Edward, excitement and nerves braided together in her posture. She'd been invited. She'd been told. She was inside the circle. Marina stayed where she was. She'd never told them she already knew. That part was on her. Bella had been given the truth because she'd asked for it, because she'd stepped into their world openly. Marina had woken into hers alone and kept it that way. She couldn't resent a door she hadn't knocked on. "You're taking her but not me?" she asked lightly, more to hear how it sounded than because she expected anything different. Rosalie paused near the entryway, keys already in hand. "It's a family thing," she said evenly. "She's Edward's guest." That was fair. Marina nodded once. "Right." The warning rose in her throat before she could stop it. James. Tracker. Storm. The memory wasn't a neat sequence of events but a pressure of certainty tied to thunder and baseball and something going wrong. She stepped forward, heart quickening. "Rosalie, The words formed clearly in her mind. "Be careful. James will be there. Victoria too." What came out was, "Have fun." She felt it happen. Not a choke, not a stumble. Substitution. The sentence that left her mouth was clean, harmless, entirely wrong. Her pulse spiked. She tried again, forcing precision into her thoughts. "Watch out for Victoria. James is a tracker." "I'll see you later," she heard herself say instead, tone calm, almost amused. For a split second, horror flared cold beneath her ribs. Those weren't the words she'd chosen. Of course, Rob would close that door. The loophole had been obvious. Foreknowledge handed out like a cheat code would ruin the board. She hadn't expected it to feel so clinical when it happened, though, like her voice had been rerouted through a safer channel. Rosalie's expression softened a fraction. "We won't be long." Marina swallowed the rest of the warning. Specifics dissolved the moment they reached her tongue. There was no point humiliating herself in front of all of them. "At least I know you'll be fine," she muttered under her breath. Bella glanced back as Edward guided her toward the door, eyes bright. "We'll tell you about it later." "I'm sure you will," Marina replied. The front door opened. Wind swept in, carrying the first real scent of rain. Then it shut behind them, sealing the house in sudden, curated quiet. The silence expanded almost immediately. Marina remained standing in the center of the living room, listening to the storm gather strength beyond the trees. The house resumed its pristine equilibrium, white plains and polished surfaces reflecting gray light without distortion. Rain began in earnest against the glass, fine at first, then steadier. The forest blurred into streaks of green and charcoal. Thunder rolled again, closer now, not sharp but heavy, the kind that carried through the ground before it reached the ear. The pressure in her chest deepened. She moved toward the kitchen island, opened a cabinet without thinking, closed it again. She filled a glass with water she didn't want. It didn't help. "You're being dramatic," she told herself quietly. She wasn't jealous. She wasn't excluded in any real sense. Bella had been invited because she belonged openly. Marina had chosen silence. Still, the absence of motion pressed against her. She tried humming once, reflexively, a soft testing note into the room. It died on the glass. No echo, no resistance, no answer. The hollowness sharpened. Empty tank. Another lightning flash split the trees beyond the clearing. The thunder that followed cracked close enough that the air seemed to shudder. Her heart leapt with it. The house felt too contained, too balanced, too indifferent to the raw charge building outside. She turned toward the back door, and this time she didn't argue with the instinct to open it. Rain struck her immediately, cold and alive. She stepped off the porch into the yard, grass slick beneath her shoes, storm unfolding wide above her. Thunder rolled again, lower now, deliberate. The pressure in her chest wasn't asking politely anymore. She inhaled. Properly. Ribs expanding, shoulders settling, air pulled deep and anchored. When she opened her mouth, she didn't hum. She sang. Sky split open in my chest. The first line tore out low and steady, carried on full breath support. Rain streamed down her hair, over her face, into her collar. The wind caught the sound and threw it back at her. Static crawling under skin. The note strengthened, chest voice grounding it. Thunder rolled, almost in rhythm. Every silence tastes like iron. Every breath a storm within. The last word landed heavier than the rest, vibrating through bone. Lightning flickered in the clouds. Her pulse matched it. The storm didn't drown her voice. It fed it. She stepped forward into the rain, lifting her face toward the sky. You cut through the dark like a warning sign. The pitch rose. White fire running down my spine. Thunder cracked closer, sharper now. Somewhere far off, faint but distinct, came the echo of a bat striking a ball. Crack. Boom. Her breath reset without conscious thought. She drove into the chorus. Strike me like lightning. Break me apart. Her voice climbed, grit riding the edge of the tone. Crash through the quiet. Rattle my heart. Lightning forked across the sky. If I may storm then. Let it begin. The air around her felt charged, rain vibrating as if it were strung on wire. You came like thunder. The final line gathered in her lungs, power coiling tight. And woke what was within. She launched the word upward, sustained and unguarded, a metal cry riding the edge of breaking. The note didn't fracture. It split. For a fraction of a second, something older rode beneath it, a second harmonic threading through the sound, not louder, not separate, but layered. The rain seemed to hesitate mid-fall. Lightning detonated above her in a violent white arc. The thunder that followed hit like impact, not echo. The vibration slammed into her bones and something beneath her skin flared in response. A buzzing warmth surged outward from her sternum, filling the hollow space that had gnawed at her all afternoon. She inhaled sharply. Not full. But relieved. The note dissolved slowly, trailing into rain. The storm rolled eastward, thunder receding by degrees. Wind shifted. Leaves rattled, then settled. The tightness beneath her ribs was gone. In its place lingered a faint static hum under her skin, coiled and quiet. The yard felt different. Quieter. Birdsong had ceased. Even the wind seemed to circle rather than press. Marina didn't notice. She stood there soaked and breathing hard, staring at the place where lightning had split the clouds. That was dramatic, she muttered. She didn't stay. The house felt too curated to linger, and once the pressure had broken. She grabbed her bag from the counter and stepped back into the rain without bothering to dry off. If the storm had given her anything, it had been honesty. The glass and steel perfection behind her felt like someone else's space again. Gravel shifted under her soaked shoes as she started down the drive. Rain ran freely down her sleeves and spine. The thunder had moved farther east now, less immediate, but the metallic aftertaste of lightning still lingered in the air. The hum beneath her skin had settled into equilibrium. Halfway down the drive, she paused without meaning to. The air shifted. It wasn't the storm. The wind moved the same direction. Rain fell in steady lines. But beneath it threaded a scent too sharp for cedar, too cool for wet earth. Her pulse ticked upward once. She scanned the tree line. Nothing moved. Storms bring everything out, she murmured, dismissing the flicker of instinct. She adjusted the strap of her bag and continued toward the road. By the time she reached the pavement, the rain had softened into a steady sheet. Thunder grumbled faintly in the distance. Headlights from a passing truck washed briefly over her before vanishing around a bend. She crossed and headed toward her own street, water squelching faintly in her shoes. Behind her, the Cullen house stood dark and immaculate, unaware of the shift already unfolding miles away where crack met thunder and instinct met scent. Marina didn't look back. She walked home soaked through, pulse steady, unaware that the flare she'd sent into the storm had not dissolved with the rain. Somewhere beyond the trees, something followed the fading thread of it, not rushing, not yet, simply adjusting course. 11. Watching red. The house felt wrong the moment the storm thinned. Marina stood in the center of her bedroom and listened to the quiet settle back into place. Rain still threaded down the glass, softer now, more memory than force. The air no longer tasted metallic, but the echo of lightning lingered under her skin like static caught in fabric. She paced once from desk to window and back, restless without direction. Bella was out there. Not alone. Not exactly. Edward would never allow that. But Marina's memory refused to stay neatly theoretical. She remembered Rosalie pulling on Bella's jacket, slipping into her scent like armor. She remembered the decoy drive, the calculated risk. She remembered how clean the danger had felt on the page and how different it felt now that Rosalie's pulse, laughter, and presence were not fiction but real. That's stupid, she muttered to herself. She's not fragile. No, Rosalie was many things. Fragile wasn't one of them. But bait was still bait. Marina stopped pacing and pressed her palm briefly against her sternum. The hum she'd woken with had changed. It wasn't hunger. It wasn't relief. It was tension drawn tight, like a string tuned a half step too high. She didn't leave the house. That much she knew instinctively. She understood enough of this world to respect its teeth. Instead she went downstairs, crossed the kitchen, and stepped out into the yard where the grass still gleamed under retreating rain. The sky had opened to a low gray ceiling. Wind moved steadily but without urgency. The clearing behind the house felt wider than usual, edges defined by dark trees holding their silence. Inside had been suffocating. Out here she could breathe. She moved to the far edge of the lawn but didn't cross the invisible line where trimmed grass surrendered to undergrowth. Her fingers flexed at her sides. She considered grabbing her headphones, putting on something familiar, grounding herself in rhythm that wasn't her own. Instead she tilted her head and let her voice rise quietly into the damp air. Not full performance. Not declaration. Just scale work. A low note sustained and shaped, sliding upward by degrees. The sound carried cleanly, thinner without thunder to mask it, but steady. She adjusted her breath and tried again, adding harmony beneath it, building a chord in her own throat. It steadied her. You're not helpless, she whispered between phrases. You're not stuck in the script. The second line lifted higher, more confident. She closed her eyes for a beat, listening to the way the note vibrated against the tree line. The forest answered only with wind brushing leaves. Then it stopped. Not the wind entirely. Just the undercurrent. The background life. No insects. No small rustle. The kind of quiet that felt assembled rather than natural. Her eyes opened. She didn't see anything at first. Just trunks and shadow and the faint shimmer of water dripping from branches. But the air shifted, carrying something sharper than wet cedar. A scent that didn't belong to rain. Her pulse jumped. Rosalie? She called once, without thinking, though she knew the answer would be silence. The quiet deepened. Weight moved fast. She barely registered the blur breaking from the tree line before the world snapped sideways. An arm like iron banded around her waist. The ground vanished. Her breath punched out of her in surprise as her feet left the grass. The yard smeared into streaks of gray and green. Wind tore at her hair and jacket. Trees collapsed into vertical lines, then into nothing but speed. Her stomach lurched as direction changed without warning, her body slung effortlessly over a hard shoulder. The scent flooded her senses now, cold and copper-sweet, overwhelming in its clarity. She tried to twist, to see, but motion swallowed everything. Air knifed past her ears, roaring. Forest blurred into shadow and velocity. Air burned in her lungs as she dragged in the deepest breath she could manage. Not controlled, not measured, just desperate. Her hands fisted in rain-slick fabric. Her body twisted uselessly against the iron grip. Panic flooded her chest so hard it felt like it might split her ribs. The scream tore out of her like something alive. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't measured. It wasn't even fully formed at first. Just raw sound ripped from the center of her chest, ragged with fear and velocity and the brutal wrongness of being carried like prey. Then it sharpened. Rosalie. The name fractured the air. The forest reacted before she understood that it had. Leaves shuddered outward in a ripple that didn't match the wind. The pitch climbed without her telling it to, stretching thin and bright until it cut through the roar of motion. The vibration didn't stay in her throat. It spilled past skin, past breath, expanding into something larger than a cry. The shoulder beneath her jerked. Not a stumble, not weakness, but a hitch, a break in the smooth, predatory rhythm. Her captor hissed. The sound was low and furious, almost curious beneath the anger, and it vibrated through bone where she lay slung over that unyielding frame. The grip around her waist tightened reflexively, and they veered sharply left, accelerating again as if speed alone could outrun whatever she'd just unleashed. The scream didn't collapse when she stopped pushing it. It echoed, not in air, in pressure. Her chest burned, throat raw, yet the resonance kept traveling, a thin silver thread pulled taut across distance. She felt it like recoil snapping outward, racing across territory in widening rings. The name wasn't simply sound. It was need. Rosalie. She screamed again, this time deliberate, the syllables striking harder. The second call wasn't ragged. It was piercing. The forest bucked under it. A nearby trunk splintered with a sharp crack as if struck from within. Branches shook violently without contact. Birds exploded upward in a chaotic burst from farther ahead, shrieking as they fled. The arm around her faltered. For half a heartbeat her body dropped lower against her captor's side, grip loosening by inches. She twisted instantly, driving her elbow back with renewed force. The movement earned her a snarl inches from her ear, cold breath sliding across rain-damp skin. Stop, a female voice spat, tight with irritation rather than fear. The sound locked everything into place. The third scream never left her throat. The world jerked violently sideways and then stopped. Her body hit the ground hard enough to knock breath from her lungs. Wet leaves and soil pressed against her cheek. The iron grip vanished, replaced by space and the sudden, terrible quiet of a forest holding itself still. She rolled onto her back, scrambling, heart slamming against her ribs. She saw her then, pale, rain-slick hair clinging to sharp cheekbones. Eyes bright and wrong in a face too beautiful to be human. Not frenzy, not mindless hunger. Focused. Victoria crouched a few feet away, head tilted slightly, studying her like something unexpected. Marina tried to crawl backward. Her heel caught on exposed root and she slipped, palms scraping mud. The clearing was shallow, barely more than a dip in the land, but it felt enclosed, ringed by dark trunks like witnesses. "You're not human," Victoria murmured, puzzled and almost curious. The voice didn't match the violence. Marina's pulse roared in her ears. She opened her mouth to scream again but no sound formed. Air burned uselessly in her lungs. Victoria moved faster than thought. Cold hands pinned her shoulders. Weight slammed down over her torso. The scent flooded her senses, copper and something sweetly rotten beneath it. A flash of white teeth. The pressure of a mouth at her throat. Then pain. It wasn't sharp at first. It was impact. Crushing pressure as fangs pierced skin and anchored. Then heat. And the heat came alive. Venom didn't slide in gently. It detonated inside her. A line of fire tore down from her neck into her chest, branching violently outward through veins she suddenly felt with horrible clarity. Her back arched involuntarily, fingers clawing at Victoria's shoulders. She screamed then. Not a name. A raw animal sound, an animal in pain. Victoria pulled back an inch, just enough to look at her. Something changed in her expression. Not satisfaction. Very real alarm. The fire inside Marina didn't spread evenly. It collided. Her sternum flared. Light burst outward from her chest like something tearing free. Not a glow. Not an aura. A rupture. Her body lifted into the air. She felt it before she understood it. The ground fell away from her spine as an invisible force hauled her upward. Her arms flung wide without command. Rain evaporated against her skin in a hiss of steam. Behind her, something tore open. Wings. Not imagined, not subtle. Massive white arcs of light snapped outward from her back, scattering droplets into sparks. Feathers formed in an instant and began burning at the edges just as quickly, curling into fragments. Victoria recoiled. What are you? The sentence never finished. The light intensified to blinding. The fire in her veins didn't stop. It fought. Venom raged outward in red-hot channels. The wings convulsed as if trying to rip the heat from her body, every feather blazing brighter and then blackening at the tips. The pain multiplied, doubled back on itself, impossible to locate because it was everywhere. Marina couldn't breathe. She couldn't think. Something ancient inside her thrashed against the invading burn. The explosion came without warning. A concussive force blasted outward from her suspended body in a perfect sphere. Air shattered. Trees bent violently away from the center point. Soil compressed under invisible pressure, forming a shallow bowl beneath her. Victoria was thrown backward through the undergrowth, her body slamming through branches in a blur of red hair and pale limbs. The light snapped. Marina fell. She hit the ground at the center of the depression hard enough to rattle her teeth. The wings behind her didn't fold. They fragmented. Feathers dissolved into motes of white that drifted upward in slow, ghostly spirals, fading as they rose. The fire didn't fade with them. It deepened. Her hands clawed into dirt as her body convulsed. The burn tunneled through muscle and bone, relentless, expanding from her neck outward and inward at once. She tried to roll onto her side. Couldn't. She tried to scream, but it came out broken and lost. Fragments of light lifted from her shoulders and vanished into the dark canopy above. The forest remained bowed around her. And the fire began to take everything. 12. Ash between heartbeats. The fire did not recede. It burrowed. Marina lay twisted in the shallow bowl of earth her own eruption had carved, fingers clawed into soil that no longer felt cool. Heat devoured sensation from the inside out, racing through veins with merciless precision. The trees around her remained bowed as if still remembering the blast, their trunks scarred, leaves trembling in a wind that no longer blew. She tried to breathe and found the air tasted wrong. Not rain, not forest. Copper threaded everything now. Her body arched without her consent, a violent spasm that drove a cry from her throat. It burned. The word did not form cleanly in her mind. It fractured. It scattered like the feathers that had dissolved above her. Somewhere behind her eyes, something flickered silver and vanished again. Footsteps tore through the forest. She did not hear them as rhythm. She felt them as impact, each stride a shockwave through ground already disturbed. The scent changed first. Familiar, cold marble and faint perfume. The world narrowed toward it like gravity. Marina. Rosalie's voice cut through the distortion. It did not calm the fire, but it gave the pain a direction. Marina's eyes snapped open. For a heartbeat they were gray. Blue threaded faintly through them, shock wide and human. Rain clung to her lashes. Her mouth opened and a sound crawled out that was almost a word. Rosa. The silver flooded in. It poured over the gray like liquid metal swallowing sky. Rosalie saw it happen. Marina saw Rosalie see it. Her back arched again and this time the scream was full, tearing, nothing like music. Light flared under her skin in thin fissures, racing along collarbone and throat before snapping out. Rosalie dropped to her knees in the churned mud and gathered her without hesitation, heedless of the heat that pulsed through her. I'm here, Rosalie said, voice low and steady even as the ground still smoked faintly around them. I'm here. Stay with me. Marina clutched at her jacket with strength that wasn't human anymore. The grip tightened and slackened in wild rhythm. Her head thrashed once, hair whipping across her face. Rosalie brushed it back instinctively and froze. It was darker. Rain had soaked it, yes, but this was not rain dark brown. The strands in her hand reflected no warmth at all. They absorbed the gray light of the sky and gave nothing back. Even through mud and water, the color was deepening towards something final. Marina convulsed again. A fresh surge of heat ripped through her and her eyes flashed black at the center before returning to molten silver. Her fangs slid down without warning, longer than Cullen's sharpness, curved and unmistakable. They snapped back as quickly as they had appeared. Kill me, Marina gasped. The words came broken, dragged through fire. She dug her nails into Rosalie's arm, not in attack but in plea. It burns. Please. Rosalie, it burns. Rosalie's jaw tightened. The bond between them was not a metaphor. It hummed under her skin, taut but unbroken. She felt the agony echo through it like a wire pulled too tight. No, she said, firm, almost fierce. You don't get to leave. Not like this. Marina's body seized again. Silver flared under her lids. Her chest rose and fell too fast. Her heartbeat pounded, frantic, violent, still stubbornly alive beneath the venom's march. The forest remained silent around them. Rosalie lifted her, cradling her against her chest despite the heat that radiated outward in pulses. Marina's head fell back against her shoulder, blackening hair spilling over Rosalie's arm like ink. Her eyes flickered once more between storm-gray memory and alien silver. The gray did not hold. The fire climbed higher. Rosalie did not look back at the crater. She had seen enough. White wings, radiant and impossible, flung wide against the storm-dark sky. Light burning at their edges. Feathers breaking into fragments that rose like ash. For one suspended second Marina had not looked like prey or victim or even vampire. She had looked like something holy. And then she had fallen. Rosalie gathered her now without hesitation, lifting her from the churned earth as if she weighed nothing at all. The heat that poured from Marina's body came in violent pulses, searing through soaked clothing, but Rosalie held her tighter. She would not let the ground have her again. Stay with me, she murmured, voice low and fierce against rain-damp skin. I've got you. Marina's body arched in her arms, a convulsion so sharp it nearly tore free another scream. The sound that followed was ragged, scraped raw by fire. Her fingers dug into Rosalie's shoulder with inhuman strength, then trembled. Rosalie adjusted her grip and ran. The forest parted in a blur of shadow and motion. Branches snapped beneath her stride. Mud and water scattered behind her in dark sprays. Marina's head rolled weakly against her collarbone, blackening hair trailing across Rosalie's forearm like spilled ink. It was no longer brown. Rosalie had known Marina's hair in lamplight and overcast daylight and the soft gleam of the Cullen living room. She knew its warmth. What lay against her arm now held none. It swallowed light instead of catching it. Even through rain and dirt, it had gone deep and absolute. Another tremor ripped through Marina's frame. Her eyes snapped open. For a heartbeat they were the gray Rosalie remembered. Blue threaded faintly through them, shock wide and pleading. Then the silver surged up from somewhere beneath, flooding over the color in one smooth, merciless wave. Rosalie's breath caught. Not red. Not the newborn crimson she knew too well. Not amber either. This was molten and cold all at once, bright enough to feel lit from within. For a split second the center darkened, almost black, before the silver returned, blazing. This isn't how it's supposed to be, Rosalie whispered, not accusing, not afraid. Just stunned. Marina's fangs slid down without warning, longer than they should have been, curved in a way that did not match Cullen's symmetry. They retracted as quickly as they appeared, as if unsure of themselves. The first howl rose in the distance. Rosalie's head lifted instinctively. The pack was still hunting the red-haired vampire who had fled. They had felt the blast. They had smelled blood. But they were locked on the wrong scent. Another howl answered, closer this time. Rosalie did not slow. She broke through the tree line and crossed the open stretch toward the house in seconds, choosing speed over silence. Marina convulsed again, a broken cry tearing from her throat. "It burns," Marina gasped, voice shredded thin. "Rosalie, it burns." "I know," Rosalie said, tightening her hold. "I know. You're not alone." The words felt insufficient against what she was carrying. Angel, vampire, something else entirely. She did not have a name for it and she did not care. Marina's heartbeat pounded wildly beneath her palm, too fast, too hard. It hammered against bone like it was trying to outrun the fire consuming it. The rhythm stumbled once, caught, then surged forward again. "Don't you dare," Rosalie breathed. Steam lifted faintly from Marina's skin where rain struck and vanished. Her eyes flickered again, silver brightening until it seemed almost luminous, then dimming towards something heavier. Each shift tightened something in Rosalie's chest. The house loomed ahead, white and silent. "You're not dying in the dirt," Rosalie said, voice low and absolute. "You're not ending out there." She veered toward the lower entrance that led straight to Carlyle's surgical suite and did not pause as she burst inside. Behind them, the wolves' howls fractured against empty forest. In Rosalie's arms, the broken angel burned. The surgical suite lights flared on in a harsh white wash the moment Rosalie crossed the threshold. She laid Marina on the central steel table without gentleness but not without care. The metal hissed faintly where overheated skin met its surface. The room smelled of antiseptic and something sharper now, copper rising thick in the air. Marina's back arched again. A scream tore from her throat and struck the glass cabinets lining the walls. One of the smaller panes fractured in a sharp spiderweb pattern before settling. Rosalie stepped closer immediately, bracing both hands on Marina's shoulders to keep her from pitching off the table. "I'm here," she said again, as if repetition could anchor something slipping loose. "You're safe. You're home." Safe was relative. The burn was climbing. Marina's body thrashed once, then locked rigid. Every muscle pulled taut as wire. Her eyes flew open. They were silver. Not the brief molten flood Rosalie had seen in the forest. This was steadier now, deeper. Liquid metal stretched thin over something violent beneath. The center darkened, a spreading shadow that did not resemble newborn red at all. It was not hunger as Rosalie knew it. It was something colder, heavier. Marina's fangs descended again, longer this time, unmistakable. Her jaw trembled with effort as if she were fighting something inside her own mouth. "Rosalie," she rasped, voice shredded down to nothing but air and pain. "Please." The plea was not for explanation. It was not for comfort. It was for mercy. Rosalie's hands tightened reflexively. "No," she said, the word cutting clean. "You fight." A shockwave burst outward without warning. It was not light this time. It was sound. The scream that followed did not simply echo in the room. It struck. The overhead fixtures rattled violently. A glass tray shattered against the far wall. The steel beneath Marina vibrated hard enough to hum. Rosalie felt it pass through her bones like a tuning fork struck too close to the ear. Marina's head snapped back and for a split second the air above her shimmered. Not wings. Not fully. But the suggestion of something trying to tear through again and failing. The shimmer collapsed. Her hair darkened further before Rosalie's eyes. What had been rain-soaked shadow became absolute black, slick and depthless against white metal. The change was not dramatic. It was incremental, like ink dropped steadily into water until no brown remained at all. Marina's heartbeat thundered beneath her ribcage, loud enough that Rosalie could hear it over the ringing in her own ears. It pounded hard, staggered, pounded again. Too fast. Too violent. Steam curled faintly from Marina's skin. The scent in the room shifted, sharp and almost electric. "Stay with me," Rosalie whispered, leaning close enough that her hair brushed Marina's cheek. "You don't get to leave." Marina's eyes flickered again. For one fleeting instant gray broke through the silver, a ghost of the girl Rosalie had first met. Then the molten brightness swallowed it whole. Her body convulsed so violently that Rosalie had to brace her weight fully against the table to keep her pinned. Another scream ripped free, higher than the last, the pitch climbing until the reinforced glass at the observation window groaned audibly. The lights overhead flickered. Enough, Rosalie breathed, not to Marina but to whatever was tearing her apart. Enough. But the fire did not care. It climbed higher still. The next scream did not sound human. It tore through the surgical suite with a force that rattled metal and split the last intact pane along the cabinet wall. One overhead light burst outright, glass raining down in sharp fragments that skittered across tile and steel. The backup strip lighting flickered back on a half-second later, colder, harsher, flattening everything into stark white. Marina arched violently, spine lifting clear of the table. Her heels gouged shallow crescents into the steel surface as her body locked rigid and shook. The silver in her eyes flared so bright it hurt to look at, then dimmed towards something heavier, almost shadowed at the center. Rosalie moved on instinct. One hand braced Marina's shoulder. The other shot toward the wall. She grabbed the phone and dialed before the next convulsion hit. It did not take long for him to answer. Carlisle. She's burning, Rosalie said. A beat of silence. Wind in the background. Who? Marina. The silence sharpened. How? Bitten. The word felt foreign in her mouth. Victoria. Another crash as Marina's scream struck the reinforced observation window and sent a jagged crack crawling through it like lightning. Her heart? Carlisle asked, already moving. Rosalie could hear it in the rush of air. Too fast, she said. It's not stabilizing. I'm in Phoenix, he said. Bella's stable. Edward stays with her. I'll run. How long? There was no softening in her voice. She wanted numbers. It will take time. Time. Marina convulsed again, a violent tremor that rippled from throat to heel. Her fangs descended fully and did not retract. Her eyes flashed black at the center before flooding back to molten silver. Her heartbeat slammed against Rosalie's palm, frantic and brutal. You don't have time, Rosalie said quietly. Listen to me, Carlisle replied, voice tightening. If her heart stops before I arrive, you must decide. Do you understand? Marina's scream hit again, higher than the rest, the pitch climbing until the remaining lights flickered wildly. The sound ripped through the receiver in Rosalie's hand, distorting the connection into static. I understand, she said. She did not wait for goodbye. The phone clattered back into its cradle as Marina's body went rigid once more. The air above her shimmered faintly, not fully forming anything recognizable, just a broken suggestion of light along her spine before collapsing inward again. Rosalie leaned over her, bracing her weight to keep her pinned to the table. Stay, she whispered fiercely. You fight. Marina's silver eyes locked on hers. For a single flicker of a moment gray broke through again, fragile and terrified. Then it vanished. Her heartbeat faltered. Not stopped. Faltered. It skipped once, twice, then resumed in a jagged, uneven rhythm that made Rosalie's jaw clench hard enough to crack enamel. Don't, she breathed. Steam lifted from Marina's skin in faint curls. The scent in the room thickened, copper and something almost electric. Her hair lay stark and absolute black against the white steel, no trace of brown left anywhere. Another tremor ran through her, smaller now but deeper. Her heartbeat stuttered again. The room felt too still. And the fire kept climbing. The screaming did not stop. It deepened. Night folded over the house and lifted again without Rosalie marking when one ended and the other began. She measured time by the fractures spreading through tile and the rhythm beneath her palm. Marina's body no longer arched in explosive violence. The convulsions had sunk inward, rolling through bone in slower, heavier waves that made the steel table vibrate in warning before each surge. The first hours had shattered glass. Later, stone began to crack. A low cry tore from Marina and the vibration traveled outward in a tightening ring. A seam along the far wall split with a sharp snap. The overhead strip lighting flickered, dimmed, and steadied again. Instruments lay scattered across the floor where they had fallen. Rosalie had not bothered to move them. She had not left the room. When Marina's body jerked too hard, Rosalie braced her shoulders and held her down. When the tremors lessened, she loosened just enough to brush black hair away from her face. It was fully black now, absolute and depthless, no warmth left anywhere in it. Listen to me, Rosalie said quietly when the next wave built beneath her hands. I know what this feels like. Marina's eyes snapped open at her voice. Silver flooded them instantly, bright and unfocused. The center darkened for a breath, then cleared again as if the sound had anchored it. I remember the pavement, Rosalie continued, steady even as Marina's spine bowed sharply against the table. I remember the cold. I remember thinking I was dying. A scream ripped through the room, thinner now but sharper, and the cracked observation window groaned in sympathy. They left me there, Rosalie said. In the street. Marina's fingers locked around her wrist with crushing strength. Her fangs descended and did not retreat. A strangled sound escaped her throat, not entirely pain, not entirely hunger. Carlyle found me, Rosalie went on, leaning closer so the words threaded through the noise. I woke up in a different kind of fire. Another tremor moved through Marina, smaller than before but deeper, as if the burn had reached marrow. I didn't ask for it, Rosalie said softly. I fought it. I wanted it to stop. Marina's heartbeat struck hard beneath Rosalie's palm. Not frantic anymore. Deliberate. Heavy. It slammed once, paused too long, then struck again. Rosalie felt the pause inside her own chest. When the rhythm faltered, her breath caught. When it resumed, something in her eased by a fraction. The line between them had tightened beyond metaphor. Each surge of heat through Marina's veins tugged faintly through Rosalie's sternum in echo. She did not name it. She only held tighter. You don't get to leave me, Rosalie said, the words low and fierce. You don't get to burn out in front of me. Marina's eyes flickered again. For a fleeting second gray surfaced beneath the silver, fragile and terrified. Then molten brightness swallowed it whole. The center darkened briefly, not red, not familiar, just a depth that made Rosalie's instincts sharpen. The convulsions lessened. That frightened her more. Marina's body lay longer now, limbs stretched subtly beyond what Rosalie remembered. Leaner, sharper, the venom had finished its work where it could. What remained was something else integrating, settling under the surface. It still burns, Marina whispered, voice no longer shredding itself. It carried an edge now even in weakness, a clarity that made the fractured glass tremble without the volume that had shattered it before. I know, Rosalie said. She slid her hand into Marina's and did not move. The next tremor came without scream. Marina's entire frame went rigid and then slackened abruptly, silver eyes locking on Rosalie with terrifying focus. For a single breath, there was silence. Stay, Marina murmured. Not kill me. Stay. Rosalie bent until her forehead touched Marina's temple. I'm not going anywhere. The heartbeat struck once. Hard. Then again. Slower. The house held still around them as if listening. And the fire, which had raged and shattered and screamed, began to burn inward. Carlyle did not slow when the house came into view. Dawn had begun to thin the sky for the second time since Rosalie's call. The storm had long since passed. The forest stood washed and quiet, as if nothing violent had torn through it 2 nights before. The front door did not survive his hand. It split under controlled force, wood giving way with a sharp crack. He stepped through fractured glass and into air that felt wrong. Charged. Metallic. The house bore the mark of sustained strain. Fine cracks webbed across plaster. Light fixtures hung slightly askew. Shards glittered across the floor like frost. No movement. No sound. He followed the scent. Copper. Cold marble. And something else beneath it, unfamiliar and faintly electric. The surgical suite door stood open. Rosalie knelt beside the table, spine straight, one hand wrapped around Marina's. She had not moved from that position. The wreckage around her had settled into stillness. Dust had drifted onto broken glass. The room no longer vibrated with sound. It waited. Carlyle crossed to the table. Marina lay unnaturally composed. Her hair spread across the steel in a spill of absolute black, polished and depthless. Her skin had cooled to marble. The violent flush of burn had faded into pale stillness. Silver eyes stared upward, no longer blazing, no longer flickering. Stabilized. Quiet. How long? He asked softly. Rosalie did not look away from Marina's face. 2 days. Her voice held no hysteria. Only exhaustion carved thin. Carlyle placed his fingers at Marina's throat. For a moment there was nothing. Then, a beat. Heavy. Deliberate. A long pause followed. Rosalie's grip tightened. "Stay," she whispered. The second beat came slower than the first. Carlyle leaned closer, listening not with ears but with every practiced sense he possessed. The rhythm was not right. It was not settling. It was not strengthening. It was finishing. The third beat struck unevenly beneath his fingertips. A stumble. A drag. And then, nothing. The silence was absolute. Rosalie inhaled sharply, the sound barely more than a thread of air. She waited for another beat to answer. None came. Carlyle kept his hand in place longer than necessary, as if discipline might summon motion from stillness. The house did not hum. The air did not vibrate. The silver eyes remained open and unmoving, reflecting fractured light from the ceiling. Rosalie did not release her hand. The bond between them did not break. It drew tight. And in the quiet wreckage of the surgical suite, the last human heartbeat was gone. 13. First breath. Silence did not greet her. Sound did. It arrived not as noise but as structure. The world unfolded in layers before she opened her eyes, each vibration precise, separated, measurable. The house settled around her with microscopic ticks and shifts. Cooling metal contracted in the surgical suite walls. Rainwater slid from eaves outside in thin, deliberate threads. Somewhere deeper in the forest, a small animal pressed through damp underbrush, its heartbeat a rapid flutter against soil that still remembered impact. Her own body offered nothing in return. No pulse, no breath, no ache. The fire that had consumed her for 2 days was gone as completely as if it had never existed. What remained was density, strength coiled beneath still skin. Awareness sharpened until it felt like a blade drawn slowly across stone. Marina lay unmoving, eyes open to the ceiling. The light above her registered first as temperature, then as frequency. It hummed at a steady pitch that no human ear could isolate. She catalogued it without meaning to. The absence struck next. No heartbeat answered the silence inside her chest. No rise and fall disturbed her ribs. She listened for it out of instinct, waited for the heavy, uneven rhythm that had battered itself into nothing. There was only quiet. Not emptiness, quiet. Her fingers flexed against cold steel. The motion was effortless. Too effortless. The restraint required to keep them slow felt deliberate, chosen. Memory returned not in fragments but in clarity. Forest. White wings flung wide against storm-dark sky. Venom entering her bloodstream like liquid fire. Rosalie's voice cutting through distortion. The surgical suite shattering under her scream. The heartbeat faltering beneath someone else's hand. Her gaze shifted. Rosalie knelt beside the table exactly where she had been. Spine straight. Golden hair falling forward over one shoulder. One hand still wrapped around Marina's as if letting go had never been an option. There was no panic in her expression now. No frantic calculation. Only watchfulness carved thin by exhaustion that did not show in her body but did in her stillness. Marina studied her. The detail was overwhelming. She saw the faint seam in Rosalie's jacket where fabric had torn and been mended years ago. The subtle variation in the gold of her hair where lamplight caught it differently from dawn. The minute tightening at the edge of her mouth as she waited for something that had not yet happened. Marina realized she could hear it. Rosalie did not breathe. She had known that, once. Intellectually. Now the absence stood out as clearly as her own. 2 statues in a room that still smelled faintly of copper and something electric beneath it. Her tongue moved against her teeth. The sensation struck like lightning. Scent flooded her awareness in violent precision. Blood had dried somewhere in the room, faint but unmistakable. It sang to something instinctive and sharp beneath her ribs. Her fangs slid down before she meant them to. Longer than memory allowed. Curved. Wrong and right at once. They retracted with conscious effort. Rosalie's eyes flicked to her mouth and back to her face. The smallest movement. The only sign she had seen it. Marina turned her head slightly. The motion was smooth, frictionless. No dizziness followed. No lingering burn. The world held still around her, waiting to see what she would do with it. She focused inward. There was hunger there, yes. Clean and bright and edged in iron. But beneath it lay something else. A pressure not in her throat but behind it. A field that wanted to expand. Emotion echoed faintly in the room, not words, not thoughts, but tension woven tight through Rosalie's posture. Marina felt it brush against her like static before a storm. She did not reach for it. Not yet. Her eyes returned to Rosalie's. Liquid silver met molten gold. No flicker of gray remained beneath the surface. No blue threaded through. The color had settled into something final and depthless, reflective without warmth. Rosalie did not speak first. Neither did she. The silence between them was not empty. It was held, deliberate, balanced on a single new axis that had not existed 2 days ago. Marina drew a breath out of habit and felt nothing move. She smiled slightly at the reflex, at the ghost of something her body no longer required. Her voice, when it came, was lower. Clearer. It carried through the fractured room without effort. "I'm here." Carlyle did not reach for her throat again. He watched her eyes. The silver had stabilized into something lucid and unblinking, reflective without haze. No newborn frenzy clouded them. No crimson flare. Only awareness, bright and controlled. He inclined his head slightly, as if acknowledging a colleague rather than a patient. "How do you feel?" he asked. The question was clinical, but not cold. Marina considered it seriously. The word feel no longer meant what it had 2 days ago. She catalogued sensation instead. The steel table beneath her palms was cool, but not uncomfortably so. The air in the room carried layers of scent she could separate at will. Glass dust, antiseptic, old blood, Rosalie's perfume beneath rain and forest, and something warm she had never noticed this clearly before. "Hunger," she said first. Her voice did not strain. It carried evenly, resonant without effort. The fractured glass along the cabinets trembled almost imperceptibly, as if reacting to a frequency it recognized. Carlyle's gaze sharpened, but he did not interrupt. "And something else," she added, quieter. "Pressure." Rosalie's fingers tightened slightly around hers. Carlyle nodded once. "That will settle with time. Both of them." Marina shifted upright with smooth precision. The movement required no bracing, no adjustment for dizziness. She swung her legs off the table and stood. The floor did not creak beneath her weight. She felt balanced immediately, centered in a way that would have taken her seconds to find before. Too centered. She realized she had not moved at all since speaking. Rosalie noticed it too. The air between them tightened. Carlyle did not comment on the stillness. He stepped closer instead, hands clasped lightly behind his back, posture calm. "You'll need to practice," he said. Marina tilted her head slightly. "Breathing," he clarified. "It isn't necessary for survival, but it is necessary for comfort. Yours and theirs." The word theirs landed softly. "Humans watch for it," he continued. "They won't know that they are watching, but they are. Rise and fall, small adjustments, a shift of weight, the occasional fidget. We learned that early." Marina absorbed the instruction without resistance. It made sense immediately. She thought of Lydia at the kitchen table, of Ethan pausing mid-sentence when something felt wrong but he could not name it. She thought of interviews under bright lights where cameras captured every micro-expression. She drew air into her lungs deliberately. It slid in without urgency. No reflex demanded it. No burn followed. She could have held it indefinitely. She released it slowly, shaping the exhale as if preparing to sustain a note. The airflow felt thinner than memory, but steady. Carlyle watched carefully. Again. She inhaled once more, slower this time. Controlled. She let her shoulders rise by a fraction. Not enough to be theatrical. Just enough. Rosalie's posture eased. "Good," Carlyle said quietly. "Blink occasionally. Humans do. Look away when you're thinking. Touch your hair. Pace if the silence stretches too long. Stillness unsettles them." Marina lifted a hand and ran it lightly through the black fall of her hair. The texture felt denser than before, silk without warmth. She let her fingers linger there a moment longer than necessary. It was not vanity. It was rehearsal. She shifted her weight from one foot to the other, then back again. The motion felt almost exaggerated to her own senses, but Carlyle's expression suggested it was just enough. "And your voice?" he asked gently. That mattered more. Marina inhaled again, this time shaping the breath lower, engaging muscle memory that had defined decades of her life. The diaphragm responded instantly, stronger than before, precise to a degree she had never possessed as human. She released a single sustained tone, soft and steady. The sound filled the surgical suite without strain. It did not shatter glass. It did not distort light. It resonated cleanly, pure and centered. She could have held it far longer than she did. She chose to end it after a few seconds. Carlyle's eyes warmed. Excellent control. "It doesn't cost anything," she said. The truth of it startled her even as she spoke. No breathlessness followed. No need to recover. She could sing for hours now without fatigue. But beneath the clarity, the hunger remained. Bright. Edged in iron. Rosalie stepped closer. "We'll hunt," she said simply. Marina nodded once. She inhaled again, small and human, and let the breath out slowly as if it mattered. Because it did. Daylight exposed the damage without mercy. When Marina stepped out of the surgical suite and into the hall, the fractures in the plaster caught the pale morning light and held it. Hairline cracks spidered outward from the doorway. A picture frame lay split along the floor, its glass shattered but the photograph beneath intact. The banister bore a shallow indentation where something had struck it with inhuman force. She stopped. Memory aligned too easily with impact. "I did this," she said quietly. There was no tremor in her voice now. No lingering fire. Only recognition. Rosalie remained close enough that their shoulders almost touched. "You were burning alive," she said evenly. "The house will survive it." Marina's gaze traced the damage again. The destruction felt disproportionate to the calm settling inside her. The forest outside stood washed and quiet. The storm had passed. Only the structure bore witness. Carlyle moved past them, examining a cracked seam along the wall with thoughtful attention. He pressed his fingertips lightly against the plaster, testing stability rather than mourning aesthetics. "Structural integrity is intact," he said. "We'll repair it." There was no irritation in his tone. No concealed disappointment. Only logistics. Marina exhaled deliberately, remembering to let her shoulders rise and fall. The motion still felt rehearsed. Necessary. "I'm sorry," she added. Carlyle looked at her fully then. "You survived," he said gently. "That is not something for which you apologize." The hunger shifted beneath her ribs at the word survived. It had not diminished. It waited, bright and controlled, no longer frantic but no less real. Rosalie felt it too. Her gaze sharpened slightly. "We should hunt." Carlyle nodded once. "Yes." They moved through the quiet house and out into the pale forest without further comment. The silence felt larger with only three of them occupying it. No ambient Cullen presence softened the edges. Just measured footsteps and the faint scent of rain. Once deep enough beneath canopy that human eyes would never intrude, Carlyle raised a hand slightly. "Before you feed," he said calmly, "observe yourself." Marina stilled, not statue still but deliberate. The forest opened to her in layered precision. A stag grazed north of them, its heartbeat steady and unaware. Smaller animals rustled in undergrowth. Wind shifted through branches in measured rhythm. Every sound arrived distinct, separate, catalogued. The hunger focused on the stag like a lens narrowing. Carlyle watched her with quiet intensity. During the attack, he said, choosing words carefully, there were physical manifestations. He did not name them. "I have encountered shapeshifters before," he continued. "The Quileute wolves are not the only ones I have known in my lifetime. But what I observed was not identical." He did not pretend to classify it. "If something changes," he said instead, "allow it. Do not fight your own physiology. But remain aware." Marina closed her eyes briefly. The shift did not erupt. It unfolded. Her spine lengthened first, posture rising subtly higher. Not violently, Not painfully. The sensation resembled expansion rather than rupture. Along her back, light gathered in structured arcs. Not feathered, not flesh. A geometry of luminosity that suggested wings without forming weight or bone. Rosalie's gaze fixed there, breath stilled in reflex though she did not require it. Carlyle stepped closer, studying with unguarded fascination. The light refracted through the air without casting shadow. It had architecture, intention. It did not resemble muscle or skeletal transformation. Marina opened her eyes. Silver deepened at the center as the stag's pulse filled her perception. The hunger sharpened cleanly. Sailors have mistaken some of us for sirens before, Carlyle said quietly. Influence unsettles prey. Humans give it myth. His eyes returned to hers. This is a gift. Focus it, he added. Gifts are tools. Without discipline, they become accidents. She inclined her head once. The luminous structure at her back tightened inward rather than expanding outward. The field of awareness narrowed to the single living rhythm ahead. She moved. The strike was precise and silent. No scattered panic. No frenzy. Her fangs extended cleanly and found purchase with practiced efficiency. The stag collapsed almost immediately, its heartbeat faltering beneath controlled pressure rather than tearing resistance. Blood flooded her senses, rich and sharp. The bright hunger eased swiftly. Beneath it, a second current stirred faintly along the luminous geometry behind her shoulders, as if emotion sought to ride the act of feeding. She contained it. When she withdrew, she stepped back with deliberate control. The light along her spine dimmed gradually, dissolving into nothing visible. Her height settled. Her posture returned to its familiar scale. Carlyle regarded her steadily. I do not know what you are entirely, he said at last. There was no frustration in it. Only truth. But you are not unstable. That was the only verdict that mattered. The blood settled cleanly as they walked back toward the house. Marina kept her breath in practiced rhythm. The iron edge in her throat had quieted. Her senses were sharp but no longer clawing. By every visible measure, she was stable. She did not feel whole. They slowed as the house came into view through the thinning trees. Pale, fractured, waiting. It isn't enough, Marina said quietly. Carlyle glanced toward her. The blood? Yes. But not only that. She stopped walking. The forest did not press in on her. It simply did not answer. Music isn't something I do, she said, and the words came without rehearsal. It's something I am. Rosalie's gaze sharpened slightly. When I sing and I make people happy, it makes me happy. Not the way you're thinking. She shook her head faintly. Not applause. Not ego. She pressed a hand lightly against her sternum. Happy like it fills a hollow inside. Silence held around them. If I sing something sad and I make people cry, I don't feel sad. I feel more full, less empty. She searched for language they would understand. It's like emotion is blood to you. Food, or fuel. Rosalie did not move. Carlyle studied her with the same focus he had given her stopped heart. And without it? He asked gently. It builds, Marina answered. The pressure, like it has nowhere to go. She became aware of Rosalie's emotion then. Protective, fierce, focused entirely on her. The second hunger stirred in response, subtle but undeniable. She pulled back instinctively. I could take it, she admitted. Not your blood. That. Rosalie stepped closer instead of away. You won't. No, Marina said. Not by accident. Carlyle nodded once, thoughtful rather than alarmed. There are vampires with empathic gifts, he said calmly. They can sense emotion. Some can manipulate it. They do not feed from it. He regarded her carefully. You are describing something different. Yes. The word was simple. When I sang at school, even in a small auditorium, it changed the room. I could feel when everyone leaned forward at once. When they softened, when they breathed together. Her silver eyes held steady. It wasn't control. It was exchange. Carlyle absorbed that without trying to categorize it too quickly. If your gift creates a cycle, then it must be completed safely, he said at last. Safely, Rosalie echoed softly. Marina looked back toward the house. I don't need thousands, she said. I need connection. The truth of it sat clean and unadorned between them. Carlyle inclined his head slightly. Then we begin small, he said. Measured. Observed. As we did with blood. He did not dismiss it as vanity. He did not forbid it. He treated it as physiology. Marina drew in another deliberate breath and let it out slowly. Blood had quieted the first hunger. The second had not been fed. And for the first time since waking, she understood that silence would not sustain her. Music would. 14. Watching Red. The Porsche idled softly at the end of the Vale driveway, engine humming low and restrained. Rosalie kept both hands on the wheel for a moment after she cut the lights. The porch glowed ahead of them, warm and ordinary. Gravel crunched faintly under the cooling tires. Through the walls of the house, Marina could hear her parents moving, the steady rhythm of their heartbeats clear and impossibly loud in the quiet car. Be calm, Rosalie said gently. Just breathe like we practiced. You'll be fine. I won't let anything bad happen. Marina smiled at her reflection in the windshield. It's not that. Rosalie glanced over. No? I think I've got a handle on that part. She inhaled deliberately, slow and even, then let it out the same way. It's the other thing. Me, you mean? Yeah, she hesitated, then corrected herself with a small, nervous huff. We can't tell them about the real us. About what I feel. Rosalie's jaw softened slightly. We feel. Right. Marina nodded quickly. We feel. No supernatural metaphysical vampire explanations. Just, I'm gay. I mean, I always knew that. They don't. Rosalie tilted her head faintly. I don't think I am gay. Marina blinked. You're in a Porsche about to walk into my parents' house as my girlfriend. I'm in a Porsche about to walk into your parents' house because you're mine, Rosalie replied evenly. That doesn't make it simple. Marina's smile faded into something more thoughtful. What does it make it? Rosalie looked ahead at the porch instead of at her. I don't want anyone else. Not a woman. Not a man. I wouldn't let a man touch me. Not after what happened. She didn't elaborate. She didn't need to. The air inside the car shifted subtly with the weight of it. Marina reached across the center console and took her hand. Royce, she said quietly. Rosalie's fingers tightened once around hers. Royce and his friends, she confirmed, voice level but cool beneath it. That was enough. Marina nodded. There was no pity in her expression, only understanding. Then maybe we don't need a label tonight, she said softly. Maybe it's just this. Rosalie turned to look at her fully now. This is enough. Marina exhaled slowly. Okay, so, no vampire secrets. No glowing wings. No soul bonds. Rosalie's mouth curved faintly. Just girlfriends. Just girlfriends, Marina agreed. She glanced toward the house again, listening to the pulse of the life inside it. Rosalie squeezed her hand once more. We go together. We go together, Marina echoed. She opened the car door and stepped out into the gravel, Rosalie moving beside her, the engine's hum fading behind them as the porch light burned steady ahead. Marina unlocked the front door and pushed it open without knocking. I'm home. Her voice carried down the hallway the same way it always had. Her mother appeared from the kitchen almost immediately, dish towel still in her hand. She froze when she saw her. Oh my God, Marina. Her father's chair scraped loudly in the living room. Marina? Relief surged through the house so fast it almost felt like a change in air pressure. It was bright and overwhelming and sharp with fear that had nowhere to go now that she was standing in front of them. The second hunger stirred at the swell of it. The first followed, drawn to the warm, steady pulse beneath skin. Where have you been? Her father demanded, already crossing the room. You vanish overnight and don't answer your phone? I'm sorry, Marina said quickly. I should have called. I didn't mean to scare you. Her mother closed the distance and wrapped her in a tight embrace. The contact was warmer than memory. Lydia's heartbeat thudded strong against Marina's cheek. The scent of blood and soap and home flooded her senses with painful clarity. Her fangs pressed instinctively against her gums. She forced them back and focused on breathing. I'm okay, she murmured evenly. Her father hovered close, searching her face for bruises that weren't there. You don't look hurt. I'm not. Her mother pulled back slightly, hands still on her shoulders. Then what happened? Marina felt Rosalie's steady presence just behind her in the doorway, calm and unshaken. This was the moment. She reached back and took Rosalie's hand, lacing their fingers together. Mom. Dad. She drew one deliberate breath. This is Rosalie Hale. Rosalie inclined her head politely. Good evening. Marina tightened her grip. She's my girlfriend. Silence settled into the hallway. Her father blinked once. Her mother looked from Marina to Rosalie and back again, eyes thoughtful but not shocked, not angry. Well, her mother said at last, stepping forward and taking Rosalie's hand warmly, welcome, Rosalie. Carlisle has clearly raised you right. Good on him and Esme. Rosalie nodded. Thank you, Mrs. Vale. Lydia, her mother corrected gently. Her father folded his arms, a smile tugging at his mouth. And thank you for loving our daughter. She can be intense. I've noticed, Rosalie said calmly. The tension Marina had braced for simply didn't arrive. They weren't recoiling. They weren't disappointed. They were unsurprised. That's it? Marina asked, staring at them. Her father gave a soft huff of amusement. We aren't dense, Marina. Those doe eyes, her mother added lightly. At Angela, at Bella, at Leah Clearwater, at Emily Young. Rosalie's posture shifted just slightly. Who are they? Marina flapped her free hand in protest. No one. They're no one. I don't do doe eyes. Her father raised a brow. Okay, she amended quickly, heat rising in her face from memory rather than blood, maybe friendly eyes. Maybe harmless teenage crushes. At most. Oh God, kill me now. Her parents laughed. The sound filled the hallway, warm and uncomplicated, brushing gently against her senses. She kept her breathing slow and steady. How, she demanded, a little breathless now, was I so scared you'd hate me and you already knew? Her mother stepped closer and cupped her cheek. Sweetheart, we've known since you were 12. Her father nodded once. We were just waiting for you to catch up. The relief that followed wasn't explosive. It was grounding and solid. It settled into the room instead of spiking through it. You're not mad? Marina asked more quietly. Mad? Her father said. We're glad you're home. Her mother wrapped both of them into another careful embrace. Next time, she said firmly, you text. Next time, Marina promised. She stood there in the hallway with Rosalie's hand still in hers, her parents smiling instead of recoiling, and felt something steady anchor inside her, not hunger, not power, but something human and old and safe. Outside, the forest waited in darkness. Inside, she was simply their daughter. The bonfire burned lower than usual as smoke drifted through damp air, curling up into the dark canopy above First Beach. The tide was on its way in, slow and steady, waves breaking against rock in patient rhythm. The pack stood in a loose circle near the firelight, shoulders tense, hands restless, the air thick with something none of them wanted to name first. Sam Yulee stood at the center, jaw set, eyes fixed on the line where forest met sand. She crossed again, he said finally. No one asked who. They all knew. Jacob Black kicked a stone into the edge of the fire. How close? Close enough, Sam replied. Far enough to avoid treaty ground. A muttered curse came from one of the younger wolves. The line was invisible to human eyes, but it pulsed like a live wire to them now. More pups had phased this week, too many. Embry shifted his weight. You think she's doing it on purpose? She's hunting, Sam said evenly. She's pushing territory. That's what predators do. Silence stretched. Jacob stared into the flames. It's not just her. Sam's gaze flicked to him. No. They didn't need to say her name. Marina. The air shifted slightly at the thought of her, not hostile, not exactly, but complicated. Eli broke the silence first. She doesn't smell like a leech. A few heads turned. She is one, Sam said. She doesn't smell like one, Eli insisted, quieter now but stubborn. It's different. Jacob's mouth twitched faintly. Yeah, it is. Sam's eyes hardened slightly. Different doesn't mean safe. Eli stared into the fire. She sang at my cousin's wedding. The statement hung there. She grew up here, Jacob added. She knows us. And now she's mated to one of them, Sam said calmly. That settled heavier than the rest. She hasn't crossed the line, Jacob said. Not once. Yet, Sam replied. The word carried law, not threat. Waves rolled in and broke against stone. She's not hunting humans, Eli said, as if that mattered most. Neither is the red one, Sam answered. Until she does. That silenced him. The red vampire lingered at the edges of their land. They felt her like a splinter under skin. Now there was something else layered beneath it, not the clean, cold scent of a leech, but something sharper and sweeter, unfamiliar. She didn't ask for this, Jacob said. No, Sam agreed, but that doesn't change what she is. The fire popped, sending sparks upward. No leeches on our land, Sam said finally, voice steady and final. It wasn't anger. It was boundary. Eli didn't argue again, but he didn't look convinced either. His gaze drifted toward the dark tree line that pointed back toward Forks, toward the high school parking lot, toward the girl who had once played guitar on driftwood while they passed around soda cans and pretended adulthood was far away. She doesn't smell like death, he muttered. Sam didn't answer that. The tide came in, inch by inch. The forest beyond the treaty line held its breath as Victoria moved through it without sound, red hair dimmed beneath shadow, pale hands gliding lightly across bark as she passed. The wolves had gathered at the beach. She could smell the heat of them from here, thick and territorial, young ones newly turned, their scent flaring bright and restless. She didn't approach the line. She didn't need to. Forks lay quiet beyond the trees and scattered lights. The town felt small from this distance, contained and predictable. Her attention lingered elsewhere, on the girl. Victoria paused beneath a cedar and replayed what she had seen earlier in the school parking lot. The Golden One's car, the crowd of humans, the hybrid stepping out into full daylight as if she belonged there. Newborns didn't belong in daylight crowds. They broke. They lunged. They made mistakes. This one hadn't. Victoria had watched from deep cover while students brushed too close, heartbeats pounding loudly enough to call across asphalt. The hybrid had gone still once, just for a fraction of a second, then she breathed deliberately, controlled, and the frenzy hadn't come. That unsettled her. She tilted her head slightly, scenting the air. There it was again, faint and lingering, not purely vampire, not purely anything she could name. Sweet. Alive. It prickled at instinct in a way she didn't enjoy. A twig snapped in the distance as a deer shifted through undergrowth. Victoria ignored it. She wasn't hunting here tonight. 2 nights ago a hiker had wandered too far from the trail near the river, careless and alone. The body lay where she'd left it, far enough from treaty ground to avoid immediate retaliation. By morning it would be found. The sheriff would tighten patrols. The wolves would bristle. The Cullens would close ranks. Pressure did more damage than claws. Victoria stepped back from the cedar and moved deeper into the trees where even moonlight thinned. She didn't need to challenge the hybrid directly, not yet. Let the wolves grow anxious. Let the humans grow afraid. Let the Cullens stretch themselves thin. If the girl slipped, even once, the wolves would turn on her themselves. Victoria smiled faintly as she vanished into shadow. Predators didn't rush what could be unraveled slowly. And she had time. 15 Red thread. Marina woke before her alarm, not because she needed sleep anymore but because something in the air felt thinner than it should. The house was quiet in the soft gray of early morning, rain tapping lightly against the windows. She lay still for a moment, listening. Not for heartbeats this time. For absence. The forest beyond Forks carried its own rhythm, birds rising in uneven bursts, wind moving through cedar and pine in layered currents. This morning the pattern felt restrained, as if the world were holding itself very still. Downstairs, Lydia moved through the kitchen, kettle clicking on out of habit. Ethan cleared his throat over the newspaper. Marina smelled toast, coffee, butter warming in a pan. The scents pressed against her senses with hollow insistence. Once they would have meant comfort. Now they were only reminders of something she could no longer do. If she tried to eat, her body would reject it. If she tried to drink, it would burn her esophagus. Carlyle had been clear. Vampires cannot digest solids. She rose anyway and practiced the breath pattern Rosalie had drilled into her. Inhale. Pause. Exhale. She didn't need the oxygen, but she did need the illusion. Breath was performance. Breath was camouflage. In the kitchen, she kissed her mother's cheek and rested her hand lightly on her father's shoulder, careful with her strength. Morning. Morning, love, Lydia said, sliding a plate onto the table for her. Thanks, but I'll grab something later, Marina said. It was kinder than letting them watch her pretend. Ethan folded the paper. Sheriff's got the river trail closed off. Animal attack. Body found early. The word animal landed wrong. Marina kept her expression open and curious. Really? Yeah, hiker, apparently. Not good. No, it wasn't. As the time for school approached, she stepped outside instead of lingering, choosing motion over stillness. She didn't have a car. She'd never needed one before. Walking made her look ordinary and anchored to the old human her. Walking kept her tied to pavement and puddles and the small, human rhythm of getting somewhere by effort. Rain clung lightly to her jacket as she started down the road toward town. Halfway there, the low, controlled growl of a performance engine slid into the quiet morning. A red Porsche eased up beside her, its paint vivid even under the overcast sky, like a streak of arterial color through damp green forest. The passenger window lowered. You're going to keep doing this, aren't you? Rosalie asked, one brow lifting. I like walking, Marina replied. I know, Rosalie said. But you don't need to prove you're human to asphalt. Marina hesitated only a second before circling the car and slipping into the passenger seat. The door closed with a solid click, leather cool against her hands. You enjoy intercepting me, she said. Rosalie's mouth curved faintly as she pulled back onto the road. You don't have a car. I have several. This is inefficient. I could get one. You will, Rosalie answered smoothly. Soon. I'm not letting you buy something embarrassing. Marina huffed a quiet laugh and turned toward the window. Police tape fluttered faintly in the distance near the river turnoff, barely visible through trees. The town's emotional field tasted different this morning. Unease. Curiosity. The sharp metallic thread of fear just beginning to spread. Her siren hunger stirred. Clean. Potent. She pressed it down and focused on the road ahead instead. Rosalie's hand found hers on the console without looking, fingers threading through with quiet certainty. She must have sensed her unease through the bond. She couldn't just start sucking people's emotions. Forks didn't need attention, and neither did she. Forks High didn't look any different from the outside. The flag still hung limp in the damp air. Students still clustered beneath the awning to avoid the rain. Lockers still slammed in uneven rhythm down the hallways. But the sound carried differently. Conversations stayed lower. Laughter cut off more quickly. Eyes lingered a fraction longer on uniformed officers parked near the entrance. Rosalie parked with deliberate precision and cut the engine. The red Porsche drew its usual glances, but today the attention slid past it and back toward the murmuring groups near the front steps. They're already talking about us, Marina said quietly. They always do, Rosalie replied. Just don't listen too closely. Marina almost smiled at that. Not listening too closely wasn't an option. Vampires had exquisite hearing, and the emotional field pressed against her the moment she stepped out of the car. Fear had a texture, and so did curiosity. Fear wasn't loud exactly. It was tight, metallic at the edges, threaded through with curiosity and the faint thrill of proximity to something terrible that hadn't happened to them. Inside, the corridors felt narrower. A sophomore near the drinking fountain was saying, "My cousin hikes there all the time," in a tone that suggested the horror was half story, half performance. Another voice cut in, "Dad says it was a bear." That one wavered, not convinced. Marina walked beside Rosalie, matching her pace carefully. She didn't rush. She didn't slow. She breathed in and out on a steady rhythm, keeping her shoulders relaxed. The temptation was there, sharp and immediate. Fear fed cleaner than joy. It came in concentrated pulses, unguarded and bright. She could soften it. She could take the edge off the entire building with a single harmonic push. She didn't dare. Rosalie's hand brushed briefly against her lower back as they turned a corner, a silent check. Marina didn't look at her, but she leaned infinitesimally into the contact. Bella was waiting near their lockers, pale in a way that hadn't anything to do with Fork's weather. Her cast peeked from beneath her jeans, scuffed along the edges. She was angry in the quiet way that meant she'd been scared recently. "You hurt?" Bella asked as soon as Marina reached her. "River trail," Marina said. "That's all." Bella nodded once. "I was there." Rosalie's posture shifted, subtle but immediate. "Why?" "I couldn't sleep," Bella said, defensive already. "I went for a walk." Marina's eyes widened. "Are you insane?" Rosalie snorted. "Edward is going to cuff you to your bed, and not in a good way." Marina smirked and coughed to suppress the laugh. Bella reddened. There were patrol cars everywhere. Tape through the trees. "Dad didn't see me." One of the deputies was arguing with someone about drag marks. She swallowed. "He said there weren't any." The hallway noise seemed to recede around them. "No drag marks?" Marina asked lightly, as if she were only curious. Bella shook her head. "That's what I heard." And Dad wasn't confused. He was mad. Not like when something doesn't make sense. Like when it makes too much. Rosalie didn't speak. Her silence was deliberate, controlled. "They're saying animal attack," Bella continued, lowering her voice. "But it didn't feel like that. I've seen enough of Dad's cases to know the difference between messy and wrong." Marina held her expression steady. Inside, something cold aligned into place. Precision, placement, intention, not frenzy. "Maybe they're being cautious," she said, because that was what a human friend would say. "Maybe," Bella replied, but she didn't believe it. The bell rang, sharp and intrusive. Students scattered, pulling the normal shape of the day back over something that didn't fit beneath it. As they moved toward class, the fear in the building pulsed again, thinner now but deeper. Marina felt it slide along her senses like a drawn string. She could take it, just enough to ease the pressure in her chest. She didn't. Instead, she counted her breaths and walked beside Rosalie into the ordinary hum of fluorescent lights and damp coats, carrying the metallic taste of unease with her like a secret she refused to swallow. Lunch carried the same restless hum as the hallways. Trays scraped, chairs dragged, rain streaked the cafeteria windows in pale vertical lines. The fear from the morning hadn't disappeared, but it had thinned into something easier to ignore. Teenagers were very good at that. Marina sat beside Rosalie at the Cullen table. Edward was directly across from them, his expression composed in the careful way that meant he was listening to far more than he wanted to. Alice watched everything with bright, speculative interest. Jessica Stanley didn't approach timidly. She approached as if she were conducting research. "So," she said, sliding onto the bench beside Marina, "are we talking about this?" Marina blinked once. "Talking about what?" Jessica gestured between Marina and Rosalie. "You two. Obviously." There was no hostility in it. Only fascination. Michael Newton leaned in from the adjacent table, unable to resist proximity to drama. "Yeah, I mean, when did that happen?" "It didn't happen," Marina said lightly. "It exists." Jessica's eyes widened. "Okay, but since when?" "Since we decided it did," Rosalie replied smoothly, not looking up as she adjusted the napkin on her untouched tray. There was a brief silence while the statement settled. Michael squinted thoughtfully at Rosalie. "Is she a good kisser?" Jessica inhaled sharply. "Michael." Marina grinned before she could stop herself. "It's okay. Teenage boy, right?" Michael flushed but didn't retreat. "I'm just asking." Marina tilted her head, considering with exaggerated seriousness. "World class." Edward, seated directly across from them, made the mistake of drawing breath at the exact wrong moment and choked on air he didn't need. His hand came up reflexively, eyes narrowing at Rosalie in warning. Rosalie leaned forward slightly and murmured something under her breath, too low for human ears. Edward's expression shifted from reprimand to reluctant defeat, and Rosalie settled back in her seat, smiling with unmistakable satisfaction. Bella looked up from beside Edward, startled. "Huh?" "Nothing," Marina said easily. Just science. Jessica blinked. I don't even know what that means. It means, Marina replied, her tone warm and entirely unbothered, you don't need to know. There was a brief moment where the cafeteria could have turned it into spectacle. It didn't. Jessica nodded slowly, filing the information away as social fact rather than scandal. Okay, she said finally. Cool. Conversation shifted. Trays moved. The world resumed. Marina felt the emotional field around her recalibrate, not hostile, not rejecting. Just adjusting. Curiosity softened into acceptance. The fear from the morning remained beneath it, but this thread was lighter. She hadn't expected normal to feel like victory. The house felt smaller that evening. Not physically. The walls hadn't shifted. The furniture hadn't moved. But the air carried weight, like pressure before a storm that refused to break. Lydia kept the television low in the background while chopping vegetables out of habit she couldn't abandon. Ethan pretended to read, though he turned the same page twice without seeing it. Marina sat at the kitchen table with a glass of water she wouldn't drink. The condensation gathered and slid down the side in slow, silent tracks. She let her fingers rest against it, so it looked natural. So it looked human. Sheriff's office is increasing patrols, Ethan said finally, voice neutral but tight beneath it. They're advising people not to hike alone for a while. For a while, Lydia repeated quietly. Marina kept her expression composed. That's probably smart. Her mother studied her for a moment, not suspicious, just measuring. You're walking to school tomorrow? Yes, Marina said automatically, then immediately caught herself. Unless Rosalie insists on intercepting me again. Lydia's mouth twitched. I like that girl. So do I, Ethan replied, which carried more weight than he probably intended. Marina lowered her gaze, partly to hide the way the town's fear pressed more strongly now that evening had settled. It drifted through open windows, rode on damp air, slipped beneath doors. Not panic. Not yet. Just the uneasy awareness that something had entered their story without permission. Later, when the house had quieted and her parents' heartbeats settled into sleep, Marina stepped outside. The night air was cold and wet against her skin. She moved to the edge of the yard where forest met grass and stood still, listening. The woods didn't speak of struggle. They didn't carry the echo of violence. They carried only normal nocturnal rhythm, layered and patient. That was what unsettled her most. If Victoria had fed in frenzy, the air would have remembered it. There would be chaos among the wolves, among the humans and police. Instead there was precision, clean removal, clean placement. Victoria was leaving them a message. Marina felt the town beyond the trees like a field of dim lights. House by house, window by window, each one holding small human worries that now had something sharper to attach to. She could reach. She could draw on the edge of it. Ease the pressure before it spread further. The temptation came softer this time. More rational. It wouldn't hurt anyone. It would actually help them, or so she said to herself. She closed her eyes and let the feeling crest and pass without touching it. You're thinking too loud, Rosalie said quietly as she cuddled her from behind. Marina didn't startle. She hadn't heard the car, hadn't heard footsteps, but Rosalie's presence in the bond was unmistakable. It settled against her senses like a familiar chord resolving. Am I? Marina asked. Yes. You're trying to solve something that isn't yours to solve. It feels like it is, Marina admitted. If she's escalating because we're here. Rosalie stepped beside her, her hand finding Marina's cool and steady. She's escalating because she wants our attention and blames us for James's death. Not because you exist. Marina exhaled slowly. The town's afraid. They should be, Rosalie said calmly. But not of you. Silence settled between them, companionable and heavy at once. Marina looked into the forest one last time. She didn't sense Victoria. She didn't sense eyes watching from shadow. She sensed nothing beyond ordinary night. That was worse, because predators who wanted to be seen left signs. Predators who didn't were doing something sneaky. Marina tightened her grip on Rosalie's hand and turned back toward the house. 16. Daylight practice. Rosalie didn't let the morning feel gentle. They stood in the clearing behind the Cullen house where the forest opened just enough for daylight to filter through the cedar branches. The light was thin and pale, broken into shifting patterns across damp earth and pine needles. The air smelled of rain and moss. Somewhere deeper in the woods a bird called once and then fell quiet again. Again, Rosalie said. Marina inhaled automatically, then stopped and tried again, letting the breath come unevenly before easing it out. Too smooth was wrong. Too steady was wrong. Humans didn't breathe like metronomes. They forgot, they sighed, they lost rhythm when they were distracted. Rosalie circled her slowly, head tilted, watching with the kind of focus that could make anyone self-conscious. You're thinking about it. I'm thinking about it, Marina admitted. That's the problem. Marina blinked once, deliberately. She let her eyes linger half-closed before opening them again, then turned her head toward the trees as if something had caught her attention. She paused a moment too long before reacting. Rosalie stepped closer and brushed a fingertip lightly beneath Marina's eye. Too precise. You don't look distracted. You look like you're performing distraction. Marina huffed a quiet laugh that wasn't entirely amused. I've performed distraction in front of 60,000 people. This isn't a stage, Rosalie replied calmly. This is a school hallway. Humans aren't watching for brilliance. They're watching for normal. Normal. The word settled into Marina's chest with uncomfortable weight. Rosalie moved behind her. Walk. Marina stepped forward across the clearing. She forced her heel to land a fraction heavier than instinct allowed and let her balance wobble before correcting it. Her arms swung loosely at her sides. Halfway across the clearing she stopped and turned back. Rosalie shook her head immediately. You stopped like you heard something 3 miles away. I did hear something 3 miles away. I know, Rosalie said. Pretend you didn't. Marina closed her eyes for a moment and reset. When she opened them again, she softened her focus, deliberately dulling the edges of her awareness. The forest receded. The endless layers of sound blurred into something closer to human hearing. She felt the pressure of her resonance draw inward as she contained it. Rosalie watched in silence this time. After a moment she nodded once. Better. Marina shifted her weight, letting one shoulder lift in a small, human fidget. I don't want to look like something pretending to be human. You don't, Rosalie said quietly. You look like something contained. Contained. The word struck harder than Marina expected. Contained meant pressure. It meant something powerful forced into stillness. Marina felt it every moment now, a tightness beneath her sternum where hunger and voice lived side by side. She could hold it. She had been holding it. But the effort never disappeared. Rosalie stepped in front of her and lifted a hand to Marina's chin, turning her face slightly. Blink. Marina did. Slower. She tried again, letting the movement drag slightly longer. Good. Now look irritated. Human irritated. Marina let her mouth twist faintly and exhaled through her nose. Rosalie's lips curved. Too elegant. I can't help that. You can, Rosalie said. You just don't like to. Marina let the irritation come naturally this time. She thought about the uneasy tension drifting through town, the whispered conversations in hallways, the metallic thread of fear that lingered beneath the surface of everyone's emotions. The expression shifted without effort. Rosalie nodded. There, that's real. Marina looked past her into the trees again, letting her gaze wander without focusing on every movement. If I stop singing, what happens? Rosalie didn't answer immediately. The silence between them stretched for several seconds, thoughtful rather than empty. You won't, Rosalie said at last. That's not what I asked. Rosalie reached for her hand and threaded their fingers together, the contact steady and grounding. If you stop singing, you start compressing. And when you compress, you crack. Marina absorbed the words without protest. They felt true in a way that didn't need argument. So I sing, she said. So you sing, Rosalie agreed. But you also learn how to breathe like you belong in a hallway full of teenagers. Marina drew in another imperfect breath and let it escape unevenly, shoulders rising just enough to look alive. She shifted her weight again, letting the small motion ripple naturally through her stance. Rosalie watched her for a long moment before nodding once. You'll pass. Pass, Marina echoed. As human, Rosalie clarified. Marina glanced at her, silver eyes catching the thin daylight. And if I don't want to just pass? Rosalie stepped closer, voice softer now. Then we deal with that later. The clearing settled back into quiet around them. Damp earth, pale light, and patient trees. Marina stood there practicing the fragile choreography of ordinary life, breathing when she didn't need to, blinking when she chose to, learning how to move through the world without revealing what she truly was. Singing to thousands would have been easier. Walking through a school hallway without giving herself away felt infinitely more dangerous. By the time they reached Forks High, the morning routine had already begun. Students moved through the hallways in loose currents, lockers opening and closing in uneven rhythm. Marina stepped inside beside Rosalie and immediately felt the emotional weather of the building settle against her senses. The world was louder here. Not with sound exactly, but with feeling. Nervous laughter near the entrance. Bored irritation from someone leaning against a locker. The quiet warmth of Angela talking with a friend near the stairs. Every emotion brushed Marina's awareness like shifting currents of air. Rosalie watched her carefully. You're drifting, Rosalie said quietly. Marina blinked and forced her focus back into place. Right. Human mode. Breath, Rosalie reminded. Marina inhaled slowly and let the air out again. They walked toward their lockers together. Students flowed around them in casual patterns, unaware that the girl in their midst balanced two entirely different hungers. Blood called faintly somewhere in the building. A paper cut, a scraped knuckle, small things. More dangerous was the other pull. Emotion. Joy from a joke, embarrassment from a misstep, anticipation from someone waiting for a message. Each feeling brushed Marina's resonance like fingers touching piano keys. Her instinct wanted to answer. She didn't. Not here. Rosalie's hand brushed the small of Marina's back as they stopped at her locker. The touch grounded her instantly. You're still listening to everything, Rosalie murmured. I'm trying not to. You're terrible at it. I'm new. Rosalie's mouth twitched. Bella appeared at the end of the hallway and limped toward them, her expression thoughtful in the quiet way that meant she'd been thinking too much again. Morning, Bella said. Morning, Marina replied. Bella leaned against the lockers. The rumor mill is getting ridiculous. That's small towns, Rosalie said. Bella sighed. People are saying everything from bear attacks to serial killers now. Marina kept her expression neutral. Human imagination. Bella studied her for a moment, then shrugged. Probably. The bell rang before the conversation could deepen. Students began moving again, the hallway pulling them apart into separate classrooms. See you at lunch, Bella said. Marina nodded. By midday the tension in the school had softened into background noise. Marina sat with the Cullens near the windows, her notebook open beside her tray. She wrote quietly while the others talked. Edward glanced at the page and smiled faintly. New song? Maybe. Alice leaned forward immediately. Is it the one you were humming earlier? Marina smirked. You say that like I only hum one thing at a time. Rosalie nudged her foot beneath the table. Finish writing it before the fan club starts asking for previews, she murmured. Marina snorted softly and closed the notebook when the lunch bell rang again. Angela cornered her outside the music room just before the next class began, clutching her phone like someone trying very hard not to burst with an idea. Okay, Angela said quietly. Before you say no, hear me out. Marina leaned against the locker beside the door, notebook tucked under one arm. Angela held up her phone. I've been thinking about your channel. Marina blinked. My channel? YouTube, Angela said patiently. The one that exploded last week. Right. That channel. Marina huffed a small breath. Still feels weird hearing that. You need more videos, Angela said. Not just polished ones. Behind-the-scenes stuff. Practice clips. Song drafts. Marina stared at her. You want to film my homework? Angela grinned. Your music homework. Marina glanced down at the notebook in her hand. Half a lyric. 3 chord changes. Nothing dramatic. People don't want perfect, Angela said. They want real. Marina considered that. And you're sure people want to watch someone sitting in a practice room with a notebook? Angela didn't hesitate. Yes. The certainty landed cleanly. Marina tapped the notebook lightly against her palm. What exactly were you thinking? Angela brightened. Music room after school. Just a phone on a stand. One take. No editing. Marina raised an eyebrow. You trust the internet with unedited footage. I trust you, Angela said. For a moment Marina didn't answer. Then she sighed. Fine. One video. Angela grinned. After school the music room was almost empty. Most students had already drifted away toward buses, cars, or the promise of dry air outside the steady Forks rain. The hallway noise faded until only distant lockers and muffled voices echoed through the building. Marina stepped inside and closed the door gently behind her. The room smelled faintly of varnish, sheet music, and the dusty warmth of instruments that had been played all day. A piano sat near the window, its black lid half open. Angela followed with a small tripod and her phone. I promise this is low pressure, Angela said. If you hate it, we delete it. Marina sat on the bench and opened her notebook beside the keys. Pencil markings ran across the page in looping lines and arrows where she'd been arguing with herself earlier. You realize, Marina said over her shoulder, that if this goes online people will think this is what practice sounds like. Angela positioned the phone. Isn't it? More or less. Angela stepped back. Pretend the camera's not there. That's impossible. Then pretend I'm not here. Marina huffed softly and placed her fingers on the keys. The first chord rang gently through the room. She played the opening phrase, paused, and frowned. No, she murmured. Her pencil scratched across the page, replacing one chord with another. She tried again. This time the progression lifted differently. Marina nodded slightly and continued. After a few measures she stopped again and added a quick note beside the bridge. Maybe here. Angela stayed silent behind the camera. Marina began again, slower this time. When the melody reached the line she'd been adjusting, she let the chord hang for a moment and sang softly. Golden in the quiet of the hall. Light where the gray day falls. She walks through the noise like a flame in the rain. And suddenly I'm not alone at all. The words settled into the melody as if they'd been waiting there all day. Marina played the phrase again, leaning slightly into the piano. Her voice threaded through the chords, warm and steady. Behind the camera Angela didn't move. The emotional field in the room shifted immediately. Appreciation. Focus. The simple attention of one person listening carefully. Angela. That alone eased the pressure beneath Marina's ribs. She played the bridge again, frowned, and scribbled another quick note. Too heavy, she muttered. The pencil tapped the page twice before she tried the progression again with a lighter chord. This time the music flowed cleanly into the closing phrase. When the final note faded she lifted her hands from the keys and glanced back. Angela slowly lowered the phone, eyes wide. That, Angela said quietly, was one take. Marina shrugged, though the small release in her chest felt like relief. Practice. Angela shook her head, still smiling. If that's practice, the internet's going to lose its mind. Marina laughed softly and closed the notebook. Outside the window the rain continued falling through the dim Forks afternoon. For the first time all day the pressure in her chest felt manageable. Not gone. Just quiet enough to carry home. 17. First studio session. The studio sat above a narrow storefront on a quiet side street, the windows dark except for the faint glow leaking through the blinds of the control room. Rosalie parked along the curb and cut the engine, the silence settling gently around them. For a moment neither of them moved. Marina sat with the notebook resting on her knee, her thumb sliding slowly along the edge of the paper as she stared at the door of the building. The place looked small compared to the professional studios she remembered from her previous life, but the smell of faint electrical heat and wood drifting through the cracked window felt familiar in a way that tugged at something deep in her chest. Rosalie glanced sideways at her. You're thinking too hard. Marina gave a quiet breath that almost sounded like a laugh. Of course I'm nervous. She finally lifted her eyes and gave a small, crooked smile. I haven't done this since I died. Rosalie's fingers tightened slightly on the steering wheel, though her expression remained calm. You didn't die. You were attacked. Vampires aren't like the myths. We're not undead. That's reassuring. You'll have me. Marina looked at her then, the tension in her expression softening slightly. You're biased. Of course I am. Rosalie opened the car door and stepped out. But I'm also right. Inside, the studio felt comfortably compact. The control room held a wide console filled with softly glowing meters and knobs, a computer screen displaying a recording program, and a couch pushed against the far wall. Through the glass partition the recording booth stood ready with a microphone suspended from a stand and an upright piano tucked against the back wall. A man in his late 20s looked up from the console as they entered. You must be Marina, he said, standing and offering a hand. Daniel. Marina shook his hand easily. Thanks for fitting us in. No problem. Daniel glanced curiously at Rosalie and then back to Marina. So what are we recording tonight? Piano and vocal, Marina said, lifting the notebook slightly. Simple. Daniel nodded toward the booth. All right. Let's see what you've got. Marina stepped into the recording booth and closed the door behind her, the thick insulation muting the quiet mechanical hum of the control room. The air inside felt still and slightly warmer, carrying the faint scent of wood polish from the upright piano against the back wall. The microphone hung a few feet away in front of the vocal stand, but her attention drifted first to the piano. The Yamaha upright looked well maintained despite its age, the dark finish reflecting the soft overhead light. Marina ran her fingers lightly across the top edge of the instrument before pulling the bench back and sitting down. For a moment she simply rested her hands above the keys without pressing them. Through the glass she could see Daniel settling into his chair while Rosalie watched from the couch with quiet patience. Marina adjusted the headphones resting on the piano and slipped them over her ears. Daniel's voice came through a moment later, slightly filtered by the studio system. Can you hear me okay? Yes, Marina said, glancing toward the microphone. Good. I've got piano and vocal armed. Whenever you're ready, we'll run a level check. Marina lowered her hands to the keys and pressed a soft chord. The piano answered with a warm, resonant tone that filled the booth. Even through the headphones she felt the vibration move through the wood beneath her fingertips. Daniel leaned forward slightly in the control room, adjusting a dial. Play that again. Marina repeated the chord, letting the notes ring longer this time. That's good, Daniel said. Levels look clean. Whenever you want to start, I'm rolling. Marina drew a slow breath she didn't truly need, more habit than necessity. The notebook lay open on the piano beside her, though she barely glanced at it. The melody had lived in her mind for years. Her fingers began moving across the keys, the opening progression unfolding with quiet familiarity. The piano filled the booth, soft and steady. Marina leaned toward the microphone as the final note of the progression faded and her voice followed the music. Golden in the quiet of the hall, she sang softly, letting the phrase settle into the piano's warmth. Where the echoes learn your name. The melody rose gently as her hands moved into the next chord. I was never meant for silence, Marina continued, her voice smooth and controlled. I was only passing through the flame. Behind the glass Daniel stopped adjusting the console entirely. His hand hovered above the controls as he listened, the casual curiosity from earlier replaced by focused attention. Rosalie leaned forward slightly on the couch, her eyes fixed on Marina with quiet pride as the piano and voice filled the room. Marina let the piano carry the melody forward, her hands moving with quiet certainty as the chords settled into their natural rhythm. The familiar shape of the song unfolded beneath her fingers, each progression leading smoothly into the next while her voice followed the rising arc of the melody. Golden in the quiet of the hall, she sang softly, the warmth of the note lingering against the wood of the piano, where the echoes learn your name. Her voice held steady as the chords shifted beneath the lyric. I was never meant for silence. I was only passing through the flame. The booth seemed to grow quieter around the music. Marina leaned slightly toward the microphone, her eyes half closed as the melody carried her into the next verse. The piano notes rang clear and steady while her voice filled the space with a richness she was only beginning to understand. Home still waits beyond the turning, she continued, the phrase lifting gently over the chord beneath it. Past the roads we couldn't see. Her hands moved smoothly into the next progression, the rhythm steady but unforced. Every song I've ever written leads me quietly back to me. Behind the glass Daniel sat perfectly still, the headphones around his neck forgotten while the meters on the console flickered softly with the signal coming through the microphones. He had heard plenty of singers pass through this room. Some were talented, some were ambitious, a few were excellent. None of them had sounded quite like this. He glanced toward Rosalie without speaking. Rosalie had leaned forward on the couch, her elbows resting lightly on her knees while her gaze stayed fixed on the booth. There was pride in her expression, but something softer as well, something protective and quietly relieved. Inside the booth Marina barely noticed either of them. The song had taken hold of her completely now, the melody unfolding with the same certainty it always had. Yet something within the sound felt different tonight. Each note carried a subtle warmth that seemed to settle into the room itself, as if the music lingered in the air rather than fading away. Her voice softened as she reached the final phrase of the passage, letting the piano slow slightly beneath it. Golden in the quiet of the hall, she repeated, the lyric returning like a memory. Where the echoes learn your name. The final chord faded slowly beneath her hands. For several seconds the control room remained silent. Daniel leaned toward the talkback microphone. Stay right there, he said, his voice calm but focused. I want to play that back. Marina ignored him, slipped off the headphones and stood, stepping quietly out of the booth while Daniel rewound the track. Rosalie shifted to make room as Marina joined her near the console. Daniel pressed a key and the room filled again with the piano's warm tone, Marina's voice following a heartbeat later. Marina listened carefully, her head tilting slightly as the playback moved through the speakers. When the final chord faded she reached forward and pointed to one of the channel strips. Bring the piano down just a touch, she said. Not much. I want the vocal sitting slightly forward. Daniel adjusted the fader and replayed the final section. Marina nodded once. That's it. Daniel looked at her for a long moment before turning back to the console. All right, he said slowly. Let's print that. A few seconds later the computer chimed softly as the file rendered. Daniel leaned back in his chair. You just recorded a finished single. Rosalie smiled faintly and pulled out her phone. Alice is going to lose her mind. 18. The Artist. The Cullen living room was quiet when Rosalie and Marina arrived, the pale afternoon light filtering through the tall windows and settling across the polished wooden floor. Carlyle sat in an armchair near the fireplace with a medical journal open in his hands, while Esme moved slowly through the room arranging a small vase of flowers on the side table. Jasper leaned against the far wall beside the window, watching the trees sway gently beyond the glass. Alice appeared at the top of the stairs the moment the front door opened. She moved quickly down the steps, her bright eyes already fixed on Rosalie. You're late, she said lightly, though the excitement in her voice made the words sound more like anticipation than complaint. Rosalie pulled her phone from her pocket as she stepped further into the room. We were recording. Alice froze halfway across the floor. Recording what? Rosalie held up the phone and tapped the screen. This. The room grew quiet as the soft piano filled the space. Marina felt the moment the music reached Alice. The smaller vampire stopped moving entirely, her head tilting slightly as the first lyric drifted through the speakers. Golden in the quiet of the hall, Marina's voice sang softly through the phone. Where the echoes learn your name. Alice's expression changed slowly as she listened, the quick brightness in her eyes sharpening into focused attention. She crossed the remaining distance and sat down on the arm of the couch beside Rosalie without looking away from the phone. Carlyle lowered his journal while the music continued. Esme turned toward the sound with a quiet smile forming on her face. The verse unfolded through the living room, piano warm and steady beneath Marina's voice. Home still waits beyond the turning, the recording continued gently. Past the roads we couldn't see. Alice leaned forward slightly, her fingers resting against her lips as the final chord faded into silence. For several seconds she didn't speak. Then she looked up. Her eyes locked onto Marina. "We're not keeping this small," Alice said softly. Marina blinked. "I wasn't planning on it being large either." Alice stood up in a single smooth movement, her energy returning all at once. "That's because you're thinking like a musician." She began pacing slowly across the room, her hands already moving as if she could see something forming in the air in front of her. "We need structure, visual identity, presentation." Rosalie folded her arms and leaned back against the couch with a faintly amused expression. "Here we go." Alice turned toward Marina again, her eyes bright with excitement. "You just recorded a single. Now we make the world notice." Alice stopped pacing abruptly and turned back toward Marina with the kind of focused attention that made people instinctively stand up straighter. Her eyes moved slowly over Marina from head to toe, not with criticism but with calculation, as if she were already assembling a picture that only she could see. Marina shifted slightly under the scrutiny. "You're looking at me like I'm a puzzle." Alice tilted her head. "You are a puzzle." She stepped closer, circling Marina once in a slow thoughtful loop. "You have the voice. Now we build the rest." Marina blinked. "The rest of what?" "The artist," Alice said simply. Rosalie leaned against the arm of the couch, watching the exchange with quiet amusement. "She recorded the song an hour ago and you're already redesigning her." Alice waved a hand dismissively. "This can't wait." She stopped in front of Marina again, her expression bright with excitement. "Music is only half of what people see. The other half is identity." Marina folded her arms slightly. "I thought the music was the important part." "It is," Alice agreed immediately. "But humans don't just listen. They look. They remember shapes, colors, silhouettes. When someone hears your voice later, they should already see you in their head." Carlyle watched the conversation with mild curiosity from his chair. "That sounds like marketing." Alice smiled at him. "It is marketing." Jasper's quiet voice drifted from the window. "You're excited." Alice glanced back at him with a quick grin. "Of course I'm excited." She turned again to Marina and pointed toward the stairs. "First problem. Your wardrobe." Marina frowned slightly. "My wardrobe is fine." Rosalie made a soft sound that might have been a laugh. Alice shook her head slowly. "You have school clothes." "That's because I go to school." "And you have comfortable clothes," Alice continued, ignoring the comment. "Those are also fine." She lifted one finger and gave Marina a look that suggested a revelation was coming. "What you do not have is an artist's wardrobe." Marina stared at her. "What exactly is an artist's wardrobe?" Alice clasped her hands together in front of her chest, delighted by the question. 3 layers, she said briskly. "School, private, public." Rosalie raised one eyebrow. "Public?" Alice nodded eagerly. "Interviews, appearances, photos." Her gaze returned to Marina with renewed intensity. "And eventually stage." Marina blinked again. "Alice, I recorded one piano track in a tiny studio." Alice's smile widened. "Yes," she said calmly. "And now we prepare for everything that comes after." The next afternoon found Marina standing in the middle of a bright clothing store in downtown Seattle, watching Alice move through the racks like a small, determined storm. Garments seemed to vanish from hangers the moment Alice passed them. Dresses, coats, boots, and scarves appeared in her arms with frightening speed while she evaluated color, fabric, and cut with an intensity that made the nearby sales assistant quietly step out of the way. Marina turned slowly in place, taking in the growing pile of clothing draped over the back of a chair. "Alice," she said cautiously, "I think you may have misunderstood the phrase small wardrobe adjustment." Alice didn't even look up. She held a long silver gray coat against Marina's shoulders, tilted her head slightly, and nodded to herself. "No, this is exactly what I meant." Rosalie leaned casually against a nearby display table, her arms folded while she watched the process with open amusement. "You should see what she did to Emmett the first time she decided he needed a new look." Emmett's voice drifted faintly from the phone in Rosalie's hand. "I still say that jacket was a crime." Alice ignored him completely and pushed a dark dress into Marina's arms. "Try this." Marina glanced down at the fabric and then back at Alice. "Where exactly am I supposed to wear this?" Alice's eyes sparkled. "Public." Marina sighed and disappeared behind the dressing room curtain. A few minutes later she stepped back out wearing the dress, the soft charcoal fabric falling smoothly to her knees while the fitted sleeves framed her shoulders. The mirror beside the dressing area reflected a version of Marina that looked slightly more deliberate than the girl who had walked into the store. Alice studied the reflection carefully. Good. Marina turned slightly. Good? Alice nodded once. Your voice already fills a room. Your presence should do the same thing. Rosalie pushed away from the table and circled Marina once with a thoughtful look. Alice may be dramatic, but she isn't wrong. Marina glanced back at the mirror again, unsure whether she felt flattered or slightly ambushed. Alice was already moving again, selecting another set of clothes from the rack with the same quick precision. School clothes stay simple, she said briskly. Public clothes get remembered. Stage clothes will come later. Marina watched the growing pile of garments with mild disbelief. How many categories are there? Alice smiled brightly. 3, she said. So far. By the time the sun lowered toward the distant line of gray clouds over Puget Sound, the back of Rosalie's car held several carefully packed bags while Alice sat cross-legged in the passenger seat with a small sketchbook balanced on her knees. Marina leaned against the side of the car in the parking lot, watching Alice's pencil move quickly across the paper. The quiet scratching sound blended with the distant city noise drifting through the evening air. You've been drawing for 10 minutes, Marina said. Should I be worried? Alice didn't look up. No. Rosalie closed the trunk and rested her arms along the roof of the car. That answer usually means yes. Alice's pencil continued moving in short, confident strokes. I'm working. Marina stepped closer and tried to see the page. Alice tilted the sketchbook slightly away with a quick protective motion. Not yet, Alice said calmly. Marina lifted an eyebrow. You're designing my life and I'm not allowed to see the plans? Yes. Rosalie laughed quietly. Alice finished another line and finally leaned back slightly, studying the page with narrowed eyes. The music already has a feeling, she said. Soft, but strong. Quiet but impossible to ignore. Marina watched her carefully. That sounds like a personality description. It is, Alice replied. Rosalie tilted her head. You're building the cover. Alice nodded once. She turned the sketchbook around and held it up. The drawing showed a large concert hall, the curved balconies rising into shadow while soft light spilled across the stage. At the center stood a single figure at a piano, tall wings suggested in faint sweeping lines behind her like a trick of light or shadow. Marina stared at the image for several seconds. She paused, unsure how to finish the sentence. Alice watched her expression closely. Too much? No, Marina said quietly. Just unexpected. Alice closed the sketchbook and tapped it lightly against her knee. Good. Rosalie pushed away from the car and slid into the driver's seat. What's the next step, director? Alice's smile returned instantly. Tonight we prepare the release, she said brightly. Artwork, title, and distribution. Marina blinked. Distribution where? Alice looked at her as if the answer were obvious. Everywhere, she said. 19. Esme's house. Morning light filtered through the tall glass windows of the Cullen house, spreading pale gold across the polished wooden floors. The forest beyond the glass stood quiet and deep, the dark green of the trees broken by drifting mist that moved slowly between the trunks. Inside the house everything felt calm, balanced in a way that reflected the quiet care of the woman who had shaped it. Esme stood near the center of the living room, studying the space with a thoughtful expression. The room was already beautiful by any ordinary standard. The furniture sat in easy harmony with the architecture, and the wide open layout allowed the surrounding forest to feel almost like part of the interior. Even so, Esme's attention moved carefully across the room as if she were listening for something slightly out of place. She stepped toward the far wall and shifted a low chair several inches to the left before pausing again to consider the result. The movement was subtle, but it opened a line of sight toward the forest beyond the windows. Behind her Alice watched with bright curiosity while perched lightly on the edge of the staircase railing. You've moved that chair 3 times this week, Alice said with open amusement. Esme smiled without turning. 4, she corrected gently. The light changes with the seasons. Alice tilted her head, studying the room with theatrical seriousness. You know most people wouldn't notice the difference. Most people don't live forever, Esme replied calmly. Soft footsteps approached from the hallway as Rosalie entered the room carrying a small wooden box of tools. She paused beside the chair Esme had just moved and studied the new position with the quiet precision she usually reserved for mechanical work. It works, Rosalie said after a moment. The angle frames the window better. Esme's smile widened slightly. That's what I thought. Rosalie set the toolbox on the floor near the wall. You said you needed help with the measurements. I do, Esme replied as she walked toward a section of the living room that currently held little more than an open space of polished floor. She gestured gently toward the empty area. I've been thinking about this part of the house. Rosalie followed her gaze. You're planning something. Esme nodded. Yes. Alice leaned forward from the railing with immediate interest. What kind of something? Esme rested one hand lightly against the back of a chair while she looked across the quiet room. A space that belongs to Marina, she said softly. She's going to need somewhere to make music. Rosalie stepped into the open space Esme had indicated and knelt beside the polished floor, opening the wooden toolbox with quiet efficiency. Inside were a tape measure, pencil, and a small level that looked more suited to a construction site than the elegant interior of the Cullen home. Rosalie pulled the tape free and extended it across the floor while Esme watched with patient attention. If the piano sits here, Rosalie said while anchoring one end of the tape against the wall, you'll want at least 3 feet of clearance behind it so the sound carries properly. Esme nodded thoughtfully. That's exactly what I was thinking. Alice slid lightly down the staircase railing and landed on the floor beside them with effortless grace. She crouched near the edge of the empty space and studied the layout with bright interest. We could move the reading chairs closer to the windows, she said while tracing the outline of the room with one finger. That would keep the center open. Rosalie glanced up from the tape measure. That'll work. Esme folded her hands gently as she considered the arrangement. The empty portion of the room already felt different in her mind. She could almost hear the music filling the space, soft notes drifting toward the tall windows and out into the forest beyond. The front door opened quietly at the far end of the house. Footsteps crossed the entry floor with a calm, familiar rhythm. Marina stepped inside a moment later, brushing a few strands of damp hair back from her face as she closed the door behind her. The scent of the outside forest still clung faintly to her clothes. She paused when she saw the 3 of them gathered around the empty section of the living room. What are you all doing? Marina asked curiously. Rosalie rose from the floor and rested the tape measure against the wall. Planning, she said simply. Marina walked a little closer and looked down at the stretched tape and scattered tools with mild confusion. Planning what? Alice grinned brightly while pointing toward the open space. Your music room. Marina blinked. My what? Esme stepped forward with her usual quiet warmth and gestured toward the floor where Rosalie had been measuring. A place where you can write and practice, she explained gently. A piano, recording equipment, whatever you need. Marina looked from Esme to Rosalie and then to Alice, clearly trying to understand what she was hearing. You're building me a studio? She asked slowly. Rosalie gave a small shrug while picking up the tape measure again. You're a musician, she said matter-of-factly. You're going to need one. Marina remained standing near the edge of the open floor while Rosalie resumed measuring the space with quiet concentration. The tape slid smoothly across the polished wood as Rosalie checked distances and marked a few small notes on a scrap of paper she had pulled from the toolbox. Alice circled the area with bright curiosity, occasionally shifting a chair or small table to test how the room might feel once everything changed. Marina watched them for a moment before turning her attention back to Esme. You didn't have to do this, she said gently. Esme regarded her with the warm patience that always seemed to surround her presence. Yes, we did, she replied calmly. Marina frowned slightly. Why? Esme stepped closer, folding her hands loosely while she studied Marina's expression with quiet understanding. The house was silent around them except for the soft movements of Rosalie measuring the room and Alice adjusting furniture near the windows. Because this is your home too, Esme said simply. Marina blinked at the certainty in her voice. Esme continued speaking with the same calm warmth. Families grow over time. New people come into our lives, and when they do, the house changes to make room for them. Marina looked down briefly at the empty space Rosalie was measuring. I'm still figuring out how to exist in this life, she admitted quietly. It feels strange to build things around me when I'm not even sure who I am yet. Esme's expression softened further. She reached out and rested a gentle hand against Marina's arm, the gesture light but steady. You don't have to have everything figured out, Esme said. None of us did when we started. Marina met her eyes again. What matters is that you have something that belongs to you, Esme continued. Music has always been part of your life. That doesn't disappear just because everything else changed. Across the room Rosalie paused in her measurements and glanced briefly in their direction. She didn't interrupt, but the quiet attention in her expression made it clear she was listening. Marina followed Esme's gaze toward the open floor where the future room would take shape. She imagined a piano sitting near the windows, sunlight falling across the keys while the forest watched quietly outside. You really think I should keep making music? Marina said softly. Esme smiled. I think the world would be poorer if you stopped, she replied. Rosalie finished marking the final measurement and retracted the tape measure with a soft metallic snap. She stood and studied the open section of floor once more, her eyes moving carefully between the walls, the windows, and the placement of the surrounding furniture. It'll work, Rosalie said after a moment. Plenty of space for a piano, maybe a small recording desk along that wall. Alice stepped closer to the window and tilted her head thoughtfully while looking across the forest outside. We could hang acoustic panels along the beams, she said. Nothing bulky, something subtle. Esme nodded as she imagined the changes taking shape. The room was already beautiful, but she could see how easily it would transform. Music would carry through the high ceilings and drift out toward the trees beyond the glass. Marina stood quietly near the edge of the room, still absorbing the idea that the space was meant for her. She walked slowly toward the window and looked out across the forest while the others continued discussing the arrangement behind her. The house felt calm. The soft voices around her carried an easy rhythm that blended naturally with the quiet outside. For a moment she simply listened. Then, without thinking, she hummed. The note was low and gentle, little more than a breath of sound as it slipped from her throat. It carried through the room with surprising clarity, the tone warm and steady as it rose toward the high ceiling. Rosalie paused mid-movement and turned slightly in Marina's direction. Alice's head tilted in quiet interest. Esme watched Marina with a small, thoughtful smile. Marina stopped immediately, suddenly aware she had spoken into the silence without meaning to. Sorry, she said softly. Habit. Rosalie shook her head once. Don't stop on our account. Marina hesitated for a moment before letting the note return, softer this time. It drifted through the open space and seemed to settle naturally against the wood of the room. Esme listened carefully while the sound faded. Yes, she said quietly. Marina turned slightly toward her. Yes? Esme gestured gently toward the open section of floor where Rosalie had finished measuring. This will be the perfect place. Rosalie rested one hand against the back of a nearby chair while studying the space again with renewed certainty. We'll have it ready soon. Marina looked around the room once more, imagining the piano by the windows and the quiet forest beyond the glass. For the first time since she had entered the house that morning, the idea no longer felt surprising. It felt possible. 20. Stillness. Night settled softly over the forest around the Cullen house. The last light of evening had faded from the sky, leaving the trees wrapped in deep shadow while mist drifted slowly between the trunks. Inside the house the quiet felt deeper than usual, as if the walls themselves were listening. Marina stood near the tall glass windows in the living room, looking out into the dark forest. The reflection in the glass showed her own pale face faintly against the black trees beyond. Even now the sight still surprised her sometimes. The skin, the eyes, the subtle stillness of a body that no longer breathed unless she chose to imitate the motion. She rested one hand lightly against the cool glass. The house was quiet tonight. Carlyle and Esme were reading in the study. Alice had vanished somewhere upstairs hours earlier with the distracted focus that usually meant she was designing something new. Emmett had gone out with Jasper on a late hunt. Rosalie was the only one still nearby. Marina could hear her faintly in the garage beneath the house. The quiet rhythm of tools moving against metal carried upward through the floor with a steady precision that was unmistakably Rosalie's work. Marina listened to the sound for a moment before turning away from the window. She stepped quietly down the hallway and followed the familiar path toward the garage entrance. The scent of oil and steel grew faintly stronger as she approached the door. Inside, the wide workspace glowed under bright overhead lights. Rosalie stood beside the workbench with a partially disassembled engine mounted on a steel stand, one hand braced against the frame while the other adjusted a tool with careful precision. The chrome and polished metal reflected the light in clean, sharp lines. Marina leaned lightly against the doorframe while watching her work. "You know," Marina said after a moment, her voice calm in the quiet room, "most people would consider midnight an unusual time to rebuild an engine." Rosalie didn't look up immediately. She tightened the last bolt she had been working on before setting the wrench aside on the nearby workbench. "Most people also sleep," Rosalie replied evenly. Marina smiled faintly as she stepped a little farther into the room. "You've been working on this all evening," Marina observed. Rosalie finally glanced up from the engine, her golden eyes steady and thoughtful. "Did you need something?" Rosalie asked calmly. Marina shook her head. "Not really." She walked slowly around the workbench and rested one hand lightly against the cool metal stand. "I just didn't feel like sitting inside," she admitted. Everything was too quiet. Rosalie studied her expression for a moment before wiping her hands on a clean cloth. "The quiet bothers you," Rosalie said. Marina considered that. "No," she replied after a moment. "Not exactly." She looked around the bright garage again, then back toward Rosalie. "It's just new." Rosalie watched Marina for a moment before turning back toward the workbench. A partially disassembled engine sat mounted on a steel stand beneath the bright overhead lights, its polished components arranged in careful rows across the nearby table. Rosalie reached for a small socket wrench and tightened one of the bolts with slow, deliberate precision. The metal clicked softly as the tool turned. Marina drifted a little closer, resting one shoulder against a support beam while she studied the machine. The engine block looked almost sculptural under the lights, every component clean and orderly in a way that suggested Rosalie had been working on it for hours. "You rebuild engines for relaxation?" Marina asked. Rosalie adjusted another bolt before answering. "It's quiet work." Marina tilted her head slightly. "That's your definition of quiet?" Rosalie set the wrench down and wiped her hands with a cloth before glancing at her. "It makes sense," she said. "Engines always do what they're built to do." Marina stepped closer to the workbench, studying the careful layout of parts. "So you trust machines more than people," she said lightly. Rosalie shook her head once. "Machines are honest," she replied. "If something breaks, you can usually see why." Marina ran a finger along the smooth edge of the metal stand, thoughtful. "I suppose music works that way too," she said. "Every note has a place. Change one thing and the whole piece shifts." Rosalie looked at her again with quiet interest. "Exactly." The garage settled back into its calm rhythm. Outside the open door the forest stretched into darkness, but inside the bright lights reflected from steel and chrome while the scent of oil hung faintly in the air. Marina watched Rosalie work for another moment. "You look very serious about this," she said. Rosalie lifted one of the polished components from the table and fitted it carefully into place. The movement was precise enough that it might have belonged to a surgeon. "I am," Rosalie replied. Marina smiled faintly. "You know you look like a runway model rebuilding an engine." Rosalie didn't pause in her work. Good engineering doesn't care what the mechanic looks like. Marina laughed softly, the sound warm against the quiet room. For a moment neither of them spoke again. The only noise came from the faint click of metal tools and the distant whisper of wind moving through the trees outside. After a while Marina glanced toward the open forest beyond the garage door. "It's strange," she said quietly. "Everything is so still now." Rosalie set the last component into place and rested both hands on the workbench. "That's because you're finally hearing the world properly," she said. Marina listened to Rosalie's words while the quiet garage settled around them again. Outside the open door the forest remained dark and still, but now the silence felt layered rather than empty. The faint rustle of wind through the upper branches drifted down from the trees. Somewhere far beyond the house a creak moved over stone in a steady whisper. She hadn't noticed those sounds before. Marina leaned her hip lightly against the workbench while watching Rosalie adjust another component in the engine. The motion was patient and controlled, every movement guided by careful attention rather than hurry. "You make it sound like the world got bigger," Marina said. Rosalie fitted the final bolt into place and tightened it slowly before answering. "It did." Marina folded her arms loosely. Most people would probably describe becoming a vampire as losing things. Rosalie set the wrench down and rested her hands on the edge of the workbench while considering that. "They're not wrong," she said calmly. "We lose sunlight, food, sleep, the rhythm of a human life." Marina nodded slightly. "That's a long list." Rosalie glanced toward the open forest again before continuing. "But we gain other things," she said. "Clarity, time, the ability to see details most people miss because their lives move too quickly." Marina followed her gaze into the darkness beyond the garage lights. "You're talking about sound again," she said. Rosalie shook her head faintly. "Not just sound." She gestured lightly toward the engine between them. "Machines are good teachers," Rosalie said. "Every part has a purpose. Every movement affects something else. When something fails, you can trace the problem through the system until you understand exactly where it broke." Marina studied the engine thoughtfully. "And life works the same way?" she asked. Rosalie gave a small nod. "It can," she said. "If you take the time to look closely enough." Marina let that settle for a moment while the faint scent of oil and cool metal filled the air around them. "I'm not sure music works that way," she admitted after a moment. "Sometimes songs appear without explanation. You don't know where they come from. They just arrive." Rosalie's expression softened slightly. "Then maybe music is the opposite of engineering," she said. Marina smiled faintly. "Or maybe they're the same thing," she replied. "Both are ways of taking chaos and turning it into something that makes sense." Rosalie studied her for a moment before reaching for the cloth again and wiping a thin trace of oil from her fingers. "That sounds like something worth learning," she said quietly. Marina looked toward the forest once more, listening to the quiet layers of sound that surrounded the house. For the first time that night, the stillness no longer felt unfamiliar. It felt calm. The quiet lingered between them after Marina's words faded. Rosalie set the cloth down beside the engine and rested her hands lightly against the edge of the workbench. The bright overhead lights reflected across the polished metal parts, but the rest of the garage felt calm, the night pressing softly against the open door. Marina watched the small movements of Rosalie's hands as she finished cleaning a thin line of oil from one of the tools. The careful precision of the gesture held the same quiet focus she had seen earlier while Rosalie worked on the engine. "You don't rush anything," Marina said after a moment. Rosalie glanced up. "Rushing usually creates problems." Marina smiled faintly. "That sounds like advice." Rosalie shrugged slightly and set the tool back into its place on the table. "Experience." Marina pushed herself gently away from the workbench and walked a few slow steps toward the open garage door. The night air brushed lightly against her face, cool and clean with the scent of wet leaves and distant water. For a moment she simply listened. The forest moved quietly beyond the edge of the lights. Wind drifted through the branches high above the house while the distant creek continued its steady rhythm somewhere in the darkness. "You were right," Marina said quietly. Rosalie looked up from the workbench. "About what?" she asked. Marina turned slightly, her gaze still resting on the dark trees beyond the garage. "The world isn't empty," she said. "I just wasn't hearing all of it before." Rosalie studied her expression for a moment before stepping away from the engine. She walked slowly toward the open doorway until she stood beside Marina. Neither of them spoke for a few seconds. The night settled around them with the deep patience of the forest. Marina finally glanced sideways at her. "You spend a lot of time out here," she observed. Rosalie followed her gaze toward the trees. "It's peaceful." Marina nodded slightly. "It is." The quiet stretched comfortably between them. The faint glow from the garage lights fell across the gravel outside, while the rest of the forest remained dark and endless beyond the edge of the clearing. After a moment Marina let out a small breath of laughter. "What?" Rosalie asked. Marina shook her head. "I just realized something." Rosalie waited. Marina glanced back toward the workbench where the half-assembled engine rested beneath the lights. "I came down here because the house felt too quiet," she said. "And somehow I ended up in a garage listening to philosophy from a mechanic." Rosalie's expression softened with the faintest hint of amusement. "You're the musician," she replied calmly. "You started the philosophy." Marina laughed softly, the sound warm in the cool night air. For a while they simply stood together at the edge of the garage, listening to the forest breathe. 21. Cast and quiet. Bella Swan had never liked the long road to the Cullen house. Not because of the forest. The forest she understood. Forks was forest. Rain and trees and the slow green breathing of moss over everything. What she didn't like was the feeling that the road always became quieter the closer she got to the house, as if the rest of the world stepped politely back and left the place alone. Today the walk was worse. The cast on her leg made every step awkward. The crutches sank slightly into the damp ground at the edge of the driveway, and Bella had to stop halfway up the slope just to catch her balance again. The rain had softened to a drifting mist that hung in the trees, leaving the air cool and wet against her face. She could have called. She could have waited. Edward would probably have come to the house eventually. He always did. But that was part of the problem. Bella tightened her grip on the crutches and continued up the drive. Edward loved her. She knew that. The way he watched her made that impossible to doubt. But loving her apparently also meant refusing to give her the one thing she had finally realized she wanted. Immortality. Or maybe not immortality exactly. Time with Edward. Bella reached the porch and rested the crutches carefully against the railing while she caught her breath. The house stood quiet in the mist, all glass and pale wood and impossible stillness. Sometimes it felt less like a home and more like a museum exhibit where someone had forgotten to add the ropes. She knocked. A moment later the door opened. Marina stood there barefoot, a pencil tucked loosely behind one ear and a notebook in her hand. Her dark hair had been pulled back in a loose knot that looked like it had happened accidentally while she was thinking about something else. "Bella," Marina said, surprised but not unhappy. "You walked here?" Bella lifted one crutch slightly. More like limped. Marina stepped back immediately. "Come in before you fall over." Bella maneuvered through the doorway, leaning carefully on the crutches while the door closed behind her. The inside of the house was warm and quiet, the familiar scent of cedar and clean air settling around her. "No one else home?" Bella asked. Marina shook her head. "Not right now." Bella followed her toward the music room. The piano stood near the tall window overlooking the forest, the lid half open and sheets of music scattered across the bench and floor. It looked less like a carefully arranged workspace and more like the aftermath of a long argument between a composer and a melody that refused to cooperate. Bella eased herself into the chair near the piano. "Working?" "Always," Marina said lightly. She sat at the bench again and rested her fingers briefly on the keys, though she didn't play. Bella watched her for a moment. "I came for advice," she said finally. Marina turned slightly on the bench. "That sounds serious." Bella took a slow breath. "If you could have chosen," she said carefully, "would you still have chosen it?" Marina didn't answer immediately. She looked down at the keys in front of her as if the question had landed somewhere between the notes. "No," she said at last. "Not for me." Bella nodded once, though something in her chest tightened anyway. Marina lifted her eyes again. "But to be with Rosalie forever?" She continued quietly. "Yes." Bella blinked. "Even knowing what it was like?" Marina's expression shifted slightly, the memory clearly not comfortable. "Don't get me wrong, the pain was terrible. More than any words can say. I begged her to kill me." Bella stared at her. "It was that bad?" You felt the start, Marina said. It's 1,000 times worse than that, and it lasts for days. I was lucky. Rosalie was stronger than me. She decided for me, and I lived. Bella absorbed that slowly. And you're glad? Marina smiled faintly. Yes. Bella shifted slightly in the chair. Is the hunger very bad? Marina considered the question. The blood, you mean? Bella nodded. Marina leaned back slightly on the piano bench. I actually like the hunt, she said. It surprised me. The tracking, the speed of running freely through the woods. Feeling the forest blur around you. The blood at the end is just necessity. It doesn't make me feel good or bad. It's just fuel, like your truck needs gas. It is what it is. A necessary annoyance. Bella frowned slightly. And the other one? Marina's smile returned, though this one was softer. That one's different. Bella waited. It's exhilarating, Marina said. It's more powerful, very pleasurable. But I guess that makes sense for me. I've always loved music. Not just liked it, not appreciate it. I am music deep inside. Bella let that settle in her mind before asking the question she'd been building toward since the walk up the road. If I asked, she said quietly, would you turn me? Marina's head came up immediately. Whoa. Bella flushed slightly. Too direct? No, Marina said. Just a big question. She turned on the bench to face Bella fully. I'm not even sure what would happen. I'm not like the others. Bella nodded. But let's say I can, Marina continued. I wouldn't do it now. Not before graduation. Bella frowned. Why? Because the town might notice. You'd disappear from school 1 week and come back, different. That kind of change needs distance. Bella leaned back slightly. So when? After graduation, Marina said. If I'd had the choice myself, I probably would have picked my early 20s. 22, maybe 23. Old enough to be properly adult, but still young. Bella considered that. Alice can arrange identification if she has to, Marina continued, but it's far easier if you can keep using your own. When we enroll somewhere new. A new city, new people. No one there will know you well enough to stare and ask what happened. Bella snorted and considered that. The quiet in the music room settled again after Marina's last words. Rain tapped steadily against the tall windows, soft and constant, like someone patiently drumming fingers on glass. Marina turned back to the piano and nudged the sheet music into place. Her pencil moved again, adjusting a chord she still wasn't satisfied with. She pressed 2 keys lightly and listened to the change bloom in the empty room. Bella watched her for a moment. You really can't stop, can you? She asked. Marina glanced over her shoulder. With music? Bella nodded. Marina smiled faintly and shook her head. No. She played the opening phrase again, slower this time, testing the adjustment. The melody drifted through the quiet room and faded into the rain. Bella leaned her chin against the back of her hand. You do realize most people can't just sit down and do that. Marina shrugged. Most people don't spend their childhood arguing with pianos. Bella smiled. Before she could reply, footsteps sounded in the hallway outside the music room. They were light but unmistakably quick. A moment later Rosalie appeared in the doorway. Her blonde hair was pulled back loosely, and there was an alertness in the way she moved that made it obvious she'd only recently come back from a hunt. Her gaze went immediately to Marina. Hey, Marina said. Rosalie's expression softened. Hey. Marina tilted her head slightly. Good hunt? Where are the others? It was good. Plenty of deer, Rosalie said. They're on their way. Emmett wanted one more. Marina smiled faintly. Of course he did. Rosalie stepped into the room then and noticed Bella properly for the first time. Her eyes dropped briefly to the cast before lifting again. Bella. Hi, Bella said. Marina closed the notebook and stood from the piano bench. Her gaze moved to Bella's crutches. Well, she said lightly, we should probably get her home. Bella shifted awkwardly. I can walk. Both vampires looked at her. Rosalie raised one eyebrow. In that rig? Bella hesitated, then sighed. Fair. Marina turned to Rosalie. Would you drive her, love? Rosalie made a quiet sound that might have been a complaint. But before answering she stepped forward, slid a hand around Marina's waist, and pulled her close enough to kiss her. It wasn't quick. It was deliberate and warm, the kind of kiss that made it clear they weren't hiding their relationship. When they separated, Rosalie glanced briefly at Bella, who was adjusting her crutches, pretending to be very interested in the floor. Rosalie huffed softly. "Fine," she said. "I'll drive." Bella pushed herself carefully to her feet while Marina steadied one of the crutches. "Thanks." Rosalie waved the gratitude away. "Come on." A moment later they stepped out onto the porch. The rain had softened into a mist that hung quietly in the trees surrounding the house. Bella paused before climbing into the car and glanced back toward the open door. Marina still stood in the hallway watching them go, one shoulder resting lightly against the frame. "Thanks for the talk," Bella said. Marina nodded. "Anytime." Rosalie started the engine, and the car rolled down the long driveway toward the road. Bella leaned back in the passenger seat, her thoughts still circling the conversation in the music room. Some of the answers she had hoped for, others she hadn't expected. Beside her, Rosalie drove quietly through the rain-dark streets of Forks while the forest slipped past the windows and the town slowly drew closer. 22. Controlled chaos. The Cullen house rarely sounded like silence for long. Marina realized that the moment she stepped through the front door. Something thudded upstairs. A chair scraped across wood at vampire speed. Then Emmett's unmistakable voice rolled down the staircase with cheerful authority. "Nope. That one counts as a miss. You can't dodge with your eyes closed." "I wasn't dodging," Maeve called back. "I was evaluating your terrible throwing technique." Marina paused in the entryway and glanced toward the stairs. Behind her Rosalie shut the door, the soft click barely audible above the commotion above them. Marina tilted her head slightly, listening. Another thump. A short burst of laughter. Then the sound of something bouncing off a wall. "Should we be worried?" Marina asked. Rosalie's mouth twitched faintly. "No." That answer sounded suspiciously confident. They climbed the stairs together. The closer they got to the second floor, the clearer the noise became. Something small and solid struck the hallway wall and ricocheted past the stairwell before clattering harmlessly down the steps. A tennis ball. Marina caught it automatically as it bounced once near her foot. She looked up. The upstairs sitting room had been cleared of most of its furniture. A couch had been pushed against the far wall and the coffee table leaned upright nearby. Emmett stood in the center of the open space holding a large plastic bowl filled with brightly colored balls that looked suspiciously like the contents of a sporting goods store. Maeve stood opposite him with her hands on her hips and an expression that suggested she'd been arguing for several minutes already. Alice sat cross-legged on the back of the couch with a phone in her hand, filming everything with open amusement. Jasper leaned against the wall nearby, arms folded, watching the chaos like a patient instructor waiting to see if the lesson would succeed. All four of them turned as Marina and Rosalie appeared in the doorway. Emmett's grin widened immediately. "Perfect. Our last contestant arrived." Marina held up the tennis ball she'd caught on the stairs. "Do I want to know why your house looks like a gym class?" "It's a reflex drill," Emmett said proudly. Maeve snorted. "It's dodgeball with delusions of professionalism." Emmett ignored that completely and pointed at Marina with the confidence of a man unveiling a masterpiece. "You need practice moving around people without breaking them. This fixes that." Marina glanced at the bowl of balls, then at the cleared room, then back at him. "You're planning to throw things at me." "Correct." "Hard?" "Define hard." Alice laughed quietly from the couch. Marina turned slowly toward Rosalie. "Did you know about this?" Rosalie's expression was composed, but the faint amusement in her eyes gave her away. "I had a suspicion." "You approved." "I didn't stop him." "That's not the same thing." "Close enough." Emmett clapped his hands once. "All right, briefing time. The goal is simple. I throw. You don't get hit." "That's the entire strategy?" Marina asked. "To be fair," Maeve said, raising a finger, "it gets complicated once he speeds up." Marina looked at the bowl again. There had to be at least 30 balls in it. "You're joking." Emmett shook his head. "Newborn coordination exercise." Jasper approved addition. Within reason, Jasper said from the wall. That's not reassuring. Emmett reached into the bowl and casually tossed one of the balls toward her. It wasn't fast. Marina caught it easily. See? Emmett said. You're already getting the hang of it. She tossed it back to him. I'm starting to understand why Rosalie warned me about your ideas. Maeve pushed away from the wall and stepped toward Marina with the easy energy of someone who found the entire situation entertaining. Look at it this way. Worst case scenario, you dodge everything and prove Emmett wrong. That sounds suspiciously like motivation. Maeve grinned. Emmett lifted the bowl slightly and nodded toward the open space in the middle of the room. Go stand there. Marina hesitated for half a second. Then she stepped forward. The wooden floor felt solid under her feet as she moved to the center of the cleared room. The others shifted automatically, spreading out along the walls with the kind of fluid coordination that came from a century of shared habits. Rosalie leaned one shoulder against the doorway to watch as Emmett rolled his shoulders like an athlete preparing for a match. Ready? He asked. Marina folded her arms loosely. No. Good. He threw the first ball. It moved faster than the practice toss from earlier, but not nearly as fast as it could have. Marina tilted her head slightly and let it pass over her shoulder. It struck the wall behind her and bounced back. Another ball followed immediately. She caught that one without thinking and tossed it aside. Emmett grinned wider. Oh, this is going to be fun. The second round started before Marina had finished watching the first ball roll to a stop against the wall. Emmett didn't bother with a countdown this time. The next throw came faster, a sharp snap of motion that would have taken a human square in the ribs. Marina leaned sideways and let it pass. Another came immediately from Maeve. She hadn't seen the pilot move. Marina dropped her shoulder, twisting just enough that the ball skimmed past her hip and bounced across the floor behind her. A laugh escaped her before she could stop it. Hey, Emmett said. That one would have hit. Would have, but didn't, Marina said gleefully. 3 balls flew at once. Alice whooped from the couch as the room exploded into motion. Emmett threw 2 in quick succession while Maeve sent a third spinning low toward Marina's knees. For half a second the angles crossed in a perfect mess of moving color. Marina moved without thinking. She stepped forward through the first throw, ducked the second, and caught the third 1 inches above the floor before it could strike her shin. The speed of it startled her. Not the movement itself. That part felt natural now. The surprise came from how easily her body understood what to do. The rhythm of it made sense the same way a melody did. Motion flowed from one adjustment to the next without effort. She tossed the ball back toward the bowl near Emmett's feet. You're enjoying this, Rosalie said quietly from the doorway. Marina glanced toward her and realized she was smiling. Actually smiling. She hadn't noticed when that happened. Another ball came at her shoulder. She caught it without looking. Alice laughed again. Oh, that's definitely improvement. Maeve folded her arms for a second, studying Marina the way a mechanic studies a machine that suddenly starts running perfectly. Your timing's cleaner. Is that good or bad? Marina asked. It means Emmett needs to throw harder. Hey, Emmett protested. But he did. The next throw cracked through the air like a gunshot. Marina twisted, letting it whistle past her ear. The movement carried her into a smooth half-turn that left her facing the opposite side of the room. The world seemed to slow for a fraction of a second while she watched 2 more balls crossing toward her from different directions. She stepped between them. They passed on either side of her shoulders and struck the wall together. For a moment the room fell quiet. Not completely. The soft bounce of rubber against wood still echoed faintly through the space. But something inside Marina had shifted. She realized she felt good. Not the restless pull that sometimes brushed the edge of her awareness when people gathered. Not the thin taste of ambient emotion she'd learned to recognize in crowded rooms. This was different. The warmth in her chest wasn't hunger. It was joy. Real, uncomplicated joy. She hadn't drawn it out of anyone. She hadn't nudged the room with resonance or leaned unconsciously into the emotional current around her. The laughter, the cheering from Alice, the competitive energy rolling off Emmett and Maeve, even Jasper's quiet approval from the wall, all of it simply existed. And she was part of it. Don't stop now, Maeve said, tossing another ball lazily toward her. Marina caught it and tossed it back. You're trying to distract me. Of course. Emmett scooped up 2 more balls from the bowl and weighed them thoughtfully in his hands. You're still standing in the same spot. Marina raised an eyebrow. You want me to move? Oh, absolutely. The next volley came faster. 3 throws in a blur. Marina stepped sideways, ducked one, and slapped another out of the air before it reached her shoulder. The third bounced harmlessly off the floor behind her. Alice clapped her hands together in delight. I'm calling it. This was a good idea. Her balance is stabilizing, Jasper said calmly from the wall. Marina tilted her head slightly, listening to the room. The laughter, the movement, the energy of it all settled around her like warmth from a fire. For the first time since the change she realized something surprising. She wasn't hungry, not even a little. The last tennis ball rolled slowly across the floor and came to rest against the leg of the couch. For a moment no one moved. Marina stood in the center of the cleared room with her hands on her hips, breathing out of habit more than necessity. Around her the scattered balls formed a bright, ridiculous battlefield of yellow and green against the polished wood floor. Emmett looked down at the mess, then back at her. Well, that went better than expected. Maeve tilted her head slightly, studying Marina with thoughtful curiosity. You didn't even get clipped. That's because you're both terrible shots. Emmett placed a hand dramatically against his chest. I feel personally attacked. Alice slid off the back of the couch and landed lightly on the floor. She glanced at the phone in her hand and grinned. Oh, I'm keeping this. Please tell me you're not uploading it anywhere, Marina said. Relax. Private archive. Though the moment where you ducked 3 throws at once was very impressive. Jasper pushed himself away from the wall and crossed the room slowly. His calm gaze moved over Marina with the same quiet evaluation he used during training. Your reactions are smoother, he said. You're not forcing the movement anymore. Marina nodded slightly. She'd felt that too. The rhythm of it had settled into something natural, something that didn't require conscious control. Across the room Emmett began collecting tennis balls from the floor and tossing them back into the plastic bowl. Maeve joined him, kicking a few across the room with lazy accuracy. Marina joined Rosalie at the doorway. She was still standing there. She hadn't moved during the entire exercise. Marina stopped beside her. Up close she could see the faint curve of a smile Rosalie hadn't bothered hiding. It softened the usual sharp edges of her expression, turning the cool perfection of her face into something warmer. You're enjoying this, Rosalie said quietly. Marina leaned one shoulder against the doorframe beside her. Maybe. That looked like more than maybe. It was fun. Rosalie's eyes flicked briefly toward the room where Emmett was arguing with Maeve about whether throwing harder counted as cheating. You needed it, she said. Marina followed her gaze. Emmett tossed another ball lazily at Maeve, who caught it one-handed and threw it back twice as hard. Alice laughed again while Jasper stepped aside calmly as the ball bounced off the wall near him. The warmth Marina had noticed earlier still lingered faintly in her chest. I guess I did, she admitted. Rosalie reached out and brushed a loose strand of Marina's dark hair behind her ear. The movement was casual, almost absent-minded, but the touch carried a quiet steadiness that grounded Marina more effectively than anything else in the room. You've been pushing yourself hard, Rosalie said. You don't have to solve everything right this minute. Marina huffed softly. Tell that to the hunger. Rosalie's gaze softened further. You weren't hungry just now. Marina blinked. She hadn't mentioned that. Rosalie tilted her head slightly, reading the realization on her face. I can tell. For a moment Marina didn't answer. Then she leaned forward slightly and rested her forehead against Rosalie's temple in a quiet, affectionate gesture that lasted only a second before she pulled back again. Behind them Emmett clapped his hands loudly. Round 2. Maeve groaned. You're insufferable. Alice raised the phone again immediately. I'm ready. Marina straightened and looked back into the room. Rosalie's hand brushed lightly against the small of her back as she stepped forward again. A steady, familiar touch that followed her only for a moment before falling away. Marina moved back toward the center of the room, smiling despite herself. For the first time in days the tension that had lived quietly under her skin felt lighter. Round 2 never actually started. Emmett had just finished scooping the last of the tennis balls back into the bowl when Marina's smile faded slightly. The shift was subtle enough that none of the others noticed at first. She'd taken 2 steps back toward the center of the room when something brushed the edge of her awareness. Not a sound, not a scent, something quieter than that. An absence. Marina stopped. Emmett tossed one of the balls lightly from hand to hand. All right, same rules. I throw, you. Wait. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried through the room instantly. Emmett lowered the ball. Alice glanced up from her phone. Jasper's attention sharpened immediately. Marina turned her head slowly toward the large window overlooking the forest. Beyond the glass the trees stretched away in deep green layers, their branches shifting slightly in the soft fork's wind. Nothing moved. Nothing unusual, but the quiet felt wrong. Not silent exactly. The forest was never that. Wind moved through the cedar branches and somewhere deeper in the woods a bird called once before falling quiet again. Still, something about it tugged at her instincts. Rosalie noticed the tension in Marina's shoulders and stepped forward a half pace. What is it? Marina didn't answer right away. She listened, not with her ears, with the strange emotional awareness that had become part of her life since the change. Normally the world around her carried faint impressions of feeling. The echo of human presence, the distant warmth of people moving through town, the small flickers of life that filled the spaces between buildings and roads. Right now the forest beyond the Cullen house felt flat. Not empty, just carefully quiet. She exhaled slowly. Probably nothing, she said. Emmett frowned slightly. That didn't sound convincing. Marina looked back at the room and forced a small smile. Just a weird feeling. Jasper's eyes lingered on her a moment longer than the others. Then he nodded once, accepting the answer without pressing further. Maeve kicked one of the tennis balls toward Emmett's foot. You broke the rhythm. Now we have to reset. Emmett sighed dramatically. Tragic. Alice slid off the couch and tucked her phone into her pocket. I think that's enough chaos for one afternoon anyway. Marina glanced back toward the window once more. The forest remained still. If anyone had been watching the house from the tree line they were too far away to be seen. But miles deeper into the woods a figure with burning red hair crouched silently among the ferns. Victoria watched the pale house through a gap in the trees. She didn't move, didn't breathe, just observed. The girl inside laughed again as Emmett said something ridiculous. Victoria's eyes narrowed slightly. Interesting. Then she slipped backward into the forest shadows and vanished without a sound. 23. Quiet practice. Morning rain pressed softly against the tall windows of the Cullen house. The forest beyond them hung in layers of gray cedar and drifting mist, the air so still it felt like the world was listening. Marina sat at the piano bench with one leg tucked under her. A notebook lay open across the instrument's polished lid, a pencil resting along the staff lines where she had been adjusting a phrase for the third time. Rosalie leaned against the wall nearby with her arms folded, watching with the quiet patience she reserved for Marina's music. The house itself seemed calmer during these moments. Even Emmett had drifted outside earlier, sensing instinctively that the piano meant concentration. Marina tapped the pencil against the page once, then looked back to the keys. All right, she murmured, again. Her fingers settled on the chord gently. The sound floated through the room, low and warm, the kind of soft progression that left space around it instead of filling the air completely. She leaned into the melody and tried the opening line. There's a space between the quiet. Where the air forgets to move. Her voice carried easily through the room, smooth and controlled, but she stopped halfway through the phrase and shook her head. No, too heavy. Rosalie's brow lifted slightly. Heavy? The second syllable, Marina said, turning back to the notebook. If I lean on it, the line sinks. It needs to float. She scratched out a mark on the staff, then tried again. The chord shifted. There's a space between the quiet. Where the air forgets to move. This time the note lifted instead of falling. Marina's eyes brightened faintly. Yes, she said softly. She continued, her voice barely above a whisper. Where your shadow brushes past me. Like a thought I never choose. The last note faded into the room. For a moment neither of them spoke. Rosalie watched her with the faintest smile, her head tilted the way she did when listening to something delicate. You changed the rhythm. Marina nodded, still staring at the page. Half-beat delay on the second line. Rosalie pushed off the wall and crossed the room. Better? Marina rested her fingers on the keys again, and thought about it. Clearer. The line breathes now. She played the progression once more, slower this time. Stay right here between the quiet. Don't let the noise rush in. Her voice softened on the final word, the resonance gentle rather than sharp. Rosalie's expression warmed. There it is. Marina glanced up. What? That feeling, Rosalie said quietly. The one where the room changes. Marina blinked once, surprised, then looked back at the piano with a faint smile. I think that means the song is starting to work. The rain had stopped, but the forest still held it. Water clung to cedar needles and fern leaves, each drop catching the thin gray light filtering through the canopy. The air smelled of wet bark, moss, and cold earth. Somewhere deeper in the woods a raven croaked once and then fell silent again. Eli stood at the edge of the clearing with his hands shoved into the pockets of his jacket, trying to look like a kid who had simply wandered into the woods after school. Inside, nothing felt simple anymore. The shift had ended hours ago, but the world still felt too loud. His hearing had settled back into something human, yet echoes of the wolf lingered in strange ways. He noticed things he never would have before. The drip of water sliding from branch to branch, the faint rustle of a vole moving beneath the leaf litter, even the rhythm of his own breathing sounding heavier than it should. Sam had told him that would happen. Your body remembers. Eli exhaled slowly and forced himself to focus on the quiet instead of the noise. The river somewhere down the slope, wind brushing the upper branches, the distant hum of the highway miles away. He could almost pretend everything was normal. A twig snapped behind him. Eli turned before the sound finished. Sam stepped out from between the trees, calm and deliberate, as if the forest itself had simply decided to form him out of shadow. A moment later the others appeared as well. Jared, Paul, Quill. They spread out without meaning to, forming a loose half-circle around Eli. Paul folded his arms. You're pushing the line again. Eli shrugged. I'm walking toward vampire territory, Paul said. The word hung in the air like something sour. Eli glanced past them toward the darker stretch of forest where Cullen land began. Nothing moved there, just trees and mist and the slow drip of rainwater from the canopy. I'm not crossing, Eli said. Sam studied him for a moment before speaking. His voice was quiet but carried the kind of weight that made the others listen. We've got more pups phasing. Eli frowned slightly. How many? 2 this morning. Paul kicked a stone hard enough that it skidded across the clearing. Funny timing, he muttered. Singer vampire shows up and suddenly half the reservation's turning into wolves. Eli's jaw tightened. That's not how it works. Paul opened his mouth to argue, but Sam lifted a hand and the tension dropped a notch. Not gone, just contained. Sam's eyes returned to Eli. You're still going to school tomorrow. Eli blinked. Paul reacted instantly. What? Sam ignored him. You move between both our worlds, he said to Eli. School, town, the reservation. You are my eyes and ears out there. The meaning settled quietly between them. Observation. Eli shifted his weight slightly. Wet leaves crunched under his shoe. You want me watching them? I want you living your life as usual, Sam said. Just don't forget what's happening around you, and if there's anything I need to know, report it. Eli thought about the cafeteria. Angela laughing over something at lunch. The chaos of students moving between tables. Marina sitting with a notebook open beside her tray, tapping a pencil against the page while she rewrote a line of music under her breath. She had been humming again that day. Quiet, almost absent-minded. Half the room had slowed down without realizing it. Paul was still glaring. You're trusting him around them? Sam didn't look away from Eli. I'm trusting him not to start a fight that doesn't need to happen. The forest settled into silence again. Eli rubbed the back of his neck, still feeling the ghost of the wolf under his skin. Heat. Speed. The memory of running through the trees so fast the ground barely existed. Now everything felt slow. "I'm not looking for trouble," he said. Sam held his gaze for another long moment. "That's good, because trouble's already looking for us." The cafeteria at Forks High carried the familiar midday noise of a small town school trying to pretend it was larger than it was. Chairs scraped across linoleum. A basketball thudded somewhere in the gym hallway before a teacher's voice cut it off. Rain tapped against the tall windows that looked toward the dark wall of forest beyond the parking lot. Marina sat at her usual table with a spiral notebook open beside her untouched lunch tray. Her pencil moved slowly across the page, sketching out bars of melody instead of lyrics. Music always came first. Words followed when they were ready. She hummed quietly under her breath, testing a line. "Golden in the quiet of the hall, light where the gray day falls." The rhythm wasn't right. She adjusted the spacing between notes, erased one measure, and rewrote it slightly lower on the staff. The melody steadied, soft but persistent, like something trying to surface through fog. A chair scraped across from her. Eli dropped into the seat and set his backpack against the leg of the table. Marina felt his presence before she looked up. His scent carried the damp, sharp smell of cedar and cold rain, stronger than it used to be. She finished the measure she was writing before lifting her gaze. Eli watched the notebook for a moment. "You're humming again." "Usually Marina said. He leaned back slightly in the chair, though the movement wasn't relaxed. Something in his shoulders remained tight, like he hadn't quite settled back into human skin yet. "You hear about the new wolves?" Marina closed the notebook halfway but kept her hand resting on it. "2 this morning." Eli blinked at her. "News travels fast." "You shifted again today," she said calmly. His eyes narrowed. "You can tell that?" Marina gave a small shrug. "You smell like the forest after a thunderstorm." Despite himself, Eli let out a quiet laugh, but it faded quickly. "Sam thinks all the phasings are accelerating. We're having more than we should." Around them the cafeteria noise rolled on. Angela waved briefly from across the room before turning back to whatever Jessica was saying. Someone dropped a tray near the lunch line and a burst of laughter followed. Marina leaned back slightly in her chair, watching Eli with steady silver eyes. "I heard something else too," he added. "What's that?" Eli hesitated before saying it. "Some of the pack think you're the reason." Marina didn't react right away. She turned the pencil slowly between her fingers, watching the graphite tip catch the overhead lights. For a moment her mind drifted back to that day in the forest. The fire in her veins, the agony tearing through her body, the desperate moment when she had begged to die and Rosalie had held her shoulders, pleading for her to stay. "For your information," Marina said at last, her voice calm, "I wasn't turned by any of the Cullens. I was attacked in the woods by a red-headed vampire only recently." "A woman." She held Eli's gaze. "You might know something about her." "Victoria is her name." Eli's expression sharpened. Marina's voice remained quiet but certain. "She's still here, Eli. She didn't disappear after that day." Rain struck the window harder for a moment as the wind shifted outside. "I don't eat people," Marina continued simply. Eli met her eyes. "I knew that. You don't smell like her." "If Sam needs someone to blame," Marina said, "he should ask Charlie about the animal attacks." She opened the notebook again and tapped the pencil lightly against the page. The half-finished melody returned under her breath as if the conversation had simply been another pause between notes. The cafeteria doors swung shut behind Eli, muting the steady noise of lunch hour. The damp gray air outside felt colder after the overheated building. Rain had settled into a fine mist that hung between the trees beyond the parking lot. He crossed the lot without hurrying. A couple of juniors lingered near the far fence smoking and barely looked at him. Eli slipped past the track field and into the narrow break in the trees that led toward the forest. Within a few dozen steps the sounds of the school faded away. The woods closed around him in layers of cedar and fir. Wet needles softened his footsteps. Water dripped steadily from the canopy, tapping the forest floor in a slow, uneven rhythm. Eli stopped beside a thick cedar trunk where the undergrowth grew dense enough to hide him from the road. Marina's words replayed in his mind. I was attacked by Victoria. I don't eat people, ask Charlie about the animal attacks. The thought sat uneasily in his chest. The pack had been convinced the new vampire in town had triggered the phasing. It had been the simplest explanation. But simple explanations didn't always survive contact with facts. Eli reached down and tugged his jacket off first, draping it across a low branch. His shoes followed, then his shirt. The damp air cooled quickly against his skin. A moment later he stripped off the rest and folded the clothes together beside the base of the cedar. Clothes never survived the shift. The heat began almost immediately. It flared beneath his ribs like someone had opened a furnace door inside his bones. Eli sucked in a breath as the temperature surged outward through his limbs. Muscles tightened and twisted under the sudden pressure. The world snapped sharply into focus. His spine arched as the transformation tore through him in a wave of motion and heat. Bone and muscle reshaped themselves in seconds that felt both violent and strangely inevitable. Then it was over. Where Eli had stood, a massive dark wolf shook out his fur, sending droplets of rain scattering into the moss. The forest exploded with scent. Wet bark, river water, deer moving somewhere uphill, the faint metallic trace of the highway far beyond the trees. And beneath it all, the pack. The connection flared alive the instant the wolf took a step forward. Where have you been? Paul's voice hit the shared space of the pack mind first, sharp with impatience. Sam followed a heartbeat later, his presence deeper and steadier. Easy. The wolf started moving through the trees at a smooth, ground-eating lope. Branches slipped past his shoulders without slowing him. The forest floor rolled beneath his paws like something he had always known how to navigate. School? Paul pushed again. You were at school. Yes. And? Eli angled downhill toward the river, leaping cleanly over a fallen log. Sam's voice cut through the rising tension. Report. The word carried quiet authority. The pack stilled around it. Eli slowed as the river came into view, its surface dark and steady beneath the gray sky. I spoke with her. Paul's irritation flared instantly. Of course you did. Ignore him, Sam said calmly. Eli lowered his head slightly as he answered. She says the attacks started after the redhead, Victoria, appeared. The name rippled through the pack mind. Victoria. The red-haired vampire. Paul's reaction came fast and hot. That's convenient. Eli pushed the rest of the conversation across the link. She says she was attacked by Victoria only recently. The Cullens took her in, to teach her, guard her. She says the killings started after that. Rain pattered softly on the river. Sam's attention sharpened. Explain. Eli replayed Marina's words exactly as she had spoken them. She says to ask Chief Swan about the animal attacks. Silence spread through the pack mind. Paul snorted mentally. Why would we care what the police think? Because, Sam replied quietly, the police are the ones finding the bodies. The logic settled slowly between them. Human reports of animal attacks. Wolves phasing across the territory. A vampire known to hunt recklessly still somewhere in the region. Paul growled low in the back of the pack mind. You're trusting the singer now? No, Sam said. The certainty in his voice cut cleanly through the argument. I'm trusting the evidence. The river moved steadily beside Eli, carrying rainwater and fallen needles downstream. Finally Sam spoke again. I'll speak with Chief Swan. Paul didn't argue this time. Sam's attention returned briefly to Eli. You did right bringing this to the pack. Eli stood still beneath the dripping cedars, listening to the forest breathe around him. Somewhere out there, something dangerous was moving through their territory. And now the pack understood that it might not be the quiet girl writing music in the Forks High cafeteria after all. 24. First Patrol. The forest beyond the road felt different once they stepped beneath the canopy. Marina noticed it immediately. The air carried the deep resin scent of cedar and wet earth, layered with the faint salt breath drifting inland from the ocean. Everything felt older here, quieter in a way that made even her sharpened senses pause. The trees rose like pillars, their trunks thick with moss, the branches high enough to swallow most of the gray morning light. Eli moved ahead of them with the easy confidence of someone who had grown up walking these paths. He didn't hurry. His boots followed the narrow trail as if the ground itself guided him. "This is where the patrol line starts," Eli said, glancing back toward them. His voice stayed low, respectful of the quiet around them. "Sam keeps the territory running along the ridge and down to the river bend. Wolves rotate through here every night." Marina walked beside Rosalie, the faint crunch of leaves under their feet the only sound between Eli's words. She could hear more than that, of course. The distant rush of the river, the creak of branches shifting in the wind, the faint movements of small animals slipping through the underbrush. And something else. A heartbeat, far away but unmistakably human. Her gaze flicked to Eli. He noticed. Eli gave a small smile that carried a trace of nervous pride. "Yeah," he said quietly. "That'll be one of the guys." Rosalie's posture shifted beside Marina. Not tense, not aggressive, just alert. Her hand settled lightly against the small of Marina's back as they continued along the trail. A simple gesture that carried a quiet claim as much as reassurance. Marina didn't comment on it. She only let the contact steady her as the forest opened slightly ahead. The scent reached her first. Warm skin, human sweat, the faint trace of something wilder beneath it. Eli stopped walking. "Okay," he said, "you should probably see this once so it's not weird later." He stepped off the trail into a small clearing where the ground dipped toward a ring of ferns. Marina followed, curiosity sharpening her focus. A young man stood at the edge of the clearing, already pulling his shirt over his head. Bella would have looked away instantly. Marina simply watched. The moment the last piece of clothing dropped to the ground, the change happened fast enough that even her vampire sight struggled to track every motion. Bones lengthened, muscles twisted and expanded, skin folded beneath an explosion of dark fur. The wolf that landed in the ferns was enormous. It lifted its head, golden eyes settling on Marina and Rosalie. Rosalie stepped half a pace closer to Marina, her hand firm at Marina's waist now as she studied the wolf with calm, measuring attention. "Well," Rosalie said quietly, her voice thoughtful rather than hostile. "That's one way to run security." The wolf regarded them for several seconds, head tilted slightly as if measuring the strangers standing beside Eli. Up close, the scale of it was startling. The animal's shoulders rose nearly to Eli's chest, thick fur shifting with slow breaths that carried heat into the cool forest air. Marina could hear the powerful rhythm of its heart beneath the fur, steady and strong, nothing like the fragile cadence of a normal wolf. Eli crouched and picked up the abandoned clothing with casual familiarity. "Relax, Quill," he said, shaking out the shirt before folding it loosely over his arm. "They're with me." The wolf's ears twitched at the sound of his name. Marina felt Rosalie's hand remain steady at her waist. It wasn't restraint. It was presence. Rosalie's attention stayed fixed on the animal, her golden eyes thoughtful rather than hostile. For a moment Marina simply studied the creature. The scent of warm fur carried a sharp metallic edge that reminded her faintly of electricity. Beneath that was something deeper and older, something tied to the earth and the forest around them. "So," Marina said quietly, keeping her voice calm, "that's what a shapeshifter looks like." Quill huffed softly through his nose, a sound that might have been amusement. Eli grinned. "He says you're not reacting the way most people do." Marina raised an eyebrow. "Most people don't know wolves the size of trucks exist." "Fair point," Eli admitted. He gestured loosely toward the trees around them. "There are usually 2 or 3 on patrol through this stretch. The line runs all the way to the cliffs and back toward the river. Sam rotates everyone through different sectors." Marina turned slowly, letting her senses stretch into the forest. Now that she knew what to listen for, she could hear faint movements far beyond the clearing. Another heartbeat in the distance. Then another, deeper and slower. Not animals. Wolves. "They cover a lot of ground," she murmured. Quill shifted his weight, paws pressing into the damp soil. His golden eyes flicked briefly toward Rosalie. Rosalie met the look without moving. Her hand tightened slightly against Marina's waist before easing again, the gesture subtle but unmistakably protective. Eli noticed and chuckled under his breath. "Don't worry," he said. "The guys aren't interested in stealing your girlfriend." Rosalie's gaze slid toward him with cool amusement. "Good," she replied evenly. "Because that would be a very short patrol." Quill made a strange rumbling sound that was unmistakably laughter. Marina felt a quiet smile touch her expression as the tension in the clearing softened. The wolves might be powerful, dangerous even, but there was something reassuring in the way they stood guard over the forest. Protectors. Not enemies. Quill moved first. The great wolf turned in a slow circle, nose lifting toward the wind that slipped through the trees. Marina followed the motion instinctively, letting her own senses widen with the same quiet attention. The forest breathed around them, a layered pattern of sounds and scents that formed a map more detailed than sight alone. Somewhere beyond the ridge, another wolf answered with a low call. Quill responded with a soft rumble deep in his chest. Eli listened for a moment, head tilted slightly as if translating a language only he understood. "They're checking the line," he explained, shifting the folded clothing under his arm. "If something crosses the border, everyone knows about it within minutes." Rosalie glanced toward the darker stretch of forest beyond the clearing. "Efficient," she said calmly. "How far does the territory extend?" Eli pointed through the trees. "All the way to the cliffs west of here, then south along the river. We run the patrols in loops so there's always someone moving." He nodded toward Quill, who had begun pacing the edge of the clearing with deliberate patience. "Most of the guys prefer running in wolf form. Faster, easier to track scents." Marina watched the massive animal move through the ferns. Even walking, Quill carried a quiet power that felt different from the stillness of vampires. The wolves belonged to the forest in a way she never would. Their movements matched the ground, the wind, the shifting rhythms of the land itself. "Does it hurt?" Marina asked after a moment, curiosity slipping into her voice. "The change." Eli blinked at her question. Then he shrugged. "The first time, yeah. Pretty bad." He rubbed the back of his neck, his expression thoughtful. "After that it's more like muscle memory. Your body just knows how to do it." Quill paused and glanced back toward them, golden eyes bright with quiet intelligence. Rosalie watched him with the calm focus she used when evaluating anything unfamiliar. "And the clothes?" she asked. "You destroy them every time?" Eli laughed under his breath. "Pretty much. That's why we keep stashes around the patrol lines." He nodded toward the pile he carried. "Otherwise we'd be walking home naked every night." Marina's gaze drifted toward the trees again as another distant heartbeat brushed the edge of her hearing. She could sense at least two more wolves moving along the ridge, their paths weaving through the forest with disciplined precision. It struck her then how different this felt from the vampire world she had just entered. The wolves weren't hiding. They were guarding something. Quill finished his slow circuit of the clearing and returned to Eli's side. The wolf stood there calmly, head level, golden eyes shifting between Marina and Rosalie as if confirming they understood the rules of this place. Rosalie's hand settled once more against Marina's back, warm and steady. "Your patrol system works," she said quietly. "I can see why Forks stays quiet." Eli gave a small nod. "That's the idea." Quill's attention shifted suddenly. The great wolf lifted his head, ears pricked toward the deeper forest. Marina felt it a moment later through her own heightened senses. Something had moved far beyond the ridgeline. The sound was faint, almost lost beneath the wind through the branches, but it carried enough weight to draw every predator's instinct toward it. Quill's posture changed at once. His muscles tightened beneath the thick fur, not aggressive but alert. Eli followed the direction of the wolf's gaze. His easy expression faded into quiet focus as he listened to the forest around them. For a few seconds no one spoke. Then the tension eased. Quill lowered his head slightly and let out a soft breath through his nose. "False alarm," Eli said after a moment, glancing toward Marina and Rosalie. "Probably a deer moving along the river trail." Marina had already reached the same conclusion. The faint scent drifting on the wind confirmed it. Animal. Harmless. Still, the moment had revealed something important. The wolves reacted fast. Rosalie noticed it too. Her hand remained at Marina's back, but her gaze followed the distant ridge where the movement had come from. "You take this seriously," she said quietly. Eli gave a small nod. "We have to. If a vampire crosses the line, we need to know before anyone in town does." Quill glanced toward Marina again, the golden eyes steady. Marina met the look without flinching. She understood the message clearly enough. The wolves weren't hostile, but they were watching. Always. It didn't bother her. If anything, it felt strangely reassuring. "Fair enough," Marina said calmly. "Forks could use a few guardians." Eli smiled slightly at that. "That's kind of the job description." Quill stepped forward then, circling once around Eli before stopping beside him. The wolf lowered his head briefly toward the folded clothing as if reminding Eli of unfinished business. Yeah, Eli said with a quiet laugh as he crouched and placed the clothes back on the ground. "Go on." The transformation reversed almost as quickly as the first. Fur vanished beneath folding skin, limbs reshaping in a blur of motion that lasted only a heartbeat before a very human Quill stood where the wolf had been. He grabbed his clothes quickly, pulling the shirt over his head with practiced efficiency before turning toward them with an easy grin. "Sorry about the show," Quill said, running a hand through his hair. "First time's always a little weird." Rosalie's expression softened slightly as she studied him. "You've got nothing to apologize for," she replied calmly. "You're doing your job." Marina glanced once more at the quiet forest surrounding them, listening to the distant rhythm of wolves moving along their patrol lines. The system made sense. The territory felt watched from every direction. For the first time since becoming something other than human, she realized Forks might actually be safer than it looked. 25. Frame attempt. Victoria moved through the forest like a rumor the trees were trying to forget. Rain had fallen earlier in the evening, a soft coastal drizzle that left the needles of the firs slick and dark. The ground carried the smell of wet earth and cedar sap. It was the sort of weather humans described as gloomy. To Victoria it was perfect. Rain softened scent. Rain erased tracks. Rain made the woods patient. She crouched beside the body. The man had been a runner. The shoes gave that away immediately. Expensive trail shoes, bright stitching, the sort of thing people in small towns bought when they decided to get healthy. He lay twisted halfway off the gravel path that cut through the trees outside Forks, one arm flung outward as if he had tried to grab the forest itself on the way down. Victoria tilted her head slightly, studying him. Humans were fragile creatures. That was always the first thing a newborn vampire learned. Bones snapped too easily. Skin tore under too little pressure. The trick was not killing them. The trick was arranging them afterward. She placed 2 fingers beneath the man's chin and turned his head gently toward the trees. The neck wound was clean. Too clean. She had fed carefully, taking only enough blood to satisfy the burn without draining him entirely. The remaining blood she had spread deliberately across the torn fabric of his jacket and the nearby stones. The scent would carry for miles to any predator wandering through the woods. Animal. That was the story the body needed to tell. Victoria stood and stepped back, examining the scene again with cool satisfaction. The gravel trail curved downhill about 20 yards away. Beyond it the forest thinned slightly where an old logging road cut through the ridge. Humans used the route constantly. Hikers, runners, teenagers with cheap beer and nowhere better to be. Sooner or later someone would find him. She crouched again, this time dragging the body a short distance closer to the tree line. The motion left a shallow scrape through the damp gravel. She paused to deepen it with a deliberate twist of the heel. Predator struggle. Her crimson eyes flicked across the clearing, measuring angles the way a sculptor studied a block of stone. The man's backpack lay several feet away where she had thrown it earlier. She picked it up, opened the zipper, and scattered the contents across the ground. Water bottle, protein bar, phone. The phone was interesting. Victoria turned it over in her hand briefly before crushing it between her fingers. Plastic and circuitry collapsed with a soft crunch. She dropped the broken pieces beside the path. Humans liked stories with simple explanations. Animal attack, drunk fall, random misfortune. They didn't like patterns. Victoria intended to give them one. She stepped back again and listened. The forest breathed quietly around her. Rainwater slid from branch to branch before falling in soft drops against the moss. Somewhere far off a truck passed along the highway, the distant engine noise muffled by miles of trees. Closer, the night remained empty. No wolves. That was good. She had no desire to fight them tonight. Not yet. Her gaze drifted toward the direction of the Cullen house even though it lay miles away beyond the hills. She couldn't see it, of course, but the thought of them was enough to sharpen the corners of her smile. The first body had been clumsy. A simple feeding, nothing more. But the Cullens were careful creatures. Careful creatures needed encouragement. Now they would begin to notice. 2 deaths. Same woods. Same quiet town. Soon the police would start asking questions. Patrol cars would roam the roads at night. Hunters would wander deeper into the forest with rifles and flashlights. Fear would creep into the town like winter fog. Pressure. And pressure made mistakes. Victoria crouched one final time and pressed the man's shoulder into the mud, forcing the body slightly deeper into the earth. The position looked wrong now in exactly the right way, as if something large and violent had dragged him down from the trail. Satisfied, she straightened. The rain had begun again, light and steady. Perfect. By morning the forest would have softened every trace of her presence. Victoria turned toward the deeper woods. Her movement was silent, the speed inhuman. In seconds the clearing behind her was empty except for the broken runner lying near the edge of the trail. As she ran through the dark trees, one thought moved calmly through her mind. Let them believe it was an animal. Let them wonder if the Cullens were hunting. Soon enough the entire town of Forks would begin looking at the golden-eyed family in the woods and asking the question Victoria wanted most. What if the monsters next door were not as civilized as they claimed? By the time the body was found, the rain had thinned to a pale morning mist that clung low between the trees. The trail looked harmless in daylight. Gravel curved through the damp forest, bordered by moss and fern and the quiet patience of old cedar trunks. Nothing about the place suggested violence at first glance. That illusion lasted until the first hiker stepped off the path. The man who found him was older, a local who walked the ridge trail most mornings before work. He noticed the scattered backpack first. It lay half open near the edge of the path, the contents spread across the wet ground as if someone had dropped it in a hurry. He slowed, frowning slightly, then looked up toward the darker line of trees where the ground dipped away. That was when he saw the body. For a moment he simply stood there, unable to understand what he was looking at. The runner lay twisted near the tree line, clothes torn, skin pale against the mud. The position looked wrong in a way the mind resisted. When the realization finally settled, the man took a stumbling step backward and pulled his phone from his pocket with shaking fingers. The call reached the Forks police station just after 7. By 8, yellow tape stretched across the trail entrance and a small cluster of patrol cars sat along the roadside. The forest remained quiet, but the stillness now carried the low murmur of radios and the steady crunch of boots moving across wet gravel. Chief Charlie Swan stood a few yards from the body, hands planted on his hips as he studied the scene. His expression looked calm to anyone watching, the same steady patience he showed at every accident or domestic call in town. But his eyes moved slowly across the clearing, measuring details the way a hunter read tracks in fresh snow. The position of the body bothered him first. Animals didn't leave people arranged like that. He crouched carefully near the trail edge, careful not to step beyond the markers one of the deputies had already placed in the mud. The gravel carried a shallow drag mark leading from the path toward the trees. Blood had soaked into the fabric of the victim's jacket and darkened the stones nearby. Looks like an animal, one of the deputies said from behind him. Cougar maybe. Charlie didn't answer immediately. His gaze remained fixed on the ground, following the trail of disturbed gravel and scattered belongings. A crushed phone lay near the path. The plastic shell had collapsed inward as if something had squeezed it. He picked it up carefully with a gloved hand and turned it over. Cougars don't crush electronics, he said quietly. The deputy shifted his weight uncomfortably. Could have been stepped on. Maybe. Charlie set the broken phone back down beside the marker. His voice remained neutral, but the word carried very little conviction. He stood again and looked deeper into the trees where the body lay half in shadow. The smell of wet soil mixed with the faint metallic scent of blood. Above them the clouds hung low and gray, pressing the forest into a dim, colorless stillness. Charlie had worked in this town a long time. He knew the difference between accidents and something else. And this was beginning to feel like something else. A second deputy approached from the trail entrance, lowering his radio. "Chief, county's asking if it's the same thing as the one last week." Charlie didn't answer right away. His gaze lingered on the broken phone, then drifted toward the distant hills where the forest thickened into darker green ridges. "Tell them we're still looking," he said finally. The deputy nodded and stepped away to relay the message. Charlie remained where he was for another moment, staring at the clearing as if the trees themselves might offer an explanation. One death could be misfortune. Two deaths in the same stretch of forest started to look like a pattern. And Charlie Swan had learned long ago that patterns were where the real trouble began. The forest behind the Cullen house stood quiet beneath a ceiling of low gray clouds. Rain had returned in the early afternoon, the soft coastal kind that drifted through the trees without urgency. The branches of the tall cedars moved slowly in the wind, their dark silhouettes swaying against the dim light filtering through the overcast sky. Inside the house the stillness felt heavier. Carlyle stood near the wide window overlooking the tree line, his hands resting loosely against the back of a chair as he listened. The human world was far away from the house, but not far enough to hide the tension spreading through the town. Even without Edward's hearing, the atmosphere was unmistakable. Something had changed. Edward closed the front door quietly behind him. His expression remained controlled, but the faint tightening around his eyes betrayed the thoughts moving through his mind. "They found the second body," he said. Carlyle nodded once. "Where?" "Ridge Trail. The same area as the first." For a moment neither of them spoke. The rain brushed softly against the glass while the forest outside remained motionless. Carlyle had practiced medicine for centuries. He had watched entire cities panic over far smaller things than a pair of unexplained deaths. Small communities reacted even faster. Patterns frightened people. Alice stepped into the room from the hallway, her movements quick but purposeful. Her golden eyes had gone distant, unfocused in the way the family recognized immediately. "Victoria," she said quietly. It wasn't a guess. Edward's jaw tightened slightly. "She's still in the area." Alice nodded. "Moving. Careful. She's watching how people react." Rosalie entered the room a moment later with Marina beside her. Rosalie's posture had changed since the cafeteria conversation. She moved with the alert stillness of a predator that had already decided something dangerous was approaching. "She's pushing the town," Rosalie said. Carlyle looked toward her. Rosalie crossed her arms, her gaze drifting briefly toward the forest beyond the window. "Two bodies close together," she continued. "People start asking questions. Hunters go into the woods. Police patrol at night. Everyone gets nervous." Edward finished the thought quietly. "And nervous people look for someone to blame." The room fell silent again. Marina stood near the piano, one hand resting lightly against the edge of the instrument as she listened. The emotional noise she had felt in the cafeteria lingered faintly at the back of her awareness, a thin undercurrent of fear spreading slowly through the town. Humans reacted to uncertainty in predictable ways. Fear wanted answers. Alice spoke again, her voice softer now. "She's not done." Rosalie turned toward her immediately. "You see more?" "Not clearly." Alice shook her head slightly, frustration flickering across her expression. "Just pressure. She's building something." Carlyle's expression remained calm, but the weight of the situation settled visibly across his features. "This is deliberate," he said. Edward nodded once. "She's creating a pattern." Carlyle looked toward the forest again, his thoughts already moving through the possible consequences. The town of Forks trusted them more than most places ever had. That trust had taken decades to build. But fear was faster than trust. "Then we remain exactly as we are," Carlyle said quietly. "Careful, visible, controlled." Emmett leaned against the doorway with his usual easy confidence, though even he had grown more serious. And if the wolves decide this is our fault? He asked. Carlyle's gaze shifted briefly toward him. Then we remind them of the truth. Rosalie didn't answer, but her hand had found Marina's again, the grip firm and protective. Outside, the rain continued to fall through the tall dark trees. Somewhere deep within those woods Victoria was moving patiently through the shadows, shaping a story the humans would soon begin telling themselves. A story about monsters hiding in the forest. And if the town started believing it, the Cullens would find themselves standing at the center of a fear they had never created. 26. Investigation. Sam found Charlie Swan behind the police station before sunrise. The town still held the quiet weight that came before morning traffic. A pale band of gray light hung low over the trees, the sky not yet bright enough to soften the outlines of the forest. The air smelled of damp cedar and cold asphalt. Charlie stood beside his cruiser with a mug of coffee in one hand and a folder tucked under his arm. He looked like he hadn't slept much. He'd agreed to a meeting with Sam after a quick phone call, but Sam wasn't sure what would come of it considering Marina was a leech now. He supposed one last courtesy for a girl he used to admire wasn't too much to ask of him. Especially if it solved a problem. Sam approached without hurry. His boots scraped lightly against the gravel. Charlie glanced up when he heard him. His eyes narrowed slightly in recognition. "Morning, Sam." "Morning, Chief." Sam stopped a few feet away, respectful distance without looking formal about it. The two of them had known each other most of Sam's life. Charlie had seen him grow from a quiet kid on the reservation into the one people looked to when something went wrong. Charlie took another sip of coffee. "Bit early for a social call, but I'm here. What do you need?" Sam shrugged one shoulder. "Heard there was another body." Charlie didn't answer immediately. His gaze drifted toward the trees beyond the parking lot as if the forest itself might be listening. "Word travels fast out your way," he said finally. Sam's expression stayed neutral. Hard not to notice when the woods get busy. Charlie studied him for a long moment. Sam could almost see the calculations moving behind the older man's eyes. "You see anything strange lately?" Charlie asked. "Depends what you call strange." Charlie let out a quiet breath that might have been a laugh if he'd had the energy for it. "Fair enough." He set the coffee on the hood of the cruiser and opened the folder. Paper edges rustled softly in the still morning air. Photos, notes, a rough map with several locations marked in pencil. Sam didn't step closer, but his eyes tracked the shapes on the page. River trail, logging road, another spot deeper toward the national forest. Charlie closed the folder again before Sam could study it too long. "Officially, we're looking at a large animal attack." Sam tilted his head slightly. "Officially?" Charlie held his gaze. Neither of them spoke. The forest behind the station shifted with a low sigh of wind through the branches. Sam folded his arms loosely. "And unofficially?" Charlie rubbed the bridge of his nose with two fingers. "I've lived here a long time. I know what a bear does. I know what a cougar does. I've seen both." He tapped the folder once. "This isn't either of those." Sam felt the familiar tightening in his chest. Not fear exactly. Recognition. Something else. Charlie gave a short nod. "Yeah." The older man picked up his coffee again but didn't drink it. The steam had already thinned in the cold air. "You boys have been running the woods more than usual lately." It wasn't quite a question. Sam kept his voice calm. "Reservations are responsibility." "I know that, Sam, just as Forks is mine." Charlie's eyes moved toward the tree line again. His jaw set in that stubborn way Sam remembered from 100 community meetings and fishing trips when he was younger. "What I need to know," Charlie said slowly, "is whether there's something out there I should be calling the National Guard about." Sam didn't answer right away. He couldn't. Pack rules were clear. Human authorities stayed human authorities. The wolves protected the land without explaining why. But Charlie Swan wasn't just another cop asking questions. He was Bella's dad, and Bella was tangled up with the Cullens whether the town understood that or not. Sam chose his words carefully. "If something dangerous was moving through the woods, we'd deal with it." Charlie watched him for another long moment. "That's about what I figured." He drained the rest of his coffee and set the empty cup on the hood. You hear anything else, you let me know. Sam gave a small nod. Same goes. Charlie almost smiled at that, though the expression didn't reach his eyes. Yeah, let's hope it doesn't. Sam turned and started toward the edge of the lot. Behind him, Charlie opened the folder again. Sam didn't need to look back to know the older man was staring at those photos, trying to make them fit a shape that made sense. But Sam already knew the truth. The culprit wasn't an animal, and it wasn't the Cullens either. Somewhere out in the forest, the red-haired vampire was still hunting. Later that evening, Forks police station returned to quiet, the way small town buildings always became once the daytime traffic faded. The front desk light glowed softly over a stack of paperwork while rain tapped steadily against the windows facing the street. Charlie Swan sat alone in his office with the door half closed. A file, the same one as earlier, lay open on his desk. 2 photographs rested on top of the reports. He'd already looked at them half a dozen times since the scene that morning, but his eyes kept drifting back anyway. The first photo showed the ridge trail where the body had been found. Wet gravel, scattered leaves, yellow evidence markers placed carefully along the disturbed ground. The second photo was closer. Closer than he really wanted. The runner lay near the edge of the tree line where the gravel gave way to damp soil. The man's jacket had been torn open across the shoulder. Blood darkened the fabric and the stones beneath him. The angle of the body still looked wrong. Charlie leaned back in his chair and rubbed a hand slowly across his face. He had seen animal attacks before. Hunters sometimes brought in photos when something strange happened out in the woods. Cougar kills. The occasional bear incident when hikers pushed too far into the Olympic foothills. Those scenes had a certain chaos to them. This one didn't. His gaze returned to the close photograph again. The wound at the neck bothered him the most. It was clean in a way that didn't match the rest of the damage. Animals tore. They crushed. They didn't leave narrow marks that looked almost deliberate. Charlie reached for the evidence bag sitting beside the photographs and turned it over slowly in his hands. Inside lay the crushed remains of the victim's phone. The plastic casing had folded inward like soft clay. Charlie had tried squeezing the bag earlier just to test the material. The plastic didn't budge. Cougars didn't crush electronics. He exhaled slowly and set the bag back on the desk. Outside, a pickup truck rolled past the station and the headlights briefly washed across the office wall before fading again into the gray rain. Charlie looked down at the report once more, then reached for the phone. He hesitated for a moment before dialing. The line rang twice. Hello? A calm voice answered. Charlie leaned back in his chair again, staring at the photograph on the desk as he spoke. Carlisle, it's Charlie Swan. Sorry to bother you at home. No bother at all, Charlie. What can I do for you? Charlie shifted the receiver slightly against his ear. Got a question for you. More of a medical curiosity than anything. I'm listening. Charlie tapped the edge of the photograph lightly with one finger. We found another body out on the ridge trail this morning. Looks like some kind of animal attack, but something about the wounds is odd. Carlisle was silent for a moment on the other end of the line. When he spoke again, his tone remained steady. Odd in what way? The neck wound, Charlie said. It's clean. Too clean for a cougar. And there's other damage around the body, but it doesn't quite match. Another pause followed. Animal attacks can sometimes look unusual depending on how the victim falls, Carlisle said. Scavengers can also disturb a scene after the fact. Yeah, Charlie said slowly. Thought about that. His eyes moved again to the crushed phone on the desk. You ever seen wildlife crush something like a cell phone? Carlisle answered carefully. Pressure damage could happen if the victim fell on it during the struggle. It might crack the screen. Or if something heavy stepped on it afterward. Charlie considered that. He could easily see a cracked screen being caused that way, but the phone in the evidence bag was absolutely crushed. Only fragments remained. Maybe, he said. Rain slid down the window behind him in slow streaks. I'll probably send the county report your way once it's finished. Figured I'd ask someone who actually knows anatomy before I start guessing about the wounds. I'd be happy to take a look, Carlisle said. Charlie nodded. Appreciate it. Of course. Charlie hung up the phone and sat quietly for a moment. The office felt smaller now. The rain had picked up outside, tapping steadily against the glass. He looked back down at the photographs on the desk. Maybe Carlyle was right. Maybe the scene only looked strange because he was overthinking it. But the unease in his gut hadn't moved. He gathered the photos into the file and closed the folder slowly. 2 bodies in the same woods, on the same trail, so close together in time. That wasn't normal, and whatever had done it was still out there. The music room at Forks High always smelled faintly of old wood and brass polish. Rows of metal chairs sat pushed against the walls from the last band rehearsal, and a battered upright piano stood near the window where the gray daylight filtered through the clouds. Marina sat at the piano bench with her notebook open across the instrument's lid. Her pencil rested lightly between her fingers as she stared at the half-written line of staff notation in front of her. The melody had been circling her mind since lunch. She tapped the pencil once against the page and hummed quietly under her breath, letting the notes settle into place before trying them on the keys. A soft chord filled the room. The sound lingered in the empty space the way music sometimes did when a room had good bones. The piano was old, the tone slightly uneven across the higher register, but it had warmth to it that newer instruments often lacked. Marina leaned forward slightly and played the phrase again. This time she sang with it, her voice low enough that it barely carried beyond the piano. Golden in the quiet of the hall, light where the gray day falls. She stopped halfway through the line and made a small sound of frustration. No, she murmured. Her pencil moved across the page, erasing one measure and rewriting the note slightly lower. The rhythm shifted a fraction, just enough to change the lift of the melody. She tried again. The new progression settled more comfortably under her fingers. Golden in the quiet of the hall. Better. Marina sat back a little and let the final note fade. Outside the window the rain had softened to a thin mist that clung to the parking lot and the dark trees beyond the school grounds. The world felt quieter on days like this, as if the clouds had wrapped the town in a blanket of gray wool. The door behind her opened. Marina didn't look up immediately. She finished writing the new measure before glancing over her shoulder. Angela Weber stepped into the room carrying a stack of sheet music and a folder tucked under one arm. She paused just inside the doorway, listening for a moment with a faint smile. I thought that was you. Marina closed the notebook halfway. I try not to hide it. Angela walked farther into the room and set the music down on one of the chairs. Mr. Banner says the choir room is booked tomorrow after school for rehearsal. Something about the spring concert schedule getting moved around. Marina nodded. That works. Angela glanced toward the piano again. Is that something new? Very new, Marina said. Angela pulled out one of the metal chairs and turned it around to sit facing the piano. Can I hear it? Marina considered the page for a moment, then shrugged lightly. It's still half an idea, she warned. Angela folded her hands along the back of the chair. Those are usually the good ones. Marina placed her fingers on the keys again and let the progression return slowly. The melody drifted through the quiet room like a thought forming out of fog. Golden in the quiet of the hall, light where the gray day falls. She continued this time, letting the second line stretch a little longer before resolving the phrase. Angela listened without speaking. Marina finished the short passage and lifted her hands from the piano. Well? She asked. Angela blinked once as if returning from somewhere distant. That's unfair. Marina tilted her head slightly. Unfair? You make it sound like it already belongs on the radio. Marina laughed softly and turned the pencil between her fingers again. Trust me, she said. It's still a mess. Angela shook her head. No, it's just early. Marina looked back down at the notebook. Early was the right word. Songs always began this way for her. A fragment of melody, a line of words that felt like it belonged somewhere else before she caught it and pinned it to paper. Outside the room the hallway carried the faint echo of students moving toward the buses and the parking lot. Lockers closed. Voices drifted past in short bursts of conversation. Marina hummed the phrase again under her breath and adjusted one of the chords on the page. Somewhere deep inside the music the shape of the song was beginning to form. And once it did, it wouldn't leave her alone until it was finished. The rain had stopped by the time Marina left the music room. Forks High had that hollow after-school quiet that always followed the last bell. The long hallway outside the band room stood mostly empty now, lockers shut and lights humming softly overhead. Somewhere farther down the corridor a janitor pushed a cart, the faint rattle of wheels echoing briefly before fading again. Marina walked slowly toward the gym wing with her notebook tucked under one arm. The melody from the piano still lingered in her mind. It always did that when a song began to take shape. A fragment of rhythm, a line of words, the echo of a chord progression repeating itself quietly in the back of her thoughts like something waiting to be finished. She pushed open the door leading into the small practice room beside the stage. The space wasn't much larger than a classroom, but it had mirrors along one wall and enough open floor to move. Someone had left the overhead lights off, so the gray afternoon light from the high windows spilled across the polished wood floor in long pale rectangles. Rosalie was already there. She stood near the mirrors with her arms folded, leaning one shoulder against the wall as if she had been waiting for a while. Her expression shifted slightly when Marina stepped inside. "You're late." Marina closed the door behind her and smiled faintly. "I was writing." Rosalie glanced toward the notebook in Marina's hand. "Obviously." Marina set the notebook on one of the folding chairs and stepped out onto the floor. For a moment she simply stood there, listening to the quiet room. The faint scent of varnished wood mixed with the lingering smell of old stage curtains. Somewhere outside the building a car door slammed, and the sound echoed briefly through the hallway. Marina took a slow breath and rolled her shoulders. "All right, let's see what my balance is doing today." Rosalie straightened from the wall and moved a few steps closer. "Try walking the line first." Marina nodded and began moving across the floor. Her steps were careful at first, measured the way Rosalie had shown her during their earlier practice sessions. Vampires moved differently than humans. Their bodies were too precise, their balance too perfect. A human step carried small imperfections, tiny shifts of weight that kept movement from looking unnatural. Marina forced herself to slow down. She placed one foot in front of the other, letting her weight settle unevenly on purpose. The motion felt strange every time she tried it. Her instincts wanted to move faster, smoother. Rosalie watched closely. "Better," she said after a moment. "You're not gliding as much." "Gliding sounds elegant," Marina said. "It also looks inhuman." Marina huffed a quiet laugh and tried again. This time she turned slightly at the end of the room and let the motion flow into a slow spin. The movement came naturally. Even before everything had changed, she had spent years learning how to move on stage. Her body still remembered the rhythm of performance. Rosalie's eyes followed the turn carefully. "You're still too steady." Marina stopped mid-step and looked at her. "Too steady? Humans wobble." Marina blinked once. "I don't wobble." "Then fake it." Marina stared at her for a moment before laughing under her breath. "That's ridiculous." Rosalie only raised one eyebrow. Marina sighed softly and tried again. She stepped forward, letting her ankle tilt slightly as if catching her balance at the last moment. The adjustment felt exaggerated to her senses, but when she glanced toward the mirror the movement looked almost normal. Almost. Rosalie walked slowly around her, studying the change in posture. "That's closer," she said. Marina turned toward the mirrors and watched her own reflection take a few more steps. The difference was subtle, a slight hesitation in the stride. A shift of weight that suggested muscle instead of perfect control. "Human." She stopped and tilted her head slightly. "It's strange," she said. "What is?" "Learning how to be worse at something." Rosalie smiled faintly. "You're learning how to be believable." Marina considered that and then nodded slowly. Outside the high windows the clouds were beginning to thin. A pale strip of evening light had appeared over the distant tree line, soft and cold against the horizon. Marina walked the length of the floor once more, letting the uneven rhythm settle into muscle memory. When she reached the end of the room she paused and glanced back at Rosalie. "Your turn," she said. Rosalie's brow lifted. "You think I need practice pretending to be human?" Marina folded her arms lightly. "I think you might enjoy it." For a moment Rosalie looked as if she might argue. Then a faint smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. She stepped onto the floor. "Fine," she said. "But if I trip over something, I'm blaming you." Marina leaned against the chair with her notebook and watched as Rosalie began to walk across the polished floor, deliberately slowing the perfect grace of her movements. For the first time that afternoon, the room filled with quiet laughter. The parking lot behind Forks High had mostly emptied by the time Eli left the main building. The rain had faded to a thin mist that hung low over the asphalt and the dark line of trees beyond the football field. The air smelled of wet cedar and cold pavement. A few late buses rumbled away from the curb while scattered students crossed the lot in small groups, shoulders hunched against the damp evening air. Eli stood near the edge of the sidewalk for a moment, watching the last of the traffic thin out. His hearing had settled again since the morning shift, but the world still carried echoes of the wolf beneath the surface. He noticed things he hadn't before. The rhythm of footsteps across wet asphalt. The distant hum of tires along the highway beyond town. The faint creak of the tall light poles that surrounded the empty field. The senses never fully went back to normal. He shoved his hands into the pockets of his jacket and started walking toward the trees at the edge of the campus. Most of the pack stayed on the reservation after school. Sam preferred it that way. Fewer chances for someone to notice something strange. But Eli moved between both sides of town. School, the reservation, the woods. That was the role Sam had given him. Observation. He reached the narrow path that cut between the field and the first line of cedars just as the side door of the gym opened behind him. Voices drifted across the damp air. Eli slowed slightly and glanced back. Two girls stepped out onto the concrete steps. Angela Weber was the first one he recognized. She carried a folder tucked under one arm and was talking animatedly about something as she walked. Marina followed a step behind her. Eli didn't mean to stop. He did anyway. Marina was still holding her notebook, the same one she always seemed to carry. She said something that made Angela laugh, the sound light against the quiet evening. Then Angela waved goodbye and headed toward the student parking area. Marina remained near the gym entrance for a moment. She looked up toward the clouds as if checking whether the rain would start again. The faint gray light softened the edges of her pale hair and the dark jacket she wore. For a second Eli felt the strange pressure again. Not sound, not scent, something else. It was subtle, a quiet shift in the air that made the tension of the day ease slightly without him meaning it to. The feeling reminded him of standing near the ocean when the wind changed direction. A calm moving through the air that had nothing to do with the weather. Marina opened the notebook and hummed something softly under her breath. The melody drifted across the empty lot. It wasn't loud, but the sound carried in a way Eli couldn't quite explain. The notes felt warmer than the gray evening around them, like sunlight slipping briefly through a break in the clouds. He frowned slightly. That wasn't how vampires were supposed to feel. He had expected something colder, sharper, the kind of presence that set the wolf instinct on edge. But standing there in the misty parking lot, Marina looked more like a girl finishing a long day at school than anything dangerous. She closed the notebook again and headed toward the road that led into town. Eli watched her go. Paul's voice echoed faintly in the back of his memory. Leech. The word had sounded certain when Paul said it earlier. Eli looked down at the wet asphalt for a moment. She doesn't smell like one, he muttered quietly to himself. The wind shifted through the trees beside the field, carrying the faint scent of rain and cedar again. After a moment Eli turned and continued toward the forest path. Somewhere deeper in the woods the pack waited. And sooner or later they were going to ask him what he had seen. Evening settled slowly over the Cullen house. The rain clouds had begun to break apart over the forest, leaving pale strips of fading light along the western horizon. The trees below the house stood dark and still, their tall cedar branches holding the last beads of water from the afternoon rain. Inside, the living room carried its usual quiet. The piano sat near the tall windows where the final gray light spilled across the polished floor. A few lamps had been turned on, their soft glow warming the wide room without disturbing the calm that always seemed to settle over the house at dusk. Marina sat on the bench with her notebook open again. The melody from the music room had followed her home. That happened often when a song was still unfinished. It circled through her mind the way a tide returned to the same shore again and again, each pass smoothing the shape of the idea a little more. Her fingers found the keys almost automatically. The first chord drifted through the room. Rosalie sat nearby on the arm of the couch, watching her with the quiet attentiveness she always carried when Marina was writing. One leg rested lightly against the floor while the other bent across the cushion, her posture relaxed but alert. Marina played the progression again, slower this time. Golden in the quiet hall, light where the gray day falls. The notes settled into the wood and glass of the room. Even the forest outside seemed to pause while the sound lingered. Marina stopped and adjusted one of the chords in the notebook. Still wrong, she murmured. Rosalie tilted her head slightly. The second line. Marina looked up. You hear that too? Rosalie smiled faintly. You lean on the word falls. Marina considered the line again, then nodded slowly. I do. She shifted the rhythm in the notebook and tried the phrase again. This time the melody lifted at the end instead of settling downward. Rosalie's expression softened slightly. There, she said. Marina let the final note fade and leaned back a little on the bench. Outside the window the sky had deepened into the soft blue-gray that came just before night in the Pacific Northwest. The forest stretched in dark layers across the hills, quiet and watchful. For a moment Marina simply listened. The house itself always carried a calm she could feel in ways she still didn't fully understand. The emotional noise of the town rarely reached this far into the trees. Tonight it did, faint at first, then clearer. Marina's expression shifted slightly. Rosalie noticed immediately. What is it? Marina didn't answer right away. She turned slightly on the bench and looked out toward the forest as if she could see the town beyond the dark line of trees. It feels different, she said quietly. Rosalie straightened a little. Different how? Marina searched for the right word. Uneasy. The sensation drifted through her awareness like distant thunder rolling somewhere beyond the hills. It wasn't sharp fear, not yet. More like the quiet tension that moved through a crowd when people sensed something was wrong but hadn't learned what it was. Rosalie followed her gaze toward the forest. The bodies, she said. Marina nodded slowly. People are talking about it. Even from miles away the emotional currents of the town carried whispers of worry. Confusion. Curiosity. The first fragile edges of fear beginning to spread between ordinary conversations. Rosalie's hand settled lightly on Marina's shoulder. Victoria wanted that, she said quietly. Marina looked back down at the piano keys. The melody lingered in her mind again, softer now. Then she's getting what she wanted. Outside, the last light faded behind the trees. And somewhere in the town below, the quiet story Victoria had started in the forest was beginning to grow. 27. Choreography precision. The gym was empty except for the quiet echo of Marina's footsteps. Late afternoon light filtered through the tall windows high along the wall, washing the polished floor in pale gray. The basketball hoops hung folded against their frames, and the faint smell of varnished wood lingered in the still air. Somewhere deeper in the building a locker door slammed, the sound distant enough to feel almost imaginary. Marina stepped out onto the center of the court and rolled her shoulders slowly. The space felt different from the practice room beside the stage. Larger. Open. A place meant for motion rather than rehearsal. Her body registered the distance instinctively, measuring the room the way a performer measured a stage before the first note of a concert. Rosalie leaned against the bleachers near the far wall, arms folded loosely as she watched. Her posture looked relaxed, but Marina knew better. Rosalie noticed everything. Marina drew a slow breath and let it out carefully. The music was already in her head. It had been there since she left the piano earlier that afternoon, the rhythm settling somewhere between memory and instinct. She started moving before she fully thought about it. The first step came cautiously. Her weight shifted across the floor with deliberate restraint, every motion tempered by the lessons Rosalie had drilled into her for weeks. Vampires moved too perfectly, too smoothly. The body wanted to glide. Humans didn't glide. Marina forced a slight hesitation into the second step and turned into a slow pivot, letting the motion flow outward through her shoulders and arms. The turn came easier than she expected. Years of choreography lived in her muscles, quiet habits from another life rising naturally now that her balance had changed. She finished the rotation and stopped. Rosalie's voice carried across the gym. You forgot to breathe. Marina blinked once and laughed softly under her breath. Right. She tried again, letting her chest rise unevenly this time as she moved through the same sequence. The change felt absurd to her senses, but when she caught her reflection in the dark glass of the gym doors it looked closer to human rhythm. Closer. She crossed the floor again, letting the movement grow more fluid. The immortal strength beneath her skin changed everything about choreography. Turns were sharper. Landings were silent. Balance came so easily it almost felt like cheating. Marina slowed deliberately, forcing tiny imperfections into the pattern the way Rosalie had taught her. Rosalie stepped down from the bleachers and circled slowly as Marina finished the sequence. Better, she said, her tone thoughtful rather than critical. You're starting to look like a dancer again instead of a statue. Marina tilted her head slightly, catching the faint smile that followed the words. I'll take that as progress. Rosalie's gaze drifted briefly toward the high windows where the light had begun to fade into evening gray. When she looked back her expression softened in quiet approval. It is. The gym doors creaked open just as Marina finished another turn across the polished floor. Angela Weber stepped inside carrying a thick folder pressed against her chest. A faint gust of cool evening air followed her into the room before the door swung shut again. She paused near the entrance, watching Marina finish the movement with quiet appreciation. I knew you'd be in here, Angela said as she crossed the floor. Marina slowed to a stop and brushed the loose strand of pale hair back behind her ear. It seemed like a good place to practice without accidentally knocking over furniture. Angela smiled and lifted the folder slightly. Good timing, actually. I was looking for you. Rosalie had already moved back toward the bleachers, though her eyes never left the room. Angela didn't seem to notice the quiet surveillance. Marina walked toward the folding chairs near the sideline and picked up her water bottle. What did I do now? Angela laughed softly and opened the folder, spreading several sheets of paper across the nearest chair. You volunteered for something. Marina raised one eyebrow as she took a small sip of water. That sounds suspicious. The spring showcase, Angela said. Mr. Banner finally confirmed the schedule. Choir, band, a couple of solo performances. It's basically the school showing off before graduation season starts. Marina leaned lightly against the chair and glanced down at the printed program draft Angela had placed in front of her. Several names were already listed under different categories. Some she recognized from choir. Others belonged to the band or the drama club. Angela tapped one of the empty spaces with her finger. There's a slot for a featured performance. Mr. Banner asked if you'd consider doing something. Marina studied the page for a moment before looking back up. You mean sing? Angela nodded. Sing. Or play. Or both. Honestly, after hearing you in the music room last week, I think the entire choir would mutiny if you didn't. Marina let out a quiet breath and glanced toward Rosalie. Rosalie's expression remained calm, but there was curiosity in her eyes. It's just a school thing, Angela continued gently. Nothing huge. Parents, students, a few teachers. The usual crowd. Marina turned the idea over in her mind. A room full of people. Music. Emotion moving through the air the way it always had during a performance. Even the thought of it stirred something restless inside her chest. Rosalie pushed away from the bleachers and walked slowly closer. Would it help? She asked quietly. Marina understood the real question beneath the words. Would performing steady her? She looked back down at the program sheet again, her fingers resting lightly on the paper. I think it might, she said after a moment. Angela's smile brightened immediately. I'll tell Mr. Banner you're in. Marina laughed softly and shook her head. You were going to do that anyway. Angela closed the folder with a satisfied nod. Probably. The gym wasn't empty for long. By the time Marina finished another sequence across the floor, the heavy doors had opened twice more and the quiet space had begun to fill with the scattered energy of after-school rehearsal. A handful of choir students drifted in first, carrying backpacks and sheet music folders, their voices low as they talked about homework and weekend plans. The air warmed quickly with the soft murmur of conversation and the faint squeak of sneakers against the polished floor. Marina stepped aside near the mirrors while Angela organized a small cluster of chairs near the wall. Mr. Banner followed a moment later, balancing a stack of music binders against his chest as he crossed the gym with the brisk focus of someone already running behind schedule. "All right, everyone," he said as he set the binders down on the nearest chair. "Let's keep this simple. We're only blocking positions today. No full singing yet." Angela handed out a few sheets of paper while the others gathered loosely around the center of the court. Marina stayed slightly behind the group, watching the movement unfold with quiet awareness. Human spaces had their own rhythm. Voices rising and falling, the faint flutter of nerves before a performance, the subtle current of anticipation that always gathered when people prepared to stand in front of an audience. She could feel it. Not strongly, not the way it surged during a real performance, but the emotional field in the room carried a soft pulse that brushed the edges of her senses. Curiosity, excitement, a little anxiety. Marina folded her arms loosely, focusing on her breathing the way Rosalie had taught her. Across the gym, Rosalie leaned against the bleachers again, her expression calm as she observed the students. No one paid much attention to her presence. Most of them had grown used to Marina's quiet companion appearing after school. Angela glanced toward Marina and waved her forward. "You'll stand here for the feature section," she said, pointing to a spot near the center line. "The choir will stay behind you on the risers." Marina stepped into position while a few students shuffled into place behind her. The movement stirred the emotional current again. A small ripple passed through the room as several people turned their attention toward her without meaning to. Mr. Banner tapped his pen lightly against his binder. "Just walk through the opening steps so we can see the spacing." Marina nodded and began moving slowly through the choreography she had practiced earlier. The effect was immediate. Nothing dramatic happened. No one gasped or stepped back. But as she turned through the final motion, she noticed the subtle shift in the room. Conversations had faded. A few students watched with quiet focus they didn't seem to realize they were giving. Rosalie's gaze sharpened slightly from across the gym. Marina finished the sequence and let the last movement settle naturally. The room breathed again, the soft murmur of voices returning as if someone had lifted an invisible weight. Angela blinked once and tilted her head. "That was just the blocking," she said with a faint smile. "Imagine what it'll look like with music." Marina smiled back, though she could still feel the faint ripple of attention lingering in the air. The rehearsal wound down slowly as the gray light outside the gym windows softened into evening. Mr. Banner closed his binder with a satisfied nod and glanced over the scattered group of students who were gathering their bags and folders. "That's enough for today," he said as he tucked the pen into the binder's spine. "Spacing looks good. Tomorrow we'll add the music and start running the full sequence." Angela began collecting the extra sheets from the chairs while a few students drifted toward the doors, already talking about dinner plans and unfinished homework. The easy chatter filled the gym again, the earlier focus dissolving into the comfortable noise of teenagers leaving school for the day. Marina stepped back from the center of the court and rolled her shoulders once more, letting the tension ease from her muscles. The rehearsal had gone better than she expected. Moving through choreography again had felt strangely familiar, as if some part of her body remembered the rhythm even when her mind still hesitated. Rosalie approached quietly from the bleachers, her expression thoughtful as she watched the remaining students move around the room. "You held it well," Rosalie said in a low voice. The ripple was small. Marina glanced toward the group near the door where Angela was laughing at something a boy had said. "Small is good." Rosalie nodded once. "For now." Marina picked up her notebook from the chair and slipped the pencil inside the spiral binding. A quiet satisfaction settled through her chest. The room still carried the faint warmth of shared attention, the emotional echo that lingered whenever people gathered around music or movement. It wasn't overwhelming, just a gentle current brushing the edges of her senses. She could manage that. Across the gym, the main doors opened again. Alice stepped inside. At first nothing seemed unusual. She moved with her usual quick grace, her dark hair catching the fading light as she crossed the polished floor toward them. Her expression held the faint smile she often wore when she found the family scattered around town. Then she stopped. It happened so suddenly that Marina felt the shift before she understood it. Alice's gaze had gone unfocused. Rosalie noticed immediately. Her posture straightened as she turned toward her sister. Alice? The name barely reached the other girl. Alice stood perfectly still for a heartbeat, her eyes fixed on something far beyond the gym walls. The room carried on around her. A locker slammed somewhere down the hallway. Angela thanked Mr. Banner for the rehearsal. Then Alice inhaled sharply and blinked. The moment vanished. Her smile returned almost instantly, light and effortless as she resumed walking toward them. Sorry, Alice said as she reached their side. I was looking for you too. Marina studied her quietly, feeling the faint tremor that lingered beneath the surface of Alice's calm expression. Something had shifted. And Alice was pretending it hadn't. 28. Lunch table. Forks High's cafeteria carried its usual blend of noise and routine, a steady hum of voices layered with the clatter of trays and the faint smell of reheated pizza. The rain outside blurred the windows into pale gray light that washed across the long rows of tables. For most students it was just another lunch period. For Marina, the room felt like a small ecosystem she had once known by instinct. She paused just inside the entrance, tray balanced lightly in her hands as she scanned the crowd. It had only been a short time since everything in her life had changed, yet the familiar patterns of the school seemed strangely comforting. Groups clustered in their usual territories. The athletes near the windows. The quieter kids along the back wall. A loose shifting center where conversations overlapped between friend groups. And there, near the middle, sat Angela. Angela Weber looked up from her notebook almost immediately, as if she had sensed Marina standing there. Her face brightened with easy warmth and she lifted a hand in greeting. Marina, Angela called, smiling. Over here. Marina crossed the cafeteria, slipping into the seat beside her while Rosalie took the chair at Marina's other side with the calm confidence that had already become second nature. The subtle proximity drew a few curious glances from nearby tables, but nothing more than that. Angela closed her notebook partway and tilted her head. You disappeared again yesterday, she said with a gentle note of concern. I was starting to think you were avoiding us. Marina offered a small apologetic smile. Not avoiding anyone, she replied. Just catching up on life. That sounds suspiciously mysterious, Mike Newton said from across the table, leaning back slightly in his chair. If you're secretly touring with a band or something, you should at least invite us. Ben chuckled beside Angela and nudged Mike with his elbow. She doesn't need a band. Have you heard her sing? Angela nodded in quiet agreement. The music room was empty this morning, she added. I thought you might be working there again. Marina glanced down at the corner of Angela's notebook where a few lines of handwritten notes peeked from the page. Angela always carried one, usually filled with ideas for the school paper or fragments of stories she never talked about unless someone asked. Not today, Marina said. Though I've got a few songs trying to escape my head. Angela's smile softened with interest. You always say that like it's a problem. It can be, Marina admitted lightly. Songs don't wait for convenient moments. Rosalie rested her elbow on the table, watching the conversation with quiet amusement. Her presence beside Marina was relaxed but unmistakable, the easy closeness between them drawing a few more curious glances from passing students. Angela noticed it too. Her gaze shifted briefly between them before returning to Marina with a small, knowing smile that carried no judgment at all. Well, she said gently, if the songs get too loud, the music room is still yours. Angela flipped her notebook closed and slid it beneath her tray, though Marina noticed the faint reluctance in the motion. Angela liked observing things. Even casual lunch conversations seemed to collect quietly inside her mind, waiting to become articles or stories later. So what kind of songs? Angela asked, leaning forward slightly with genuine curiosity. You always say they're trying to escape your head, but you never explain what they sound like. Marina rested her hands loosely around the edge of her tray, considering the question. It was harder than it should have been to explain music to people who hadn't lived inside it the way she had. In her old life, songs had arrived like weather systems, sweeping through her mind with rhythm and melody already alive. They usually start small, she said. A phrase, or a feeling. Then it keeps repeating until I figure out what the rest of it wants. Ben smiled faintly at that. That sounds kind of cool actually. Mike leaned forward with obvious skepticism. You mean the song tells you what it wants? Something like that, Marina replied, her tone light. Rosalie watched her from the side, her expression calm but attentive. Marina could feel the quiet awareness in Rosalie's gaze, the way she listened not just to the words but to the emotional rhythm beneath them. Angela tapped one finger lightly against the edge of her tray. You should record one sometime, she said thoughtfully. Forks High could use a little fame that isn't about football. Mike snorted. Speak for yourself. The football team is our claim to glory. Angela rolled her eyes with quiet patience. Your claim to muddy jerseys and broken ribs. Ben laughed at that while Mike pretended to look offended. Across the cafeteria, a cluster of students glanced toward Marina's table, whispering quietly among themselves. Marina noticed it but chose not to acknowledge it. Attention at school had always come and gone like passing weather. Rosalie noticed it too. Her hand settled lightly against the back of Marina's chair, the gesture casual enough to seem natural while still unmistakably protective. Angela's gaze flicked to the movement again before returning to Marina. The faint smile on her face carried a thoughtful warmth that suggested she understood more than she was saying aloud. So, Angela said after a moment, her voice softer now, are you writing anything new today? Marina considered the question for a second. The truth was that fragments of melody had been drifting through her thoughts since morning, lingering just beyond the edge of clarity. Probably, she admitted. If I don't write it down soon, it'll keep bothering me all day. Angela nodded approvingly. Then you should, she said simply. Somebody around here should make something interesting happen. The conversation drifted easily after that, the way lunch conversations often did when no one felt the need to steer them in a particular direction. Ben and Mike began debating an upcoming basketball game while Angela listened with quiet patience, occasionally adding a comment that kept the argument from becoming too serious. Marina watched them with a faint smile. The normalcy of it felt strangely grounding. Voices overlapped, trays scraped softly across the tabletops, and the steady rhythm of student life continued around them without any awareness of the hidden worlds that existed just beyond Forks High's walls. Across the cafeteria someone dropped a fork, and the sharp clatter against the floor echoed briefly before disappearing back into the general noise. Rosalie leaned slightly closer beside Marina, her shoulder brushing Marina's arm in a gesture so natural that most people wouldn't have noticed it at all. Marina did. You're quieter than usual, Rosalie said softly. Marina turned her head slightly, keeping her voice low enough that the others wouldn't hear. Just listening. Rosalie studied her for a moment, her golden eyes thoughtful. To the cafeteria? Partly. Rosalie followed Marina's gaze across the room. Students moved between tables, laughter rising and fading in waves that blended with the steady background noise of the school day. Then Rosalie looked back at her. And the other part? Marina hesitated for a moment before answering. Everything else. Rosalie understood immediately. Her expression softened with quiet sympathy. For vampires, silence was rarely silent. The world carried constant layers of sound and scent that humans never noticed. Angela glanced toward them briefly, curiosity flickering in her eyes, but she didn't interrupt. Instead, she opened her notebook again and began writing something quickly across the page. Marina noticed the movement. Working already? She asked. Angela looked up with a small grin. Observation, she said. The best material usually happens when nobody realizes they're interesting. Mike raised an eyebrow. You're writing about us? Angela shrugged lightly. Maybe. Ben laughed. If we end up in the school paper again, I'm blaming you. Angela tapped her pen thoughtfully against the notebook before glancing toward Marina again. Actually, she said, I was thinking about writing something about the music program. Marina tilted her head slightly. That sounds suspiciously like homework. Angela smiled. Maybe, she admitted. But it also sounds like a good excuse to interview someone who keeps disappearing into the music room. Marina rested her elbows lightly on the table as Angela's words settled between them. The idea of being interviewed about music in a small high school cafeteria would have sounded absurd in her previous life, yet here it felt almost charmingly ordinary. An interview? Marina asked, her tone amused rather than resistant. Angela nodded with quiet enthusiasm. For the school paper, she said. Nothing dramatic. Just something about the music program and the people who actually use it. Mike leaned back in his chair again, watching the exchange with interest. If you're writing about the music room, he said, you should definitely mention how creepy it sounds when someone's practicing alone after school. Angela gave him a skeptical look. You mean when someone's actually making music instead of throwing basketballs at the gym wall? Ben laughed into his drink while Mike shook his head in mock offense. Rosalie observed the conversation with quiet amusement, her gaze shifting between the students around the table. Marina could feel the faint warmth of Rosalie's shoulder against hers, steady and familiar. Angela turned her attention back to Marina. You don't have to say yes, she added gently. But you're probably the only person in this school who actually talks about music like it's alive. Marina considered that for a moment. In truth, Angela's observation wasn't wrong. Music had always been something more than sound to her. Even now fragments of melody continued to drift through her thoughts like distant echoes waiting to become something real. That might make a strange interview, Marina said lightly. Angela's eyes brightened. Those are usually the best kind. Mike pointed his fork across the table. If this ends up with Marina becoming famous and abandoning us for a world tour, I want it on record that I supported the idea first. Ben shook his head. You only support it because you think you'll get free concert tickets. Mike didn't deny it. Rosalie finally spoke, her voice calm but quietly confident. If Marina ever does go on tour, she said, I doubt she'll forget the people who sat with her at lunch. Angela smiled at that, though her attention lingered on Marina for a moment longer. There was a thoughtful look in her eyes, as if she recognized something unusual about the girl sitting across from her but chose not to push the question further. The cafeteria bell rang suddenly through the room, cutting through the noise of conversation. Students began standing and gathering trays as the steady flow of lunch periods shifted back toward the rhythm of classes. Angela tucked her notebook back into her bag and stood. Think about the interview, she said with a small hopeful smile. Marina rose from her chair beside Rosalie, returning the smile easily. I will, she said. 29, hallway. The bell cut through the cafeteria noise with a sharp metallic ring that echoed down the corridors of Forks High. Chairs scraped back and trays were gathered as students poured into the hallways in a sudden wave of motion and conversation. Marina stepped into the corridor beside Rosalie, the press of bodies and backpacks flowing around them like a slow current. Rain-darkened coats brushed past as students hurried toward lockers or stairwells, voices overlapping in a constant murmur that filled the space between the pale green walls. Rosalie moved easily at Marina's side, unbothered by the crowd. Her hand settled naturally at the small of Marina's back as they joined the flow of students moving toward the academic wing. The gesture was casual, unmistakably casual, and it didn't go unnoticed. Marina felt the shift ripple outward almost immediately. A pair of juniors near the lockers paused mid-conversation. Two freshmen walking ahead slowed slightly, whispering to each other as they glanced back. None of the attention carried hostility. It was curiosity, quiet speculation moving through the hallway faster than footsteps. News travels fast, Marina murmured. Rosalie glanced sideways at her, calm as ever. High schools are efficient communication networks. That's one way to describe gossip. Rosalie's mouth curved faintly. Observation, she corrected. People like understanding the patterns around them. They passed a cluster of students gathered near the lockers. One girl nudged her friend with a subtle elbow while trying not to stare. Marina heard the whisper anyway. I thought they were just friends. They're definitely not just friends. Rosalie heard it too. Her hand didn't move. If anything, her fingers rested a little more securely against Marina's back, the touch protective without being possessive. Marina noticed the shift. She glanced at Rosalie with quiet amusement. Territorial? Rosalie met her gaze with steady calm. Honest. They continued walking down the hallway, passing rows of lockers that slammed open and shut as students rushed to collect books before the next class. Marina considered the attention for a moment. In her previous life she had stood on stages beneath blinding lights while thousands of strangers watched her every movement. Compared to that, a hallway full of curious teenagers felt almost intimate. Still, this wasn't the same life. That world belonged to the woman she had been before the plane explosion, before the Rob had rewritten her existence. Now she was simply a student walking through a rainy Washington school beside the woman she loved. "Does it bother you?" Rosalie asked quietly. Marina shook her head. "Not really." Rosalie studied her expression for a moment. "You're being stared at." Marina smiled faintly. "I've survived worse audiences." Rosalie's lips twitched slightly at that. Ahead of them the hallway split toward the stairwell that led to the music wing. Students continued flowing around them, the noise of lockers and conversation filling the space. Rosalie's hand remained warm and steady at Marina's back as they walked. This time Marina didn't move away from it. The hallway thinned slightly as the flow of students divided toward different classrooms. Marina and Rosalie moved with the crowd toward the stairwell that led to the upper floor, where several of the arts classrooms sat at the quieter edge of the building. The noise of lockers slamming echoed along the corridor. Somewhere behind them someone laughed loudly while a teacher called for students to keep moving. Rosalie's hand remained at Marina's back as they reached the stairs. The contact was steady, unhurried, as if it had always belonged there. Marina felt the warmth of it through the thin fabric of her jacket. A sophomore boy stepped aside quickly to let them pass on the stairs, nearly missing a step in the process. His friend grabbed the railing and leaned closer to whisper something that made both of them glance back. Rosalie noticed. "So," Marina said quietly as they climbed, "how many rumors do you think started in the last 3 minutes?" Rosalie considered that with mild seriousness. "At least 6. 6? Possibly 8. Marina laughed softly. The sound blended easily with the general noise of the stairwell. "You've been counting? I like accuracy." They reached the landing and stepped into a calmer hallway where the traffic had already begun to thin. A few students were still exchanging books at lockers, but the earlier rush had faded into the quieter rhythm of the final minute before class. Rosalie slowed slightly, allowing a group of freshmen to pass. Marina glanced sideways at her. "You realize we're not exactly subtle." Rosalie looked faintly amused. "Subtlety is overrated. That's a dangerous philosophy." "Not really," Rosalie replied calmly. "We're not doing anything wrong." Marina considered that. In truth, Rosalie was right. The hallway whispers weren't hostile. They carried the ordinary curiosity of teenagers noticing something new. Still, the attention carried a certain weight. Forks was a small town. Small towns remembered things. "You don't mind people talking?" Marina asked. Rosalie's expression softened slightly as she looked at her. "About us?" "Yes." Rosalie's answer came without hesitation. "No." The simplicity of it made Marina pause. Rosalie didn't appear defensive or concerned. The confidence in her voice carried something quieter underneath it, something certain. "I like being seen with you," Rosalie added after a moment. Marina felt a small warmth rise in her chest at the words. She kept walking, though her smile lingered. "That's dangerously flattering," Marina said. Rosalie tilted her head slightly. "It's also true." A classroom door opened nearby as a teacher stepped into the hall, glancing toward the remaining students with the familiar expression of someone counting the final seconds before the bell. Marina and Rosalie continued down the hallway together, their footsteps quiet against the polished floor. Rosalie's hand remained lightly at Marina's back. And now Marina found she liked it there. The hallway grew quieter the farther they moved from the stairwell. Most of the students had already disappeared into classrooms, leaving only a few lingering figures hurrying to beat the final bell. The polished floor reflected the pale overhead lights, and the smell of damp jackets still clung faintly to the air. Marina and Rosalie walked side by side, their pace unhurried despite the dwindling minutes before class. Rosalie's hand remained lightly at Marina's back. It was a small gesture. Simple, casual. But Marina could feel how deliberate it was. They passed a row of lockers where Jessica Stanley was exchanging books with a friend. Jessica looked up just long enough to notice them approaching. Her eyes moved from Marina to Rosalie. Then to Rosalie's hand. Jessica's eyebrows lifted slightly in silent recognition. Marina caught the look and felt amusement ripple through her. Forks High had its own quiet information network, and Jessica Stanley might as well have been the central relay tower. Jessica didn't say anything as they passed, but the faint smile tugging at the corner of her mouth made her thoughts obvious enough. Jessica just updated the town census, Marina murmured. Rosalie glanced back briefly toward the lockers. She seems efficient. That's a generous interpretation. They continued down the hallway, the quiet echo of their footsteps replacing the earlier rush of noise. A classroom door closed somewhere behind them with a soft click. Marina noticed a few more curious glances from students who were still in the corridor. Nothing dramatic, just lingering attention. It reminded her of something she hadn't experienced in a long time. Normal curiosity. Not the intense, overwhelming scrutiny of cameras and journalists that had followed her through the final years of her previous life. Those crowds had studied her the way people examined a spectacle. This was different. This was just teenagers noticing a couple walking through the hall together. Strangely, it felt more real. Rosalie shifted slightly beside her as they approached the doorway to the music wing corridor. Her hand finally slipped away from Marina's back, the contact fading naturally as they slowed near the classroom doors. Marina felt the absence immediately. She glanced sideways at Rosalie. You know that's going to disappoint the audience. Rosalie's expression carried quiet amusement. The audience? All the observers cataloging hallway behavior. Rosalie studied her for a moment before speaking. If you'd prefer the gesture remain consistent, that can be arranged. Marina smiled at that. You're negotiating public affection like it's a strategic decision. Rosalie didn't look embarrassed. If anything, her calm only deepened. Most things are, she said simply. Marina shook her head with quiet amusement as they reached the door to their classroom. The hallway had nearly emptied now, the final seconds before class stretching into that brief, suspended calm that always followed a passing crowd. Rosalie reached for the door. Marina was still smiling. Rosalie opened the classroom door and stepped aside, allowing Marina to enter first. The room already held the quiet rustle of students settling into their seats, notebooks opening and chairs shifting softly across the floor. Marina crossed the threshold and felt the familiar calm of the music classroom settle around her. Instruments rested along the walls, and the faint scent of polished wood lingered in the air. A few students glanced up as she and Rosalie entered, their curiosity subtle but unmistakable. News traveled quickly in Forks. Ben Chaney sat near the front of the room sketching idly in the margin of a notebook. He looked up as Marina passed his desk and gave her a friendly nod before his eyes flicked briefly toward Rosalie behind her. Angela Weber noticed it too. She sat with a small stack of papers spread neatly across her desk, her pen already poised for notes. Her gaze moved between Marina and Rosalie for a moment before she offered Marina a quiet smile. Marina returned the smile easily and took her seat. Rosalie settled into the chair beside her with her usual composed grace, placing her books on the desk without any hurry. The room continued to fill slowly as the final students arrived. Marina leaned slightly closer. We survived the hallway. Rosalie's expression carried faint amusement. Barely. I think Jessica's going to need a larger rumor archive. Rosalie tilted her head slightly. Do you regret it? Marina understood the question immediately. Rosalie wasn't talking about the hallway. She was asking about the visibility. Marina rested her forearms lightly on the desk as she considered the answer. The classroom hummed quietly with conversation around them, students exchanging casual remarks while they waited for the teacher to begin. No, Marina said after a moment. Rosalie studied her face carefully. Not even a little? Marina shook her head. Forks is small. People will talk about something regardless. It might as well be something true. Rosalie's gaze softened slightly at that. Across the room someone laughed, and the sound echoed lightly against the high ceiling. Marina glanced toward the door as the last student hurried inside just before the bell rang. Rosalie followed her gaze, then looked back at her. Her voice dropped slightly, quiet enough that only Marina could hear. I meant what I said earlier, Rosalie said. I like being seen with you. Marina felt a quiet warmth spread through her chest at the sincerity in Rosalie's voice. She smiled faintly. Good. Rosalie's eyebrow lifted. Good? Marina leaned a little closer, her voice soft but certain. Because I like being seen with you too. The final bell rang a moment later, cutting through the room as the teacher stepped forward to begin the lesson. 30. School Showcase. The gym didn't look like a gym anymore. Rows of folding chairs filled the polished floor where basketball games usually echoed. Temporary risers stood against the far wall, already crowded with choir students adjusting sheet music and whispering nervously to one another. Strings of portable stage lights had been mounted along the rafters, washing the center of the room in a soft amber glow that turned the varnished wood warm and theatrical. Marina stood just beyond the curtain partition the drama club had rigged as a makeshift backstage. From here she could hear the layered noise of the crowd settling into their seats. Parents murmured quietly, programs rustled, somewhere a child laughed before being hushed by a tired voice. The sound carried through the air like a tide. She drew a slow breath that she didn't technically need and let it leave her lungs unevenly, the way Rosalie had drilled into her until it became habit again. Her body held stillness easily now, but human stillness required tiny flaws. A shift of weight, a breath taken a little too quickly. Angela stepped around the edge of the curtain with a clipboard tucked against her chest. Her hair had been pulled into a loose knot that was already slipping apart under the pressure of a dozen small responsibilities. When she saw Marina waiting calmly beside the piano bench, she smiled with visible relief. "You're still here," Angela said quietly. Marina lifted one eyebrow. "Was I planning an escape?" Angela laughed under her breath and glanced down at the clipboard. "You'd be surprised how many people vanish 5 minutes before they're supposed to perform. Stage fright is a powerful force." She lowered the clipboard slightly and studied Marina's expression. "You look suspiciously calm." "I've done this before," Marina said. Angela nodded slowly. She knew Marina had mentioned performing in the past, but the quiet confidence in her voice made the statement feel larger than it sounded. "Well," Angela said, tapping the paper with her pen, "Mr. Banner has you opening the feature section. Choir intro first, then you." Marina looked past the curtain toward the bright spill of light across the stage floor. Even without stepping out, she could feel the emotional field gathering in the room. Curiosity, excitement, a soft undercurrent of nervous anticipation. The emotions brushed against her senses like distant music tuning before a concert. Rosalie leaned against the wall near the exit doors, arms folded loosely as she watched the room with quiet attention. When Marina glanced her way, Rosalie met her gaze and gave a small nod that said everything it needed to. "You're steady." Marina felt the resonance inside her chest answer that silent reassurance. It didn't surge the way it had during earlier rehearsals. Instead it settled into a controlled warmth, balanced and patient as the voices in the gym rose and fell around her. Angela peeked out toward the stage and then turned back. "All right," she said softly. "They're ready for you." Marina stepped forward into the light. The stage lights warmed Marina's skin the moment she stepped into them. The gym had gone quiet in the way rooms sometimes did when attention gathered all at once. Conversations faded, programs stopped rustling. The soft echo of the microphone being adjusted carried across the space before settling into silence. From the center of the floor the audience looked larger than it had from backstage. Parents filled most of the folding chairs, their coats draped over the backs of the seats, faces turned forward with patient curiosity. Teachers stood along the back wall with coffee cups in hand. Students clustered near the sides of the gym where they could whisper without feeling watched. Marina rested her hand lightly against the edge of the piano. The emotional current in the room brushed against her senses immediately. It wasn't overwhelming, not the surge of a concert crowd or the chaotic roar of a stadium. This was smaller, softer. Pride, nervous excitement, 100 small threads of attention converging toward the stage. Her gaze drifted briefly across the audience. She found them in the third row. Her mother sat upright with both hands wrapped tightly around the printed program, her shoulders stiff with the determined composure of someone trying very hard not to cry too early. Beside her, Marina's father leaned forward slightly, elbows on his knees, pretending to study the stage lights as if they were the most interesting engineering problem he had ever seen. Marina felt warmth spread through her chest that had nothing to do with the lights. Mr. Banner stepped up beside the microphone stand and glanced toward the risers. "All right, choir," he said, adjusting his glasses. "Let's begin." The first notes rose behind Marina as the choir started the opening harmony, soft and careful at first before finding confidence. The sound filled the gym gradually, voices layering into a simple progression that carried easily across the quiet audience. Marina waited. The rhythm settled into place like a heartbeat. She lifted her head slightly and let the first line of the song emerge. "There's a space between the quiet." Her voice carried farther than the microphone ever could have managed. It didn't push. It unfolded, clear and steady, slipping between the choir harmonies until the melody lifted above them. The emotional field shifted immediately. Curiosity deepened into focus. The small nervous energy scattered through the audience gathered and settled as people leaned forward in their chairs. Even the restless students near the gym wall had grown still without realizing it. Marina moved through the next line with deliberate calm. "Where the air forgets to move." The resonance inside her chest responded naturally now. It didn't surge or pull at the room the way it had during earlier rehearsals. Instead, it aligned with the music itself, drawing warmth from the emotions surrounding her and returning it as something balanced and steady. From the edge of the gym, Rosalie watched the audience carefully, her posture relaxed but alert. Nothing in the room felt wrong. Marina reached the bridge and lifted her gaze again, letting the note carry gently across the crowd. "If I fall into the echo, will you follow through the dark?" For a moment the entire gym held its breath, then slowly released as Marina carried the note forward. The choir's harmony deepened behind her, filling the space beneath the melody like steady ground beneath careful footsteps. The sound spread through the gym with quiet confidence, rising into the rafters and returning softer, warmer, as if the room itself had decided to participate. Marina felt the emotional current strengthen around her. The audience was no longer watching politely. Their attention had sharpened into something focused and genuine. Pride moved through the front rows where parents sat leaning forward in their chairs. Curiosity settled among the students along the walls. Even the teachers near the back had grown still, their casual posture replaced by attentive silence. The resonance inside Marina answered the change. It didn't push outward. It listened first, aligning with the shape of the music the way a second voice might join a melody. The warmth in her chest expanded carefully, drawing energy from the room and returning it as balance rather than pressure. She moved into the next verse with deliberate control. "There's a space between the quiet." The words drifted easily into the quiet space of the gym. Her voice carried a softness that held the room without forcing it, the same instinct that had once guided arena crowds through the quietest moments of a concert. In the third row, her mother lowered the program slightly, her eyes bright as she watched the stage. Marina's father had stopped pretending to study the lights. He leaned back now, one hand resting against his mouth in thoughtful silence, as if trying to understand how the daughter he had heard singing in the kitchen could suddenly sound like this. The choir lifted the harmony behind her again. Marina felt the music crest gently as the bridge approached. The emotional field around her shifted with the rhythm, anticipation gathering like the quiet rise before a wave breaks along the shore. She lifted her head and let the next line unfold. "And if the night remembers your name." The resonance moved through the room in a subtle ripple. Several people shifted forward in their chairs without realizing they had done it. A boy near the wall lowered his phone halfway through recording as his attention drifted fully to the stage. Rosalie noticed the change immediately. From the edge of the gym, her gaze moved slowly across the audience, measuring the subtle pull of Marina's presence the way a hunter might study wind across a field. The effect was contained, controlled, stronger than rehearsal, but nowhere near dangerous. Rosalie's posture eased slightly. On stage, Marina closed her eyes for the final line of the verse and let the note settle into the quiet space of the gym. For a moment the music held everything still. The final note faded slowly into the rafters. For a heartbeat the gym remained suspended in silence, the last vibration of the choir's harmony lingering in the air like the echo of a bell that hadn't quite finished ringing. Marina opened her eyes and let the quiet settle naturally instead of rushing away from it. Years of performing had taught her that audiences sometimes needed a moment to return to themselves. The emotional field around her loosened gently. Then the room erupted. Applause broke across the gym in a sudden wave of sound that rolled forward through the rows of chairs and bounced off the wooden walls. Students stood near the back where they had been leaning against the bleachers. Several parents in the front rows clapped with open enthusiasm that carried easily above the rest. Marina felt the warmth of the response wash through her senses without resistance. Pride, admiration, and simple happiness moved through the room in bright threads that brushed the edges of her awareness. The resonance inside her chest absorbed the emotions calmly, steady and balanced instead of hungry. In the third row her mother had already surrendered to tears. She laughed quietly as she wiped her eyes with the corner of the program. Marina's father clapped beside her with an expression that looked half stunned and half proud, the kind of look a person wore when something familiar suddenly revealed a depth they hadn't expected. Marina stepped back from the microphone as the choir behind her relaxed out of their formal posture. Several students exchanged wide smiles while Mr. Banner nodded with quiet satisfaction and leaned toward the microphone stand. "Thank you," he said, raising his voice just enough to carry across the gym. That concludes the feature performance portion of tonight's showcase. More applause followed as Marina stepped off the small stage platform and moved toward the curtain partition. Angela met her halfway with the same clipboard still tucked against her chest, though her careful organization had clearly lost the battle with excitement. "That was incredible," Angela said, shaking her head slightly. "I knew you were good, but I didn't expect the entire room to stop breathing." Marina smiled faintly and reached for the water bottle waiting beside the piano bench. "That's usually a good sign." Angela laughed softly and glanced back toward the audience where the next group of students was preparing to move into position. "Mr. Banner's going to ask you to sing again next year," she said. Marina lifted the bottle and took a small sip before answering. "He might have to ask my parents first." Across the gym Rosalie watched the audience slowly settle back into conversation. Her posture remained relaxed, but the alert focus in her eyes softened as the emotional energy in the room returned to something ordinary. Marina caught Rosalie's gaze through the crowd. Rosalie's lips curved in a small, approving smile.